getting year-over-year numbers here. September PCE for the U.S., 3.4% just coming through. Not showing on this board, but I'll refresh. 3.4% versus a 3.4% expectation. So in line here, again, for September PCE data. On the month-over-month number, 0.4%, slight uptick, 0.3 expected, 0.3 prior there as well. On the month-over-month. Consumer spending, month-over-month, 0.7 versus a 0.5 expectation there. So that is to the upside, it would appear. We also have Michigan sentiment coming up at 10 o'clock this morning. Always a number that can move the market if it comes out a little bit one way or the other versus what is expected. There's also an inflation expectation number, 1 and 5 year inflation expectation number with that University of Michigan sentiment number. So we'll bring that to you at 10 o'clock when it comes through again. U.S. core PCE, if you pull out energy and food, 3.7. The consensus there, 3.9. So a little bit of a downtick on that front overall. So that's going to be the inflation look this morning. We're also, I'm just seeing right now, expecting some comments here from Fed's bar coming up at 9 o'clock. So we're in the quiet period, but during the quiet period this week, we've had 3 Fed members making comments, including Fed Chair Powell. None of them have commented on monetary policy. I'm sure Barr will not as well. It's Friday, October 27th, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. Yeah, there we go. Look at the overall market right now. That's end phase coming back in this morning after just an absolute disaster. I zoomed way out on this just to see where we were opening this morning. October of 2020 levels, 3-year lows for end phase. Not so bad for Ford, but still down 3.7% there overall. The market liking this PCE number, as it should, really. I mean, kind of in line with expectation. The core number, again, a little bit lower than expected there, it looks like, on the core side of things, but PCE basically in line with expectations here.
Yeah, we'll see how the market digests this. I mean, it's kind of a curveball. We'll see because they're in line. You never really know if it's going to sell off or we're going to continue to sell off or we're going to go higher. We'll see. With respect to end phase, though, bad earnings there for the solar inverter company. Not really surprising, though. We saw a lot of solar companies report earlier this week and earlier last week as well, not the least of which was Tesla, which said solar installations were down 48% year over year. Storage capacity, though, continues to grow in that regard, so we'll see how it does the rest of the year.
Yeah, I mean, people just not going to be spending in this environment on things like a solar roof. That's $200,000, depending on the size of your home. Here we go. I'll give you a wrap-up here of these numbers a little bit clearer for you for September. So 0.4 versus 0.3 on the month-over-month price index. Core PCE, as I was saying, 3.7 here. I mean, this says prior 3.8, 3.7 expected. Depending on where you look, I also saw 3.5 on the estimate there for the core number for PCE. So take your pick. The actual price index for September, month over month, exactly in line with expectations. We get Amazon after the close last night, coming up better than expected. Intel to the upside this morning. A ton to touch on. Neil with the day off today. OBN, good morning, guys.
Yo, what's up? Yeah, great to have Obi here today on what's going to be a very, very good day. So cheers. Got some tea up in there. Cheers. Oh, it's coffee. Yes. That's right, cheers. What are you taking in your coffee?
This was just a couple sugars.
Sugar and
cream, yeah.
Sugar and no.
Usually like the
sugar
single, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm just a 1 milk kind of guy. Having some almond milk right now. Okay, so yeah, it's gonna be a good one, man. We've had a really, really wild week, and then now today we get some decent reports, right? We get Amazon finally going to the upside, Intel going to the upside, Ford down, end phase down. We just talked about that, so it's gonna be pick your poison. And then there's still, there's so much to write on the sticky note. Obi and I looked at each other and was like, what a crazy busy week. Like, you don't even really need to.
See.
Yo, slow, Obi, man. I mean, one is branded, but the whole point is, I know, whatever. We're all about sharing, so that's great, Obi. This guy, man, what are you trying?
I mean, what do you want me? You want me to get like a Fendi notepad or like
Maybe.
a Post-it or something? Like,
I thought the sticky note. I mean, Neil's already putting stuff out. The morning mix, all this stuff. You know, this is come on, like, come on. No, I like it. I'm just playing around. That's great, though. I like that you have this sticky note. That's hilarious. But no, and the thing is that what we were talking about was really that we could litter these stupid sticky notes with so many different ideas today, because you have Microsoft moving around, obviously, Apple, Meta, like these, not even Apple, actually, Meta, Google, everything just dancing, AMD, NVIDIA. Like, NVIDIA was my #1 stock yesterday, and I hadn't traded that thing in 3 weeks. It's like levels are just coming in on so many different names and for reasons, right? I mean, it's been a pretty bad week here. Earnings season hasn't even been that bad. It's just they're up so much. Tesla this year, like Amazon, Microsoft, these guys are all up 40, 50, 60% this year. Meta, NVIDIA's up 180% this year. So like it's gonna come back in, right? I mean, there's some valuations need to get revalued, and especially with earnings coming in and peak maybe, I don't know if we've seen peak earnings, I don't think that's happened, but the NASDAQ peaked up here at 16,000, and now we're starting just to come in a little bit and revalue. The RSP, the equal weighted S&P 500, has been outperforming the SPY this week, right? Why? Because again, it's these big names that are coming back in and pulling. So the thing about it is, and reason why I have this NASDAQ chart up here, is this is the 200 period moving average. So there are a lot of individual names, like a Tesla that broke below the 200 period moving average, where you're now gonna get the whole index looking at 14,000. Right, and that's just going to be a big level. The last time we were down here was March, and you could see bounced around, it then took off. So I'm sort of hoping for a very, very similar reaction right now to this 14,000. Maybe we dance a little bit. Do we get to 13.6, which was the peak back in August of 2022 before we hit this downward move, right? So 13.6 could be a spot of interest as well. So I dip bought some, I was telling you guys yesterday, late on the show there, that I dip bought some Google yesterday and some Tesla yesterday. Nice. So obviously the market's up, so it's gonna look pretty good, but at the end of the day, I still think we have a little bit lower to go. And just to talk about what Brendan was, it actually was really funny, because as Brendan was talking about zooming out on end phase, I was opening up a chart with a weekly on it to see how far back we have to go, because this is $80 right here. The 52-week high is 340 for end phase, made, I mean, basically 10 months ago back in December, right? $80, which is all the way down here. If you go back, and it's just exactly what Brendan was saying, 3 years, and it's kind of crazy to do this, but this $80 level right there was a breakout spot that we hadn't seen since. So I feel like there could be something coming for end phase today. It could be a nice little buy, ENPH here. Huge move down. It's down 17 or 18% or more, depending on when I click on it. Well, now it's only 15%. But there it is right now, bouncing up off through 80 bucks. Look, nice little consolidation, you know, at 80. So I think end phase, although it's going to be really spicy today, we could find some good value down there. But yeah, Amazon. What do you want to talk about here?
Sure. I like that. I like that you kind of mentioned that we have been kind of fading and start to base off a little bit here. I also want to point out here on the SPY, not on the SPY, but the S&P 500 futures on the ES, we have been kind of stepping down a little bit here. That 45. 44, 43, 42 is like is what we kind of rejected off of yesterday. So that 42 I'll be watching very closely today going into the end of the week. Maybe we get a little bit of reversion, Sean, because we've been bleeding off quite heavily, and it is the end of the week. So maybe that 42 is in store. But yeah, definitely Amazon earnings. I was sitting here watching the earnings come out last night. Some interesting price action indeed. As you can see right here, a little bit of a shake and bake after hours. Holds that day low, this $18 area, kind of holding very well, right? Come in, earnings reaction low, can't really get below that 1844 again. But look at this shake and bake, Sean. Wild, 126, comes all the way back down into day support, and then rips all the way back up. And as of right now, we're holding above that 125. So I think going forward today, these are all key levels that I'm going to be keeping in mind. That 129 from before a couple of weeks ago has been, or actually earlier this week and last week has been a great area to interact with as well. So that's all I got on watch for today. Of course, Intel, XOM, Chevron, some of these other companies kind of reporting as well. So I got some alerts on those.
Yeah, shout out to Nimit in the chat. He wants to know if Michael Noss is coming through today. I believe Michael Noss is coming through today. So Nimit's really excited. He's had some good plays from Michael. So we'll come through and see what he's talking about. But yeah, man, I like that. The shake and bake.
Yeah. It's just,
the OB shake and bake. You ever had that shake and bake chicken?
I think so, yeah.
You put it in,
yeah.
you put it in the Ziploc bag and you shake it all around. I feel like that's what the NASDAQ needs to do, you know? Put these names in there, give a little bit of a shake, spit out, up 1%. Let's see what happens. Well, hopefully up 3/4 right now. But all right, guys, a few interesting names there, and I think I've met my match with the sticky note. I better get this thing out here before this guy tweets it.
He's going to beat you to it. A few things of note here as we head towards the weekend. Yeah, I mean, that's the S&P 500 or the SPY right now. Trying to bounce a little bit here, but we'll see how the day plays out. Amazon obviously on watch. Yep, get ready because next week we get the Fed decision. I mean, let's pretty much lock it in at this point. It's going to be no change after this number this morning. I mean, there's no reason for them to go. It was 90, what was it, 96 or something? 96% in favor of no change as of a couple of days ago. This was yesterday. I was just saying to Sharif, look at the Russell there. 0.3% green on the day at the end of the day yesterday when everything else was pretty ugly. For small caps, everything else, we'll get into a few other things here, but everything else moving around as far as earnings are concerned. Enphase, we'll obviously talk about that, just an absolute disaster. I see Michael Noss is ready to go here and waiting in the wings. So let's bring him in and get a little look at how things played out as far as the week is concerned from Mr. Noss. Back on Monday, it was what's going to happen ahead of GDP and then this PCE number, more inflation data. Kind of a nothing event for both cases here. You made the point going back to Monday when we last spoke that there was a significant level for the overall market here, and if we gave that up, get ready for more downside.
Yeah, that level was 420. I think the entire world was watching that level, and when we broke, we are a little bit below it now. But I was chatting with my friend, which I know you guys have on the show now, Brian Shannon, and he was highlighting, which I think is very important, this anchored VWAP. So again, for those who don't tune into those with Brian Shannon, which you definitely should, anchored VWAP just gives you the average price of any market participant, factoring in price and volume. And significant ones from significant levels like this can be really, really important. So this anchored VWAP is actually from the October lows of last year. So actually the low of the market. And we closed right at that level yesterday. So it could be an interesting bounce point. We're also coming into a lot of support around here. I'm still looking at this as just an overall pullback in a strong market. I think messy for longer is probably going to be the thing. Seasonality says October, end of October is actually a good time to buy, and we're right there now. So I am still looking long. Now, I prefaced this on Monday when we were talking about uranium, that I'm looking for these I'm building this list and I'm looking for these long plays, but I do want to see at least the market hold on or some really strong relative outperformance. So if we continue to collapse here, just know that I'm going to ignore most of these things. But when we are selling off, I always want to be building a list, and I always want to be building that list to be the names that are the strongest in the market. My theory and relative strength has proven this with some academic papers that when the market at least stops going down, these relatively strong names have the best alpha and the best probability to outperform. So what I did, as always, and we have our test drive coming up that I'll talk about where you guys can play with this scan, is I went to my relative strength scanner. This is an algorithm that we built that basically shows us over and over again the strongest stock. And that's the list there on the left. And I noticed that both CME and TW, which are exchanges, different kind of trading brokers and exchanges, were on that list. So then the thing on the right, which some people don't even know that we can do, is you can just click a button and say, hey, show me all of the competitors to that. So my idea is if all of these quote unquote exchanges are doing very, very well, then maybe the casino always wins, right? That's why I just put in a joke of the next picture. Just showing that, hey, if we're going to have increased volatility, and if the market's going to just chop around for a while, which I think is necessary, what business is going to take advantage of that most? It's the ones that are going to collect commissions every time we take a trade, which is going to be a lot of the casino plays. So if we go into the first chart here, we can just go down to, TW. So TW is actually what was the highest ranked stock in this list. And it was essentially just showing that there was a massive breakout after earnings. So you can see this sideways consolidation on this incredibly strong name. And then it had earnings yesterday morning and gapped down, but just rallied all day. So an incredibly strong on almost, I think, 2.5 times normal volume on this TW. Now, that bar is pretty big, so I don't know how much I'll be chasing this one today. But if we can get a setup for the next day or so that holds above this level, I really like a look of this TW, which is Trade Web Markets, which I'm not too sure, never heard of before as a business, but the stock looks really nice. Next one here is the CME. So the CME is your Chicago Mercantile Exchange. We all know if you're trading futures, you're going to be trading on this exchange. So again, if there's going to be more active trading because we're going to be more volatile, these are going to be one of the people that will definitely take advantage. Nice area that's sitting right below us here. Again, had earnings, and just like TW, had a little bit of gap down after earnings, but rallied to close actually strong. So if we're comparing this to the market's been pulling back now since since August, sorry. And these things have been holding really, really strong. Next one here is CBOE, and CBOE is our options exchange. Look at the incredibly tight base right at highs here, the awesome trend that these things are holding on, really profiting from this increased trading. One warning with CBOE, it actually has earnings sometime next week. So you want to be really, really careful. For me, I won't hold through earnings unless I'm up a significant amount where I have a lot of cushions, but I really do worry about that. Last but not least, for people who don't want to buy breakouts and they want to buy things that are pulling back, this one is relatively weak to those other names, but it's ICE. So the Intercontinental Exchange is pulling back just like the market to an anchored VWAP from this low. Now, they have earnings in 3 days on November 2nd, I do believe. So you have to be really careful with this one. But for those who don't like to buy breakouts like me, if you're looking for pullbacks in this market, then this is one that's pulling back really, really nicely. So just a reminder, quickly with the last slide, we do have our test drive coming up now. It's on November 6th. So I think the same date that CBOE reports earnings. So if you want to come check that out, you want to compete in our paper trading contest, go to trade-ideas.com/tradertv. You can sign up there. You get full access to the program for 2 weeks for $11. Kick the tires a bit, give it a shot, and let us know what you think.
Week for everyone to take advantage of. Yeah, I was saying to Sharif just while you were speaking there, if you go back to the last time the banks reported, all of them across the board almost were talking about higher trading revenues and higher trading volumes and higher income from the trade side of the business. So maybe now we're seeing that funnel through to the actual exchanges on the institutional side. A lot of what you were showing there is not necessarily retail oriented, but we are seeing that uptick once again, which is really interesting on the trading side of things.
Well, yeah, and if you look, the CBOE is options and the CME is futures. So if you're a giant institution and you're very bullish about the market and the market's in a slow uptrend, you're probably not doing too much. You have a portfolio of longs, you're just holding those, you're dealing with them. Both futures and options are used quite frequently for hedging vehicles. So as the market gets choppier and as things pop around a little bit more, you're going to be initiating more hedging trades. So you're going to be buying puts, you're going to be shorting futures, you're going to be doing things to hedge your generally long portfolio. So that's what I think usually causes these trends in choppy markets, not so much in bearish markets, but when there's a lot of trading to be done. Again, the exchanges are the guys who are at the casino and they're making the money from it.
Yeah, it's a great look. Even when you strip away the why and just look at technically, here's what's strong, and then they all show up. It's, you kind of go down that rabbit hole of, okay, why are all of these strongs? But great stuff. Michael Noss, CMT over at Trade Ideas. Have a great weekend.
All right, talk to you guys.
Yeah, shout out to ICE there. They were here yesterday. I was just telling Obi, that's who brought all the bagels and those apple fritter. Did you have one of those, the apple fritter? No, or what?
No,
Any of those donuts?
I had a donut.
There's
Yeah,
cookies.
yeah.
There was
Definitely had some
bagel. There's
cookies.
cream cheese. I went on the other side. There's bagels. There's cream cheese. There's all of that. But shout out to ICE. I think those are good opportunities, and I think Brendan hit it there that they're not popular retail names. But as far as investments, breaking out, things like that, you definitely want to diversify. And I think that Michael Noss just dropped a couple names there that are pretty awesome, man. CBOE and ICE. Hey, we sit here, ICE owns NYSE. We sit here and trade these names every single day. So you can see how much they cost us on, clearing and execution and all that kind of stuff. So a lot of money being made in the markets. And the thing about it is I really like those names because, they make a lot of money when the markets print a lot, and I feel like volume possibly going to be coming back here, especially if we do get a capitulated bottom, which I'm thinking, I've already talked about that level of 14,000. I just wonder if one day the NASDAQ flushes down 2.5%, 3%, tons of volume, then that gives us the opportunity to get back. We need the bonds to top out, markets to bottom, and then you're going to see it. Because right now the Fed continues to be something that we're fighting every single day. These interest rates continue to go higher. You can see what mortgage rates. We just talked about it being at 8.1 the other day for the 30-year, right? So it's getting to be pretty spicy out there. And I like those investment opportunities, man. Invest in the markets. The markets aren't going anywhere. And then you don't need to worry about your stock prices. It's just a matter of what is the market doing, not an underlying. And they're reporting in a couple days. So I think that should be a decent trade as well. So
yeah, I think if you're saying they basically own some of the exchanges,
yeah, that's exactly
and then they own a lot of the order flow as well, and they're getting paid for that. Yeah, definitely a good business, regardless of whether the market is going up or down.
Well, it's not that they own necessarily the order flow. It's just a matter of every time there's an execution on an exchange.
Right.
Right. Okay,
yeah.
right.
So they're the middleman, right?
Yep,
so they're the middleman. Whether the markets go up or down, they're making money.
We talked about Vegas, man. It's like you walk into the win. There's a reason why it's, an $8 billion property or whatever it is, because guys like me and you go in there and play the slots and walk out of there with less than we walked in. So, and we hope not to do that today, Obi.
Yeah, for sure.
We hope that we had some green marks, not red marks, on our trading here today. I'm just working on this sticky note, man. I like Intel with strength. Obviously, I like to short Amazon on anything a little bit higher, and we're going to get to all that in a couple minutes.
9 of 11 past days. 9 of the past 11 days have been down for the S&P. So maybe a bounce into the weekend due. We'll see, though. Let's get some analyst moves for you. Adara has those over at the screen.
First, we have an upgrade from HSBC Securities for Intel. This one actually just reported earnings, definitely named to watch today. We also have Rivian with an upgrade from Cantor Fitzgerald, Merck with an upgrade from BMO Capital Markets, and Roblox with an upgrade from Truist Financial. For downgrades, we have Bristol-Myers Squibb with a downgrade from BMO. Enphase, definitely of note, trading much lower after its earnings, also has a downgrade from Piper Sandler. Southwest with a downgrade from TD Cowen, and last but not least, Hasbro, this one also reported recently with a downgrade from BofA Securities. Guys.
Oh, man. I've really liked that Roblox off $30 there. I thought that was really good. I didn't even realize that it got the upgrade today. We will look at that. But the one name here, and again, I am working on getting this out. I'm just writing some stuff in the Twitter machine here. But I have Rivian on here as well. So finally catching an upgrade. I thought we kind of liked this stock. If it dropped into this $20 area, we didn't buy anything because the thing is that one day it really came in. It was $25, and then in 2 days we went all the. Hold on, I got to zoom this back out. In 2 days, we were hovering around $24, and then that's when we were like, oh, okay, let's see what happens here, and then it just came crashing in right there on a bad delivery number, came back in there on the 4th or 5th. And then we sort of were dancing around this 50 period, or this is a 200 period moving average, here at $18. We haven't been able to take that back. It's just been hitting it back down to the downside there. We hit it, broke. That was the top. The highest we've ever gotten now is basically 1780. I mean, that's close enough to 18. So for me, I was actually looking at a break long on this report. It's up 3%. It's way more aggressive than the market. If you're going to look at a 20-minute chart right now, I wrote down anything dipped into these levels, we'll buy. But I don't think we'll get down there. The market's up almost 1% now, and looking like it wants to hold the 16 mark for Rivian. So I was sort of thinking about 17. I actually wrote that if this really gets going, this is the big level for me up here, 1750. So I like the upgrade, but then I realized that it's only a $16 name, so for it to get up to 1750 is another dollar. And is Rivian going to go up 5 or 6% today? I don't know if this is going to be the one for me, but I like the long, and I think the best spot is going to be a dip buy. So let's keep Rivian on watch here. I'm going to put an order at 1620 right now. It's a couple hundred shares. Whoops, what I was trying to show you was that the short float is only 13%. I thought it was going to possibly be a little bit higher. But Rivian short float just 13% right now. So I think if we do fade out and the market says, nah, same story as all week, we're going to fade pretty much off the open. Although there's been some days where it's gone up. But anyways, you guys know what I'm getting at if you've been sitting here watching. I think that upgrade different than earnings, right? So let's see if we can get a little bit of a pullback into the 16 area. Rivian is a name that I like. I don't want to steal your thunder. Were you going to talk about Roblox? No, okay. No. So just real quickly here, Roblox, before we go over to Obi, I think he wants to talk about something else. Roblox right there is what I like off that $30 mark. I just want to show this to everybody. We're not going to get back down to 30, but if you had a shopping list out, you know, again, Roblox upgraded. They're now virtual. They've got Quest 3. Meta's been talking about them. Apple has a thing with them with their Vision Pro. I think Roblox can continue. I mean, they get $30 a month from me, but I think that this $30 bottom is something that I want to look for if that does come in. So over to you, Obi.
Yeah, some interesting levels I got on board as well. Some day one earnings and as well as some day two earnings. I like day two earnings a little bit better than day one earnings. And as we know, yesterday we had some significant earnings off of Meta, IBM, Mattel, RCL, and UPS. So for some of those, for IBM was very interesting to me, Sean. We held above that earnings reaction high, and we consolidated above this 142, very distinct hold above this 142. So I like that. Let's see if we can kind of come in and interact with this 142 again, or we kind of continue to the upside, that 142 and that 145, kind of interesting to me. And of course, XOM had earnings today as well. So just looking at some of these recent levels, we know that 109 has been kind of heavy over the past week or so as we broke back below it. And yeah, not too much movement off of the earnings report, but I just got kind of this range from yesterday, which we've held even after the earnings report. This 106.5 and this 108 half-ish as well on XOM. And last but not least, we can talk about what was the one? Meta, of course, yeah. Meta. So Meta yesterday was quite interesting, kind of like this, again, this wild shake and bake out the open, and you pretty much have an inside day. So coming into Friday, I want to know whether or not we can break this kind of this day one earnings range on Meta there. So I got kind of an alert up here just underneath that 300 mark. 300 was quite heavy. We saw how 300 interacted the day before earnings. But yeah, no, definitely the edge of this range right here on Meta is definitely something I will be watching for today, Sean.
All right, guys. It's just so hilarious because like as soon as you mentioned Meta, I was like, oh no, I haven't even looked at Meta today. And like, it was so aggressive yesterday.
Yeah.
There's so many names. Like I haven't even typed up Google yet into the charts to see like what's going on. Like now I'm infatuated with Roblox. We've got Rivian on my mind. All this kind of stuff happening today. Who did that? Fabian? Wow, Fabian.
We got a lot on the board.
Ooh, man, this guy's, okay, now he's trying to make up for it? Okay. I see Fabian. Yeah, no, we're not. I mean, the thing about it is that honestly, the reason why that fail was fine to do that, but you don't want to look, and what I was going to get at is that I don't think it's important to look at every single name.
Yeah.
I think that what's been really working for me over the past week, 2 weeks, is to try to stay as focused as I can. Sure, one day we traded 10 names. One day we traded 8 names. I think yesterday probably 6 or 7. That's a lot. That's a lot for many traders. But you and I sit here for 8 hours a day, when the market's open 7.5. You know, we're sitting here basically looking at everything. So we do have the capabilities of trading all of the names. Right. So sometimes I do. And look, I'll slap it on the idea, because sometimes you do miss the best trade. And that's why I want to say a big shout out to absolutely everybody that's in our chat, because we get so many ideas that they're like, oh my God, Sean, look at AMD, it's hitting that level, or oh no, you missed that end phase 80, and then I call it up and it gives you another idea, right? So there it is right there. Do that, but more importantly, do this.
Hola, like and subscribe today.
I don't know if Katrine, hopefully, I mean, she doesn't start till about 9ish, so we'll see. She's coming through the back. Oh, what are we doing here? Neil never really wants to turn this thing around anymore, but for me, he leaves it to Randy. Yeah, you go ahead. What are you thinking, Obi? Let's get, there it is. Let's go. I think this is going to be a turnaround Friday, baby. Yeah. I think that we finally going to get some decent news there. The Bears and the Bulls will battle each other here again today, which reminds me, a shout out to our good friend Bears vs. Bulls in the chat as well. Let's go. There's Ramin. Hey, Ramin, how's it going? She's got the croissant there. Is that a coffee or a tea there, Ramin? I'm going to say it's a tea.
No.
It is a tea. Oh, it is a tea. Okay, good. Cool. All right. Let's get into everything else you need to know as we head towards the open here on a Friday morning. If you haven't done so, grab that. It's free. Why not? Watchlist.tradertv.live gets you there. You just need an email address, and then you get that in your inbox every single day from us. Has everything you need to know on it. In the pre-market, Sharif is going to kick things off with a look at the futures. I don't know why I did that backwards, by the way.
Say that again?
I don't know why I did that backwards, by the way, but
okay.
Go for it.
Yeah, we can change things up today. 41.55, guys. That's where we closed out on the ES December contract yesterday. We're a skosh above that right now. 41.50 seems to be support. That takes us all the way back to late May, early June, when we double bottomed there, and then we made a big move up into that 4,600 level. Look for 41.50 as a level of support. Then look for that overnight high, 41.85, 4,200 area as a resistance level. Let's see how the day goes.
All right. Amazon is top of the list this morning, as it should be. A nice look for Amazon. Andy Jassy era margin high for Andy Jassy, the CEO of Amazon, if you're wondering. So yeah, almost a record quarterly margin here for Amazon. And it all comes down to cost cutting. If you go back to, I guess it was the beginning of the year, March, February, I want to say, they were among the big tech names that came out first, even cutting back with some layoffs and getting rid of some positions. And now we're seeing that pay off a little bit.
27,000 layoffs, Brendo, in the year. It wasn't a small amount. Let's talk about how they did. A lot to get through here. Net income more than tripled, $9.9 billion on the quarter. Revenue came in above expectations as well, $143 billion versus the $141 billion expected. Amazon Web Services kind of underperformed, $23.1 billion versus the $23.2 the street was looking for. They grew about 12% year over year, but they're giving up market share to Google and Microsoft Azure as well. Where they didn't give up market share is in advertising. They grew big, 26% year over year for their advertising, about $12.1 billion. The street was looking for 11.6. They're performing better than Google, Snap, and Meta in that regard because they are still nascent in that area. The guidance was fantastic, Brenda, 160 billion to 167 billion for the fourth quarter. Compare that to last year, that would be a 9.9% increase year over year when they printed about 149.2 billion.
I'm actually to a point now.
Billions.
It's a lot of billions, yeah. It's definitely a lot of billions. I'm actually to a point now where I come home and there's Amazon packages at my door and I don't even know what they are. I don't know if that's a problem, but
okay,
guys.
Yeah, bit of a shake and bake on Amazon last night, right there.
Yeah,
boom, bit of a shake and bake.
Keep it there. I want to see that shake and bake again.
All right.
What flavor is that?
I don't know, extra crispy.
Extra crispy. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Ready in 2 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. The move was definitely a little bit longer than 2 minutes, but okay. So Amazon for sure. over 60% higher on their EPS. So that's pretty solid. Doing some great RVOL in the morning. Take a look at this. Some of these candles doing 7x. Definitely all of them above 5x RVOL here. So definitely a lot of interest. We talked about that 26 level, that 25 level. Something interesting to me is that this earnings reaction is very, very peculiar on this shake and bake. You kind of hold day low on kind of a lick grab. You pop up into that 126. We saw a lot of interesting price action here at the 125, 126. You come all the way back in, and then you rip right back up. And now the pre-market is holding above some of those candles. So Sean, I think that 125 and that 129 on Amazon is going to be very, very interesting. But out the open, I will stay patient. We talk about how, for me at least, day one earnings maybe not the most clear, not the most profitable in terms of my stats, but definitely one to watch, definitely one to be at the ready for if there are any opportunities. Definitely going to be great opportunities today on Amazon, but that 125 I think will be very interesting.
Yeah, just looking at, I mean, I agree with all of that. The sticky note is now out. Thanks, Bears vs. Bulls, for posting that. The highest we've gotten to today was 128. Obi just mentioned that. I like the quarter. You're up 6 to 7%. But if you remember what happened to Softy a couple days ago, right? It was the same kind of thing where we came in. And first of all, Azure and Google Cloud are both beating Amazon right now on AWS. But what happened the other day to Microsoft? So Microsoft has this huge beat. They opened up real nice, was up 7 or 8%. Then all of a sudden the market hit, and then this is what happened. We flushed Citi down to the downside right there as Microsoft came in, and we didn't get a bid on this name until about 10 o'clock, maybe even a bit later. 11 o'clock or so is where we finally caught that bid on Microsoft on a great report. So if we got a good report from Microsoft and we still faded out $7, $8, right? I know it's a $300 name, which is why we sort of have to say, all right, so then what is the potential for Amazon profit taking, right? The thing is that if AWS is sort of the sexy thing behind Amazon, and then they didn't have as big a growth rate as Google or as Azure, then I'm thinking that this could be a potential fade up here. So what I'm going to do is exactly what Obi was talking about, was looking for this 129. I wrote down 130 because there's a possibility with this market being up today 1% heading into the open right now, that Amazon really does want to continue to climb. So I could see some strength coming in these names, buying some bottoms here. If we do get anything back into, I mean, again, I think we're on the same page, into this 122, 123, possibly even into 120. I don't want to think we're going to give everything back, but, you know, it wouldn't be surprised if we do land somewhere in this 123 area, and then we're able to buy it back up a little bit. There's the 200 period on the daily, staring us right in the face. We bounced exactly, as we just discussed, off of that yesterday on that report. So let's see if maybe we found a bottom. I had recently bought some Amazon in and around this area, so I'm fine with this report, but this is not a name that I'm going to dig into. I'm happy with it, and like Brendan, there's not a day where there's not a package in front of our doorstep. So I like the product. I like what they're doing. Amazon Prime, all that kind of stuff. It's a good one. I mean, they don't even have a very good offering yet on their direct-to-consumer. Like Amazon Prime, I don't think is very, as far as quality show, like, do they have any TV, like proprietary TV shows or anything like that? Like Netflix had Stranger Things, Apple got Ted Lasso. Yeah. I don't know what, Amazon, they have Reacher or something like that?
Yeah, maybe.
Is there like what, Ramin? Say one in my ear. Exactly. All I heard was Ramin go, no, but it's not throwing shade. She goes, there's so many. I say one. And she's like, she can't. So that's the point, is I think it just needs to get.
Oh, people are saying The Boys. I guess
Boys, that's a good one. Yeah, The Boys is a good one, yeah. So there are some there, but I just feel like that's the point.
I think something interesting to mention as well. I think I just read it in passing this morning. I think it was a Google executive or somebody was saying that they're actually losing some market share to Amazon and to TikTok for some of their like, I think it's like what advertising for like what was it called when AdSense or something where
like AdWords and stuff like that.
So you're selling items on Google and he was talking about concerns that Amazon is pulling away that market share.
And
people are going directly to Amazon.
So that's what I was getting about with Amazon Prime is that I think that that's another lever that eventually could help their growth, you know, because if they do get, and again, yeah, there's people saying there was Jack Ryan. Yeah, I mean, there is some good shows. So I don't know what those ratings are like. And they're not making money. It's like Disney's not making money on their DTC. I don't even know if Apple is. We'll have to see what their quarter brings as well. But all right, back over to the desk. I think we're all in the same boat here. If Amazon rips, we'll like to look for a fade around that 129, 130 area, and then any dip buy opportunities, man, play strength. I think market's up 1%.
Sean, they were shooting one in front of your house earlier this year as well. That Reacher show is Amazon. Yeah. All right, let's go on. Intel, it comes down to revenue here, but there's a couple of kind of question marks as far as this report is concerned. You have a good look as to one of them. The guidance side of things, better than expected, but you're going to talk a little bit about the other one, which is not good.
Yeah, guys, it was, look, it's up almost 7% on the day, so the market likes what they hear so far, but the numbers are what they are. Let's talk about that. Earnings per share, 41 versus 22 expected, not bad. That comes in at $297 million worth of profit, but compare that to last year on the quarter when they made $1.02 billion. That's a marked drop. Revenue, $14.616 billion versus the $13.53 expected, but that's still an 8% drop from the same time last year. Chipmaker told investors on Thursday that it wants to grow revenue by cutting costs. It's going to cut costs by about $3 billion this year. It has about 120,000 employees. That's down from about 131,000 last year. Let's have a look at how they did in their different units. Client computing, which is like PCs and laptops and stuff, down 3% year over year. Data center, AI division, this is what didn't make a lot of sense to me, down 10% in a time where everybody's growing in AI. Mobileye was a nice one there, up 18%. That's their autonomous driving, which is now trading separately. Foundry service, and this is the nascent industry that they were just building. 3 foundries under construction, 2 in the United States, 1 in Europe, up 300% year over year. Networking division down 32%. And last but not least, the new competition coming from these ARM chips, Brendo, NVIDIA, AMD, they want to take advantage of ARM's infrastructure. Pat Gelsinger saying, you know, they take all competition seriously, but they don't think it's going to, you know, threaten them in any way.
On the analyst side of things, there's a couple worth noting here. Mostly positive. HSBC actually upgrading the stock to a hold. From a sell. Needham reiterating their buy, but look at Rosenblatt here, reiterating their sell on Intel, but maintaining their price target.
I mean, I just like the 41 cents versus 22. Like, I just think that that's, you know, a big, huge beat there. And I know we just discussed that. Revenue also decreasing, though, by 7.7%. So there are some negative spots here, but they still did exceed their expectations on that revenue number, like we were just mentioning there, 14 versus 13.5. But yeah, up 7%. Seems a little bit lofty to me again here. We wrote down that I wanted a long on this name, and I think the long is going to be right here. I mean, if you're just looking at the daily chart for Intel, we came in again, you know, just the last couple of days into the 200 period, into this supported bottom, and it's not like it was that supported. I mean, you just got to go back into August, so it's just a couple months ago, but still, that's a nice bottom happening. Coming out with a good report. I feel like if they didn't like the report, there was so many reasons for this name to come back down, including what you just mentioned with ARM and NVIDIA. But you know what? Hey, if the market likes the stock, then I like the stock. So right there, I feel like anything coming back in. I told Obi a level that I liked, and I wrote it down here, was 33.50. Why? So you don't really see any 33.50 is right here. But a pullback into 33 would be amazing. So I'm going to start the buying around 33.50. And then what I was trying to show was just, I guess it looks a little bit better. I think it was on the daily chart. But basically, you came in, and here's 33.50, kind of like right into here. That's 33.60. We danced around a little bit and then dropped. This is just in the last 2 days. So remember, AMD broke 100, NVIDIA danced around 400, TSM had a bad report, right? So Intel really didn't have much of a choice but to fall over the last couple days. I feel like it was trying to hold this 33.50. It danced around. The market took down 2%, then 2% down again, found a bottom, then saved by their own report. So I'd like to see it come back into this 33.50 area where I believe Intel is going to be a buy. So on any weakness in the market, I wrote it down here. I think besides Microsoft back down at 328, and we'll get to that at some point. I'm not going to call it up now. I think other than that, I feel like Intel dip buy is the one that I'm going to be looking for on day one earnings. Always hard to trade the first 10 to 15 minutes as you let the market settle out. But I think Intel, Obi, for me, would be the best dip buy opportunity here today other than Microsoft.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with some of those levels there on Intel. Again, some crazy earnings, above almost 90% above expected, or the estimate was reported. Something interesting I do want to note is, yeah, the 33 was very, very distinct yesterday, and that 33.5 as well the day before. But as of right now, in the pre-market, we've held some of this earnings consolidation quite nicely. And something else I want to mention is, take a look at this. This is Monday right here, right? So my question automatically becomes, if we're hovering in and around those Monday opening prices, the week is literally hovering at the open. So the week has just gone. If we bid above this price into 35, the week goes green to red. Red to green, as we've had quite a heavy week off that 35 rejection. And if we can break that 35, I think we could definitely feel some pressure to the upside there.
All right, let's talk some Tesla here, trying to bounce after a pretty ugly couple of weeks for Tesla coming off their earnings report. So we get price cuts for the majority of the time this year, finally getting some to the upside. We were talking about that story in the afternoon yesterday of Hertz. The value of the 100,000 Teslas that they put onto their fleet was down a third just because of the price cuts that Tesla has implemented throughout this year. So price hikes in the US, price hikes, even bigger price hikes coming in China for Tesla today.
Yeah, the Model Y long range getting a bit of a price hike in the United States, but the Chinese one is the one that's a little bit larger here. They're increasing it by about 14,000 yuan, which is about almost 2,000 bucks, about 1,900 bucks or so. It's good. It's a good look because we've been seeing a lot of margin compression with a lot of CapEx spend. We know he put a little bit of a hold on the Mexico plant that's being built at the moment as a result of dwindling profits. We'll have to see how this does. I mean, if he does it again, the remaining portion of the year.
Yeah, and what was it? The supercomputer server room thing that they're going to build as well was also a question mark, according to Elon. But I think they still do it anyway. Where's the trade here today, guys?
Oh man, I really. You want to say something?
No, I said yeah.
Tesla. Yeah. No, I really like Tesla. I'm going to tee something up for you real quick.
For me?
Yeah.
I'm ready.
Are you ready? This is going to be, this is an honor because Neil's not here today. So do you know any significance about the shirt that I'm wearing? No. Okay, so.
Looks familiar. You've worn it before.
Yeah, I've worn it before.
Yes.
It looks familiar. Yeah, that's correct. And I saw Wayne was wearing one similar. Okay, so what if I told you Ice Cube?
Yeah.
Are we getting close?
Yeah. Is that the same shirt?
Yeah, so this is it because it's Friday. So right here, Ice Cube. I mean, this is. You see what I'm saying?
Nice.
It's Friday right here.
So at the end of the day, I hope we're going to be singing "Today Was a Good Day."
Yeah, today. There we go.
Exactly.
And we don't have to use our AK yet. Today.
I mean,
yeah. So there we go.
A valid strat in the market may be spray and pray.
Not only did I tee it up for you, but you nailed it out of the park there, my guy. So there it is, right there. So that's it. See, that's how you get the chat going, man. We're all about family, community, and having a great time in trading and everything like that. Kat, hola. Hey, how's it going? No hola from you? I never get a hey. Oh, you're gonna change it up now. Okay, so she's gonna do all. So the funny thing is, me and Kat have this kind of running thing where I just go to her, I go bonjour, and then she'll go ciao, or I go hola, and she'll go something else. And then right there, I just got a hey there. So that must be like the North American what's up,
yeah.
Like hey. But
maybe
today
that'll be
a
interesting.
good day, as long as we don't spray the AK. Okay, so right now we're gonna try to be as patient as we possibly can be with this Tesla move. But again, up 2.5%. Remember what the problem was with Tesla? I mean, there was a few of them, but margins, right? Margins suppressed a little bit. A nice raise in prices finally. They've been cutting all year. Nice little move up there on that news. I don't know if that's going to push the needle, but again, sometimes just little incremental moves like that would be nice. I think Tesla may have found, I don't think it's found a bottom, so let me hold on before I say that. I just think temporarily we've bounced off 200 a couple times right now. I took the opportunity to put in a couple more shares into my long-term account on Tesla yesterday. So that's maybe a good idea. The percent that it's up or down doesn't matter, because I'm not selling any of these. This is for the longer term. But I think there's a chance to get back up to the 200 period right here. It's been holding, if you look at the, this is a 20-minute chart, if you've been holding down here at 200, 206, 207, I just think that that's going to be something that, again, if the market falls down, I like the long, and I could honestly see myself possibly going long right through here, 213. So that's been the high right into there. Was also where we closed. It's where we stopped at. There's some 213 love back into here. And if you go long 213, I think you can get out 210, 211. So I think $2 worth of risk for potential upside break there back into the 220s. I like Tesla here today, up 2.5%, much greater than the market. My only problem is that you see how you're fading out a little bit right now, coming back in. You're at VWAP right now. You're under the 50 period, and we've talked about the market heading for a little bit of a move down off the open here, just sort of celebrating these wins. Anyone that dip bought over the last couple days may be selling here early. Just say, hey, look, I'm in the money. I made back some of my losses potentially from the week. So let's just see what happens now with Tesla. And I could see it coming back in a little bit. So I'm going to watch out for that Tesla level in and around 205, 206 long.
Yeah, Sean, that level is definitely distinct because off of earnings, you kind of pivot off that price off of earnings right there, that 245-ish area, and then straight selling to the downside, and then you finally catch a little bit of a bid on top of 200. So yeah, looking left is the first thing I kind of look to. We broke a previous low. That 212 was pretty interesting as well when on that initial break, but it seems like we are kind of consolidating above some of these previous levels above 200. So yeah, that 205, kind of an over-under, definitely distinct price action at that level over the past week or so. Take a look at that, almost a lick grab underneath that 205, and now we seem to be holding. So my question will be, can we, with respect to tailwind, right? If we have some market tailwind, maybe that 212 into 220 may be very well possible on a bit of a reversion, as we have sold off quite significantly off earnings, almost 50 points.
All right, Ford downside in a big way here. We'll continue along their earnings train. Ford coming out, or the CEO anyways, coming out, essentially echoing the comments that we heard from Toyota earlier in the week, in that now we're seeing, and he actually pointed to Tesla's earnings report suggesting that now we're seeing the actual truth about the EV market. So Ford coming out saying they have no intentions of scrapping ICE engines and hybrids, for that matter, for EVs solely.
Yeah, look, they're saying that the consumer is not willing to pony up the cost for EVs. As a result, they're going to postpone about $12 billion in expansion spending. For example, they're going to put the hold right now on the new campus in Kentucky, but they're going to continue with the Blue Oval City, which is Ford's new manufacturing plant there. Its electric business unit, though, guys, it lost $1.3 billion in the quarter to date. Year to date, $3.1 billion. They expect to lose about $4.5 billion, Brendo, on their Ford Blue.
Yeah.
Model E.
Yeah, you're right.
Model E.
8% financing rates, not going to help, when people are buying $60,000 EVs. So what do we do here today, guys?
I think that's a good point about the financing, first of all. I mean, I think that's definitely hit it. I've actually never even thought about that angle. And I know that they're giving some discounts for financing, but how much can they do? And then they're just going to take the L on that, right? And that's just another, that used to be a positive for these companies, right? GM financing and so on and so forth. But look, I think that's a bullshit excuse about, the customers are finally seeing the way. We got these guys over there are just getting insane with these buttons, but I like it. No, I think it's just like, look, I just think people don't want to buy Ford EVs. I mean, I don't think that Tesla's warning of any, worry as far as like, oh my God, we're going to see this huge drop in EV demand or anything like that. I do understand that it's very expensive, but it's very expensive because they got to build out the plants. They got to get this all figured out. I've been saying from time, the only EV winner, and we've already showed you the stat. There was every single EV name that's ever hit the market is red right now. There's only one that is positive, and that's Tesla, and it's infinitely positive. Every other name is down at least 70%. I mean, look it up. Nikola, Rivian, Ford can't, they still haven't made money. GM still hasn't made money. VinFast, XPeng, Li Auto, all of these names getting absolutely destroyed in valuation. So it is no surprise that Ford coming in, kicking the can down the road with EVs and not seeing any success. So I feel like we knew about that. The positive thing for me is this UAW development. Hopefully that now, it's a tentative deal. That means it's going to get done, I would think. But still, nice move to the downside. And people will still buy the F-150s and all that. And I still think that there is a market for combustible engines, and so does Ford. So we can give them a pass and let them figure these things out. But the point is that you are now below levels you were at 21 years ago for Ford. So Ford, if you've held the stock for 21 years and you're waking up today, you'd be mad at its performance. Can you believe that?
Yeah, that's absolutely.
You know what I'm saying, Obi? It's like there's not that many names that are going to be like that, and Ford is one of those. And it's not even a very attractive dividend at this point. Not when yields are 5.5%. You're not going to sit in Ford for 3% return every single year. Anyways, to say I like the stock would be wrong. I don't. Ford to me is a short sell, and I marked it down here at 11.50. So if you get anywhere back to where you were yesterday, I'm selling that down. I don't like the talk. It's too negative. I'm selling Ford. Let's see if we get a bump.
Yeah, I like that idea as well. Something interesting to note: UAW is kind of the reason why Ford and GM have been moving around quite with ferocity in the past week or so. We saw that kind of UAW news come out in and around this candle right here, and I'm seeing that we distinctly are trading below that. So in order for me to really get involved with this name, I want to know what that 11.23, 11.25, or even yes, that 11.50, if we can get back up there, what that'll do. That is also the earnings reaction high as well. So yeah, definitely we are bidding below some of these pivot points off of the news that we've had in the past week. So I definitely do like the short idea on Ford. And yeah, talk about dollar cost averaging, a bad case of dollar cost averaging. Ford is definitely one of those cases.
Yeah, you got to be careful with all that.
All right, ENPH, we talked about it at the end of the day yesterday. Pretty ugly, I guess a week and a half here now. If you go to the daily chart, 120 let go, and then it was straight downside. We just checked, it's trading 24 times earnings at $80. So finally at a point where it's reasonable, but the guidance for Q4 here, the issue.
Yeah, it's trading at 3-year lows too, Brendo. I mean, the solar inverter maker forecast Q4 revenue below what analysts were looking for. They say slowdown in Europe really hurt them 34% sequentially due to inventory buildup. They blame it on. JP Morgan believes the stock will remain range-bound in the near future, and we'll have to see how they do, but definitely getting hurt today.
If it's a downside kind of a day, guys, one we have to look at.
Just looking at the notes here, like I'm a little bit not sure what to look at right off the open here right away. But yeah, that end phase level, look, it goes all the way back to 2020. We don't even really need to talk too much about it. I will look at it here today. It's been a wild one. It's a 50-cent spread on end phase. It's down. It really stopped around 77, 78 bucks. So I feel like if you're looking at it, that would be something interesting to me on that level. We did talk. I mean, the one thing that I'm not sure they mentioned up there, but maybe they perhaps did because I was looking for some other trades there, was the short float. It's 9%, right? And so what's up to Reliable Rudy and some of you guys that have been looking at this name? It got hit today. It's been pretty bad. We just reviewed the numbers. I'm going to leave end phase alone until about 10, 11. Or anyways, definitely not the first 30 minutes. I want to let that name settle down. Not when there's so much other action happening. Amazon's just caught a nice little bid right now off these imbalances. So if we can come over and have a quick look at Amazon, you're seeing there it did just hit up to 127 one more time there on that buy. What else we got here? Ford with a sell, not really affecting it too much. Nokia Roblox, there's that nice buy on the upgrade, up 4% right now. Apple, Obi just mentioned to me right now, watch out for Apple. Apple's on a sell side right now too, pushing red. Apple just pushed red, okay. So now I'm interested, okay, because now we finally found a name right here that I don't know why. Was there a story that we missed on Apple today? Getting sued. Okay, so. Oh, okay, so maybe something about their Apple Watches and things like that. So we're going to have to wait to see here what's going on with Apple. But that relative weakness is definitely something that has now sparked my interest, right? And that's what we're talking about. Find names that are moving potentially a little off the market, let them settle down and find a base. So right now, Apple back on radar. Watch out for this 166 break lower here, actually on Apple, especially if this market starts to head southbound again.
Yeah, that end phase is. I think it's got a ways to go there, Sean. You can see that it's kind of come down from quite a peak there over the past few years. Again, looking very similar to a lot of these companies that were just in the right place at the right time, going into COVID and kind of taking advantage of some of the market volume and volatility coming in, and we are retracing back into some of those levels that we came in from. So a little bit of a symmetrical move happening here on end phase on the larger time frame. So yeah, definitely short on the long term. But yeah, not necessarily on my watch today, but let's see if we can hold some of these levels. That earnings reaction low definitely holding as of right now.
All right, let's go, man. We're getting ready to spin this. Where's the countdown? Sir. There it is. It is up and ready to rock. We got Adara on the 1s and 2s over there. Spinning that bell. Here we go. Nice look there. I really like that screen. That's pretty cool with the floor and everything. 2 and 1. Let's go. Okay, we will watch Apple right off the gate, but I did want to watch names that had reported just to see if we do get some kind of an outsized move one way or the other. The market is saying no to that little move down right now, back up there 1%. And going right now is the market. We know we want to get some longs for sure. As we identified, I turned it over to a bull here today, so we will be looking for some longs. Amazon, where are we going right now? Up to 130 already? No, 126. So despite this market move, and this sucks because now I got these wicks here. I'm going to have to take care of them. But 127, 128. Let's see if, there it is. Let's see if we do get that push back up to the upside right now for Amazon. In nothing yet, but we'll be in something soon. I am dead sure about that. As hi, I'm Sean. But there it is, 126, 127, 128. Let's let Amazon slow down a little bit and then check back in on Intel. Okay, so Intel does make that pop. We were looking for a 3350 long. We're nowhere near that. Intel's going the other way. Sometimes when we write down these levels, we're sort of hoping for a move dramatically one way or the other. But right now, Intel holding fort, man, up 8%. Was that just a little bit of a high there on Intel? Do we play that break long if we do take it? That could be a good play as well. Intel looking to break through that day high. I might take that trade.
Yeah, so I think I agree with you. That volatility out the open, very, very crazy. That 127 comes in quite hot, and those sellers kind of show themselves here. But we talked about how I want to stay patient and see what 126 or 125 does, whether or not we can hold above some of these levels or not. But so far, as of right now, with what's been printed on the chart and through the tape, that 127 seems a little bit heavy. So I'm just going to stay a little patient. We were talking a little about patience earlier.
Yes, sir.
Waiting for the move to come in, right? Not really getting too much FOMO. Sure, we can go up and down, whatever percentages of ATR out the open, but I want to get involved if and when the trade sets up. And like I said, day one earnings, a lot of volatility, a lot of fugays, a lot of shake and bake, a lot of everything. So you want to be on the right side of those moves. So we are coming in a little bit here. I'm seeing that interestingly, Apple and Softy are holding, but Google is coming to the downside. So yes, I will stay a little bit patient. Maybe that first 5-minute candle or even the first 15-minute candle, I'm going to be waiting for that to print. But I see that Sean is already scalping out some Intel there.
Yeah, man, we just absolutely, honestly, man.
Bang.
We almost sprayed the AK everywhere, but like this was a beautiful trade there on Intel. Intel just pulled right back. I mean, we just said, just before I threw it to Obi, what did I say? I'm going long Intel right here. I'm long Intel 35.15 right now on a decent amount of shares. As right there, man, we just, let's go. That's a chicken dinner winner. You're at 35.70 right now on Intel, man. This is what it do. Every day, wait for these plays, man. We got it on the sticky note. We got Intel long. It broke the pre-market high. We knew we wanted to do this. We were patient. We waited till 9:31.50, and then we just got in right there into Intel. No, but honestly, like, you got to let levels. Oh my gosh, this is honestly, Obi.
Oh boy.
As we spray out of this trade, it is now really starting to go, man. We are now we're almost dollar club on this name, but hey, let's just let it settle down. We do have a big position on still of this, and we'll just get a little bit more out as it continues to move to the upside. But we got more damage to fire off on this one, man. Collateral damage in Amazon not happening. It's actually trying to go upside as well. See ya, Intel, trying to touch 36. Hey, Professor, we're long 35.15 there on Intel right now as class is in, and the professor sits down with his stir fry right now. Stir fry at 9 o'clock in the morning. We like it over here. There he is right there. But the problem with it is that it just smells so good. Yeah. And it's like, now I'm like, damn, man, what's for lunch already? Get up. Yo, you blow that stuff over here, my friend. We're gonna have to do something about that very, very soon. But we're having a great time. I want everyone to hit the like, hit the subscribe. I got my guy here. Obi's killing it as well. But you're not in anything yet, but you're
not yet.
You're killing it as a person.
That 127 is staying heavy.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, no, that was definitely some AK spraying there on that Intel, that gratatata on that Intel long. Very nice through that 35, but I am watching that 127. Look, we're just chopping and churning. Sure, you could have gotten a 1 point to the upside, 1 point to the downside, but no, I'm going to let others pay for that information and let it settle down and really get involved when I feel like the probabilities are stacking in my favor here on Amazon. So I'm keeping a watch on it. Nothing too crazy, no FOMO. Like I said, day 2 is much bigger for me than day 1, but we are churning around some key levels. Week open is right at 124.60, Sean. So I'm watching the NQs as well. We attempted to test some of those highs right here at the 14.340, and we are holding very well above that 14.250 that I was looking at yesterday, but much more clearly on the chart today, that 14.280-ish. Take a look at this chop and churn, kind of a range-bound action there on the NQ, it kind of in the pre-market, and as of right now, out the open, we are kind of respecting that range. So we kind of held it at the lows, and we are respecting it and having a resistance at the highs. I'm watching the SPY as well. SPY 415 and 412 I had as interesting levels, and as of right now, it seems like we are pulling back off of that 415. So I do want to get involved in a trade here in and around some of these levels, but like I said, I'm going to stay a little patient. Intel kind of still going.
Yeah, AMD is breaking.
Apple is pushing. AMD, Sean, saying is breaking as well. So maybe some of the chips. Now, one of the names I did not look at is NVIDIA. So let's take a quick look at NVIDIA, see what the leader of the chips is up to. Kind of a rejection of some of yesterday's levels. Kind of a pretty clear rejection of this 412 for now, but we are still holding well within pre-market range as some of these lows right here at that 408, 409 is still holding, and Amazon to the upside. It would seem that we are catching a strong bid, and we kind of lick grabbed some of that 126 area. 126 holds quite well, and we push to the upside, Sean. I'm still waiting for some of those key prices to come in we talked about in the pre-market.
Yeah, samesies. All right, so we are right now, I talked about AMD going to the downside. Unfortunately, it ticked up into VWAP there, and I was not prepared. We should have shorted into there at 95 when it bumped up through 95. So we're going to try that one more time. And I just see the 200 period right here at 95.50. The reason, look, so we've got now, Intel's really faded back in right now. So that's fine because we have this short. But that's not the point. We're going to wait for this 95.50. If that breaks, we're gone. We are going to average up into this name. And there we go. So we just got it until we do break that level. I just want to talk. So that's it. So the trade's already set. We'll wait for it. I just want to say about Intel. So I'm holding right now 20% of this trade. So when it busted up there, right, this is why we get out like a robot sometimes. It's like, just get out, get out. I don't know where it's going. And if it continued to go, we would have had it. But it was a complete dead stop at 36, which is, you know, interesting to me. So we'll wait to see if that's a fade off of that level as AMD is starting to go back up. So we do have the full position now on AMD, and it's right here, right now. So let's get it out. We're watching out for this move, 95.50. I'd rather this not rip my face off, which it's trying to do right now. But we're going to get out for a quick hit if it's wrong, man. 17, 18 cents on this name. We could sneeze, and this name could go 17 cents. So please, Obi, just quickly sneeze, and hopefully it goes back down. And then we'll wait to see what happens on this one. But we are in a little bit of trouble. Well, I mean, maybe we're not in trouble that much here on this trade. I'm going to get a little piece out here at 35 just for flat. But yeah, it looks like it wants to get a little bit higher here as the NASDAQ is pushing. I thought that we would get a little bit of a down push here on the NQs, but that's not happening at all. So looks like we will. There it is. So that's fine, man. We'll fail on that one. We tried AMD underneath. I thought there was a potential here that this market wanted to flip. So it's not right now, so that's okay. Let me, just because we got stopped out there, let's get a stop out. Let's get a piece out on Intel right there. One more try here on, oh, shoot. There, no. Our average price on AMD was 33s. It's in the 20s now. Oh, man, crazy bad stop out there for me. Oh, darn, dude. How many shares that we had right now? We would be needing a little bit of a reload there on the clip because this. Oh no, Sean. Okay, so we got stopped out there, all right, but we got back in, and you could see right now. Now it's 50-cent winner. Obi, that's the level there. We just hit that, but I see that you're in a nice spot right now as well.
Yeah, I got in a little bit of a feeler here, just underneath that level. We kind of talked about like it's an area. It's never necessarily like a price. So I did get a little bit short here as the price action and the momentum starts to slow down as well. And we got that wick rejection of the top of the range on the NQs. I like that as well. A little bit of confluence. And the SPYs raging to the downside. That 413 coming in real hot. So let's see if Amazon kind of is going to do its own thing on earnings day, or we kind of get a little bit of attachment to that to the beta move, and we get a little bit of a pullback. But again, having the market tailwind is a nice thing to have, but again, it is earnings day. It could kind of disconnect and teeter off, do its own thing on Amazon. So I will be watching quite close. I did see some size here at some of these levels, kind of chasing into the move. But again, that's just one piece of information. We have to keep adamant at observing the probabilistic change that whether it's going to be higher or lower probability that this move is going to work in our favor relative to what the price is doing. And it would seem as if we are getting a little bit of strength again. So maybe the momentum coming back in.
Too fancy a word. Probabilistic, whatever that is. Probabilities is
probabilities.
Yeah. Okay, so here we go, man. The probability of Intel breaking 36 is looking a lot better right now as we hit the sirens going through it there. It just did not hit this level, by the way. I just didn't go to 36.50 there. Did it? No, there's no way it did. Let me just check that out. I didn't even have an offer up there. What? E-Signal is also showing that just happened. I'm not sure that's true. Hold on a second. I guess there's no way I can see now. No, I can't zoom this back out. Okay. Well, anyways, okay. I was just getting out because it was coming up to 36. So there it is right now. I'm going to stick an offer all the way up there in case I don't know. Let's go to 36.20 or so. We were looking to get short on Intel at some levels, but that's fine. We'll take that up there all the way to the long side right now. And then guess what, man? On what would have been honestly a bigger win? Well, actually no. Intel. We're trading with the same amount of shares as Intel and AMD, which is a little bit crazy. With Intel being a $35 stock, we just had a lot of shares on AMD basically. But we hit that back in and we got out. So now we're out of 60% of this on the flush back in. And here's the pushback. So I was just going to get, I was just going to give this to 45 this time. 65 on a break because that's as high we got last time and we got stopped out. So we're going to try this one more time on AMD. I just couldn't believe the flush there. Thought that maybe there was a liquidity grab and we did get stopped out up there, which is apparently what happened because look what's happening now. We're now in the short. It's a dime piece. It's 20 cents. Let's see if we can get a little lower on this move here for Advanced Micro Devices. And so far, it's just two chip names, man. And this is what we talked about. some days you want to stay focused and stay in the pocket with different ideas. Just quickly, because hey, we're a trading show. 328 not coming in. Well, actually it did, but that only came to 329.50. Microsoft is another name that I want to look at. Tesla is another name down here at Okay, Tesla, I see you here.
Yeah, Google.
What?
What's going on with Google?
You tell me what's
Straight
going on with
flush
Google.
to
I
the
just bought this
downside.
name yesterday.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, Google with a move down. We've got Brendo over there as well. So if there is any news on that, and again, guys, hit the like, hit the subscribe. We're all over everything. So if there is a breaking news story of something there, we'll watch out. But yeah, Google, wow. Okay, so now red again. So this name, again, off of a bad earnings report, was down 10%, almost 10% day of, down 3% yesterday, and now this climb back for Google, apparently not in the cards. As there goes Intel breaking through 36. That is, let's just call it what it is, man, because it printed higher. It's right there. It's a Dollar Club member right there early. I didn't think we'd have that on that one, but Amazon bouncing around as well. Yeah. That Google's pretty interesting to me. There it is. There's the Dollar Club officially. So there it is right there. And we did get some more out, obviously, on AMD. There was the last reload at 48s, 45s, and there's some outs there, 20s again, as we drop back in for AMD, guys.
Wow, that's quite a wild move on Amazon that I'm watching here. Quite volatile. We kind of slap up 50 pennies and slap back down 50 pennies in and around this 128. So volatility definitely picking up on Amazon there as the market kind of comes back in, and we were getting back to the low of the range on the SPYs as well. So yeah, so a little bit of front side shorting I'm doing here. Not the best, I guess, executions as of right now, but it seems like we are headed to the upside. So I just want to respect that for now and get involved later. Like I said, we want to be a little patient, definitely not so patient, not as patient as I'd like to be on the front side of the move, getting short and getting a little too aggressive. So we'll let it do its thing, and you know what? We'll go on to the next trade. So we were definitely wrong on that one. That 127, 126 hold was quite nice, and we held that 126 and we broke out of the top. And that 129, Sean, is coming in real hot as I speak. Take a look at that buying pressure coming in. That 130 level might be in play as well, as if we're going to continue to rage to the upside. I just noticed that the NQ kind of popped through its range high as well. So I want to see if whether or not we can get involved in and around this 129 on Amazon. So maybe we did kind of short a little too early, but just that little wick off and that NQ action there, kind of want to get back involved in this potential short here. Let's see whether or not we can make it to 129 or not.
I feel like a little Rick Astley here because I'm never going to give you up, AMD. This move again, we've been stopped out every single time on this, and yet now I blink and I'm 40 cents or 30 cents in the money again on the short. So I'm now really emptying it out down here at VWAP. It keeps on tanking. Look, if this market drops, we can replay this name. I really think that AMD is really very, very close. Like when this market comes back in, this thing drops with absolutely nothing on the bid. So this is like, this name does not have much to say. Like, look at this. It's crazy. I'm not going to do anything now because I'm out. Like I took a decent amount of shares the last time it was here with the plan of scalping it out. I already have 33 fills on AMD. Like that's how crazy this is. But we're gonna wait, and I want to give it a little bit higher love here. So let me just look at this before we just keep getting stopped out over and over and over again. That's 96.50. I mean, we're not doing that. Yeah, okay, so the 20 minutes not giving me much love for that. What are we looking at here on a pre-market? I think we just got to play this pre-market high. Yeah, that is 96.50. All right, so it's just fallen down pretty good. All right, so what's this level? 95.75. All right, so 95.75 that's, wow. That's it for me on that one. All right, Google just fell in, by the way. I wanted to play off that bottom of the day, but guess what? That bottom of the day is right here, right now. And I don't know why we just didn't get stopped out, but we should have on that move down. So we are going to get stopped out there on Google, giving a little bit back, not giving a little bit. We tried 120.50, and my script failed there, so I don't know why that happened, but we just get out there. It bounces back up. It gives me the out anyways. So let's put a little bit more out here on Google, as that name is definitely not reacting well to this. What did we say would happen if the market fell down, and what would happen with AMD? Well, there it is right now. Now AMD's a 50-cent winner. So we'll take another. Wow. Okay. Man, I don't have to discuss this with Neil, but because he won't agree. But the thing is like when you're reading the board well and you really have a run here, like we've been really trading some of these names real well, right? And that's what it's all about, is about looking to find different opportunities. Much like when you're looking at an NFL board, you can try to find games that you like. You may not win on those games. Right? I think this is the point that Neil was getting at as well, is that just because you like something doesn't necessarily mean, and especially in gambling, where the house always wins, it doesn't mean that just because something's looking real good that the odds are in your favor. Whenever you're picking an NFL game, at the end of the day, it's still 50-50. What we're trying to do here is trying to put our best foot forward and trying to find where we think we have an advantage, And so that's why when we were looking at AMD there, I could tell anyways by reading the tape that this name was pretty weak. Wrong call on Google, although not really. We got long at 70. What are we long at? 77. We got out at 50, 20 cents worth of a risk. But nice move down here today in this market. And wow. All right, now AMD's is getting real spicy now. I'm going to take a fill here in the low 70s. Like we called this name, so at least that was pretty good. What's its brethren doing here in NVIDIA? 406, 407. Okay, so I'm not interested in this name until 4 bills, so I'll see you at that point. And then Google down here at 120 is pretty spicy. How come you're out of Amazon?
That was wild. So I tried the short once, twice.
Okay.
But we talked about my 3-strike rule, and I didn't hit that 3-strike. And on the third try in that 129, this is what I mean, Sean. We talked about kind of like that 129, being patient for that 129. I even wrote it down on the sticky 129. But yeah, you know what? I also had 127. I was involved. I hold it a little too far. On the third try, we finally get that pullback, and it goes instantly about 50 pennies in the money, and then it goes for a full point to the downside off that 129 into actually a little bit more. It goes down into 127.70s right there off that 129. So yeah, about of a point of a flush off of this crazy price action. I was fighting it to the upside, but I was like, okay, no, it's not going to go without me at that 129. I definitely want to get involved at that 129, and we did take that short, but that quadrunk to the downside, quite heavy, quite fast, right through that 128. So I covered when I was about a 1 point in the money there, but it seems like we are quite heavy back to the downside. We kind of lick grab some of these range highs on the NQs. A SPY heading right towards that 412 right there. Let me pull up the tape on here as it's showing only Microsoft right now. So yeah, take a look at that. 412.80s trading right now on the SPYs. So yeah, that 412 going to be interesting for me. I want to get involved in this short on Amazon as well. Whether or not we're going to break this 129, as of yet, I don't know. The buying pressure out the open was quite significant. We talked about seeing that nice price action around 126 last night off the earnings move, and that price action was very, very distinct at that 126, and out the open we hold that 126. So like maybe going forward I have to be respecting that. If I see some good price action at a price and go out the open on earnings, we hold that level quite distinctly multiple times, maybe I should be thinking, maybe I should be more flexible in the bias of what I want to do on the name. As that 126 holds and we get long off that pre-market high break on that 127, gives you about 2 points in the money. Sure, 129 is a great area where we've seen supply kind of come in before, and it's coming in as of right now as well on that first initial test. But whether or not we see that 130 today, who knows? As the NQs, take a look at that, Sean. That 14.3 bounce, we are still bouncing around, kind of an inside price action right there on the NQs there. So I'm curious to know whether or not we've made this top here on Amazon. But yeah, that move on Google, Sean, it's still going to the downside. What is going on with Google? I got to pull it up here and actually watch this tape because that's very, very interesting. Real quick, right there. Okay, so yeah, Google 120s.
I know.
Oh my God! Wow, this 3-point move, 3-point move right to the downside, and take a look at that. Amazon right back into that 129. Let's see if we make a lower high here. Oleg saying ENPH going long. Okay, so let's take a look at ENPH. We know that was a name that we were looking at for earnings as well. So as we kind of consolidate, I give the market some more time there to really tell me that that short is in. Maybe I should be going with that mindset to start off with, not really chasing the move, trying to figure out where the sellers come in or not. But yeah, no, ENPH definitely some strength out the open. But take a look at this earnings consolidation. We're still holding well within well within that price. We talked about that 80 level and that 85-ish as well. So kind of still within those prices. So I'm going to take a quick look here at the top volume gainers on the day. We know we were looking at Ford, Sean. Take a look at Ford. That short idea. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. That 1150 doesn't even come in. 1125 news pivot. Who's even looking at that? We're trading below that. Get short right off the open. Earnings reaction low. Break down, and we are going straight to the downside on Ford. So that's a decent look there. Intel still holding its highs, interestingly, Sean.
Oh yeah, we're still long
the
Intel,
whole market
baby.
pulls back, and some of these earnings names like Amazon and Intel still holding well within 25% of this crazy move that we've had out the open. So that's very interesting as well. Tesla not really doing too much. SNY, what is SNY up to? Huh? That's an interesting.
Yeah, they had a report, I believe.
Okay. Yeah. Short report
last night. Santa Fe. Oh no, they reported.
Oh, they reported.
Yeah,
okay.
they reported.
I don't
it's
see the
actually on our. Oh no, Paul has announced increased R&D, spin-off, consumer health, reported adjusted earnings of 277 versus 231. So it wasn't that bad, but increased spending on R&D hitting those guys right now. Okay, shout out to John Reinhardt there in the chat. He said that he was adding to his AMD. SOXL coming down right now. AMD, uh-oh. Guess what? We got right there on the short side. So now we're short again, 95.40 on AMD. And again, like the thing about this is, man, is like we did get slapped up pretty early on that one going short the first time. But, you know, you sat there and you watch. And this is how I trade a little bit different. And it has taken time for me to adjust to being on the show and everything like that. You know, I like to look, and I know Obi talks about this all the time too, reading the tape and trying to feel out how the market was going. And I was just thinking like AMD up here, we've seen it trade and then how it's fallen back in. Now I have just taken some more out at VWAP when it falls back because honestly, the fact that we got this crazy almost $1 win on that was pretty dramatic flush down, which is why I started looking at the SOX to see like, hey, what else is happening here? Because I don't just want to layer into this short just because it worked, you know, this one time. You can give everything back when you get railroaded, right? So it just takes one time. So I am trying to get one more right now in. So that's, we're waiting at 58. I'm at 58 right now. So hopefully just touch 57. So hopefully don't tell me it's going to. Just for my own sanity, I have to put something on at 55. No, give me those 58s at some point. All right, we get a 55. Wow, we just missed. See, like you see how crazy it is there. Life of a scalper. Like, you know, there we go. Now we get it, and now I'm like, okay, there we go. End of discussion now. So let's see what happens as it's trying to go back up. Remember that area that we had on watch for was 75. So if it takes that out, then again, this is why we're taking profit. We're trying to scalp names out, right? So if it keeps going to the upside, which is looking like it's getting excited right now, what is the SOXL doing right there? All right, so this is the triple long ETF. So as some of these other names start to move around, obviously we got to have some worry here. Yeah, NVIDIA, okay, so still off of that 406. Hopefully we do get hopefully we do get a little bit of a pull down. Here it is, nice little move down in for AMD again. So that's going to be a good one. And those of you that are watching and saying, what the hell is this guy doing on Google? Mamma mia, as I see it come from you, man. We barbecued up a win there on that bottom of Google. So we did average it in. into 120 there. We're not going to be up on the name because we did take our decent size and then lost 25 cents on that. But this was a little bit of a reload. We were waiting for 120-ish, to take that. The low was 120.20. We are actually, I have the order right here, 120.15. So we do miss a nice little move upside there on Google. But at least we have a little piece putting some money back into our accounts on that trade. But again, AMD goes all the way, not all the way down, goes into the 40s there. We take some out. And now we're going to have to probably get punched out here on the top side of AMD, as that's a fun ride that's about to come to an end, it looks like.
Yeah, Sean, scalp mode indeed here. As I'm trying to feel out this pressure on Amazon, I did notice that Google bounce. I pulled it up and I was like, okay, well, I kind of missed the bounce there, and I saw that you had it. That was solid bounce. But something interesting on Google. We talked about kind of yesterday's triple bottom in and around that 121.40-ish area. So I'm going to be looking at Google right here at that 121.40. We're about 30 pennies away from that level. And yeah, as the market kind of bids back up, as Google kind of bids back up, I did try a cheeky long right there on Amazon into the 128 retest from the 70s hold, but we didn't quite get a real follow through. We dropped back down below the $0.50, but that rebid comes in the 20s, about was it 50 pennies away from where I initially started that long, and then you get that almost full point back to the upside. Take a look at that. Wow, that strength on Amazon is absolutely wild here. As I'm talking, we are getting that bounce. The idea is not that bad, but the execution definitely mediocre, as we need to get good at that execution on some of these trades. But this bounce right here, very interesting on Google. I'll be watching that 121.40 here. Let me show you guys what I'm talking about real quick, just in case, so you guys are following along. Take a look at this triple bottom in and around 121.50, 121.40s. So if Google, quite a significant quadrunk out the open. If the sellers are real, I want to know whether or not they're going to reclaim some of yesterday's lows. Does the support turn into resistance, or do we reclaim that support and this is just a longer frame lick grab on a 30-minute or an hourly chart here of this 121.50 level on Google? So definitely going to be a little telling as to where we might move going forward from here. So yeah, let's see. That 128 on Amazon still holding as of right now. Let's see if this bounce kind of comes back in. We talked about that 129 area being quite key, and we are churning about 1.5 points in and around some of these levels. But yeah, we did almost well, not a full ATR, but almost 75%, a little over of the 75% of the ATR on Amazon right out the open. I think the ATR, Sean, is 3.84. I was checking last night, and we did about 3 points worth of a move on Amazon right out the open, 126 to 129.
Oh my God!
And yeah, a bit of a pullback right there.
Yeah, we got
on,
a number come out.
Michigan
consumer sentiment 63.8 versus 63. Let's go over to the desk.
Spicy.
Estimate 68. They came out 63. Brendo, let's go.
It was 63.8, as you said. The consensus was actually 63. Not the prior was 68 there, Sean. So 63.8 was the actual, so a little bit higher on that Michigan consumer sentiment. The 5-year inflation expectation, 3%, in line with expectation, guys. The 1-year, 4.2% higher than expected as well, 3.8%. Therefore, again, Michigan consumer sentiment coming through at 10 o'clock. Overall, market kind of hanging out here. There was a spike down there on that number initially, but not much to see as far as the futures are concerned so far. 1%, as you guys mentioned. Google pretty weak here so far today. I didn't see anything new as far as a reason as to why. CEO going to testify in their anti-competition trial coming up on Monday next week. Here's oil, meanwhile. Day lows, another day on the board to the downside here for crude oil. It's been a weak for oil and energy markets. First 30 minutes of the show, as always, brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million, keep 90% of the profits. Program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV for 10% off.
Yeah, it's always a good idea to do that. Yeah, so check that out right now. Scan that QR code and start your journey today. All right, it's been a good journey today for sure. AMD, like it just cracked It's cracking right now again. I mean, we just went short again up here multiple times, as we talked about. Look at this, now going down through 95. This is a 60-cent winner, and we're just playing around. Nice move to the downside right now for AMD as we, I mean, how many shorts? This is going to be, well, actually, Intel's my #1 name. So Intel, again, we just got out on that 20-period break, 21-period break. Shout out to Max getting out right there on that one, as it still continues to make higher moves here. But we're out of Intel, looking short on the market. I have a new trade idea right now, but I don't know, like Meta barcoding up here at 299, I like it. If we can get up to 299 again, we will short Meta up into that level against 3 bills. So that's a level that I want to look at for sure coming through there. As I'm trying to scan for some new ideas. NVIDIA breaking below 405. What about just looking at the SPY? I mean, the TQQs, we could have definitely shorted the NASDAQ in general. We're $1, by the way, in the money. Oh, another Dollar Club member. Still not happy with Google because honestly, we got stopped out, but this is nice. So, okay, we'll wait on that anyways. But what I was going to get at there before, I just saw it pop in, that Google one, so that's good. Okay, people want to look. What's up, Anurag? Shout out to everybody that's been in the chat here today. All you have to do is subscribe, which is completely free. Lucid $4 level for the long. We talked, you know what, that reminds me, Anurag, that we did have, we did have Rivian written on here for a quick little look. So let's do that. I'm in my chill mode for AMD, so I'm going to wait for a break of 95 and put something at like 94.85 again, see if we can make about $1 on that. Wow, Google is now $1 plus and really starting to go higher right now, Google. So that looks like that's going to be hopefully a good one for us right there. You wanted me to look at Lucid, so let's do that real quick because it's already 10 o'clock, man. Wow. Not bad.
Yeah, that's
all right, so there's Lucid right now as we coming in right now. Oh, no, trading today has been no problema.
Hi, I see that.
Yeah, cheers.
Yeah, cheers.
Thanks for stepping in. Thank you for stepping up and in. All right, so right there, Lucid, just looking at $4 for you. I'd rather just not really go long on names that we don't really, believe in. But again, so yesterday we hit 4, and then we closed at 410 or so, right? And so, there is some movement there. For me, I think it's worth it. For anybody that's looking at that, I don't want to spend too much time on that. We're $1.30 in the money right now on Google. We're shorting on AMD, which is coming back up a little bit right now. But yeah, I'll stamp that. I'll stamp that for a bang. I think you can go long there. So if your out's going to be that 398, then I like that. That was yesterday's bottom, 398 or so. Double check it on your own platform. But I think if you go long around 403-ish against some probably big size here at 4, I'm not really. Yeah, so if there's not more people wanting to support it, then why should we, right? So that would be something there that I'd look at for Lucid. But you are topping out on the market again. This might be time. Where's Meta? This might be time to look for some shorts coming through. Yeah, Meta's not there quite yet, but the market at the highs right now. Wow. And I said that we would be very, very careful shorting AMD again, but this is at a price now where the risk to reward is just there again. We're going to short it, getting out 10 cents higher than this. Little dip there we are. No, little dip down, and we're out of this anyways, right? And so I feel like if we could take a little bit of cash on this, we will. But it looks like we are getting ready to get stopped out here on AMD from what been a really good ride, man. That was a lot of fun, and I'm glad we could discuss tape reading and all that kind of stuff with AMD as here it comes falling back in again. There it is. So there's the 10 cents, right? So
awesome.
There's the 10 cents, there's the 15 cents. So this is what we're doing. It's just really baby scalps. If it falls back down, great. But again, I just feel like the risk to reward up here is worth it if our stop is going to be 75. So bang, what the hell are we even doing right now today? Good trades again. We just shorted, just for everybody behind me or everybody listening, we just shorted we're short 95.67 right now on AMD. Clear as day trade right there. It's just 4 to 1. So for those of you guys and I just explained it, right, Obi? That's the whole point. I said up here at these levels, the risk to reward on AMD is worth it. Yep. We shorted 95.67s against an out of 75. So that is 8 cents there with a little bit of slippage. Well, we're now in the money 40 cents, and that took 2 minutes. Not only that, we also been identifying the tape on AMD, and we didn't like it. So for me, pretty easy trade there. With that being said, I'm almost out of everything already on that move down. So it just flew to, see, look at that, right back up. I'm not even, probably, I don't know, do we want to take it again? I mean, but this is why we empty it out. Like, we just got a 30 fill down there, 36 fill, whatever it was, 36, yeah. So good little fill there as it's dancing around. Where do we take the profit? We might have just missed our spot. Google went right back to 122. That's a pretty decent spot there to take a little bit of profit. So maybe we will figure that all out at some point and get back into it. But right now, we're going to have a pretty good day here sitting beside the man, the myth, the legend. I'm blessed to be beside Obi.
Oh, I don't know about that, Sean. I think I'm definitely more blessed to be sitting beside you here. There's no blessing in some of these executions that I'm making here today. This price action is quite wild here. That 129 kind of coming back in. I am a little too hasty on that front side move once again. And Amazon looking kind of strong here as we kind of attempt to break through these highs once again. But that Google is holding underneath that 122, which is very interesting to me as well. So yeah, a bit of a selling in and around this 129. I just wanted to see if that pressure kind of comes in, we can definitely push into this position a little bit more here. We are a little far out of the money there, a little too hasty on that initial entry, but we definitely got more rounds in the chamber for this one here off that to kind of exercise this idea of some of these sellers staying heavy in and around some of these levels. And as the NQ kind of reclaims back into its range, Google kind of pulls back. Again, is Amazon going to continue doing its own thing, or are we going to kind of follow a little bit of the market here? I'm curious to know whether or not Google holds this area. We were talking about this 121.50, right? So that 121.50 is just we popped up about what, like 30, 40 pennies above that level, underneath that 122, and then we are getting a little bit of a pullback here as maybe those sellers out the open are looking to step back into this move on Google. Let's see if that 122 holds well or not. But here, as of right now, we are making technically a lower high on Amazon here underneath this 129. So wow, take a look at that, Sean. This tape is absolutely wild, teleporting like 20, 30 pennies at a time. Definitely the volatility on Amazon is looking like it is earnings day one today. So I got a couple ideas. I got a couple trades on board, but whether or not they come into fruition, it has yet to be seen. So I like the fact that we are pulling back. This 14.3 seems to be giving us trouble a little bit over and over again. So maybe a distinct push through that 14.3 to the downside will have some of these levels from the pre-market session and out the open coming into test that 14.250-ish area, 14.280 holding quite well on the NQs. So let's see where we come in. That pressure really building up there, Sean.
Oh, man. I do want to go over to Amazon and have a quick look at that name for sure. But look what just happened on AMD. It just dropped to 95. Money. I mean, we got to put that one 7-1. We got to put something in the pocket there. So we just got out of half of what we had left there. It dropped right into 95. Honestly, I didn't even have a bid. I was just watching it. We actually got 94.98 right there. So we actually got 99. Sorry. Fell back in there. I noticed it cranked below. I was like, I'm taking this, and I just went over there and punched out a half with a little bit of a hotkey action right there. So that was a really good trade. And then honestly, guys, like, we got out of Google just dropped again pretty nicely, but we just ended that trade for long right there, 120.30, out 121.60 for $1.30 on that play, and I am now done. I'm going to be waiting. I still do have a bid of Google all the way down here at 120.15 where we were, and we just missed that pretty big bid down there, so we're going to wait on that. And honestly, just because the market's it's been a really great trade today just because we've had the specific names. We've had Intel, AMD, and Google. And like I said, it is about picking the right names at the right time. And why is Intel my #1 name today? Well, they reported, and it was on the radar. We did the work. We looked at some levels. We knew it was strong. We didn't know it was 10% worth of strong, or else I would have held everything for the very top. But once we got it, We got some nice pullbacks into 35, and then we just started emptying it out at 35. I mean, a lot of these outs right here on Intel, I mean, a lot of them are on the way up, but you could see like that first out is 40, 45, 50s, 56s, 57s, and then right up to here where we started to bounce around and started to pull back, that's where we started to really put some outs on, 80s and 70s, and then I was getting nervous. We took an out at 40, took an out on the way back up, and then it climbed into our area of where there was resistance as far as I was concerned. Then we got that huge trade, and we just put an offer out there, because remember we saw that wick, so we put an offer in the 20s. That filled as well, giving us the dollar, and I don't think we hit it. No, we won't do it again, but that's another dollar right there for Intel. And then it dropped below, took down that 20 period, and we got out. So we are not in Intel anymore, but look what it's doing. It's bouncing off of VWAP and the 50 period. That's a good reload. We'll wait to see if Intel can come back to 35.70 or so on that one. All right, let's go look. We haven't looked at Tesla yet today, so let's have a quick look at that. I mean, I've looked at it, but really haven't discussed it with everybody. I like Tesla here. A little bit lower. I mean, that 208 is pretty sweet. Right now, you're starting to bounce around. I just wonder, you know, we talk about how Fridays are going to affect the market. And again, I always think, and it's been right this week. I mean, it's more about earnings, but just a conflict in the Middle East. And it's not to talk about all Debbie Downer and stuff like that, but it's like, is it worth holding something into the weekend? That's always what I think about when it's like Friday, especially coming into, not now, it's only 10 o'clock, but like Friday afternoon, could we possibly see a sell-off just because there's too much geopolitical risk in this market? And we did not have a great week of earnings. I don't think the earnings were bad. I think Microsoft was pretty great. And I think Google's getting hit when it probably shouldn't be. But, and then today you would get Intel, which was great. We had a bad report from Tesla, obviously down to 210 again right now, and that was 280, right? So, you know, nice little pushback in some of these names. I just get a little nervous about it, but Tesla taking out names, taking out tops, and there goes AMD. We'll say thank you very much for AMD because today that name did us well, and we're not going to trade that anymore. Too many times up to the upside. We'll just put the money in the pocket and see if we can't make better. Well, we made great decisions, but see if we can't make a different decision now on AMD. Like we just got out at 94.99 on a 67 short, and then just punched out 76s. So 8 or 9 cents worth of a risk right there to make 70. So that was good. And now we'll just look for the next opportunity. I kind of want to go back to Amazon, but I know that's a name that you're definitely looking at. So, oh, we're all the way up there again on Amazon?
Yeah, we're back into this 129 area here, Sean. So yeah, this 129 keeps on kind of knocking on the door, and we kind of keep on getting that pressure kind of push into those bids through that 129. So yeah, the NQs are kind of raging to the upside and kind of pulling back in as well. And on that move, we got that retest of that 129. Let's see whether or not. So now I am seeing a little bit of a confluence, kind of a stepping with the market there. We saw initially we started off with a little bit of a disconnect, but now it seems like that beta is a little locked in as we did kind of follow a bit of a market move there. So let's see whether or not the NQs can kind of hold above this pre-market range and bid above, or we kind of reclaim and get back below and have a bit of an inside day. Now again, it is Friday, right? And we talked about how the week was quite heavy as well, and we did get a little bit of a reversion on some of these names. Apple still looking strong. Softy, it has not looked back after that. What was it? It kind of dumped in the pre-market, but it held that 330 level in the pre-market and bid right back up. We're pushing towards that 335 area as well. So those are kind of the only two tickers, as well as Amazon, of course, that I'm seeing here that are pretty strong in the top few names. But Google, one of the heavier weighted names, quite significantly heavier than the rest of them here, can't really get back to that 122. So maybe this short on Google as well is coming into fruition. I do have my order kind of queued up here, just waiting for the right price action to come in and kind of confirm and give me that confluence there, Sean. So
the French version?
I think so. Maybe, yeah.
Okay, good.
So yeah, okay. So it seems like that 129, Sean. That 129 was a great place to sell. I did not sell more there at that 129. 128.6 I saw somebody in the chat, they were like, oh, how come Obi's shorting 128.6 when he was talking about 129 the whole time? Yeah, man, that's something I gotta work on as well. A little bit of a FOMO punch there, a little too low, right? And now we have to work with not so good of a price. The price keeps on churning in and around this level over and over again, but that 129 definitely kind of a place of interest. Whether or not we get back there, who knows? But it seems like we are building into it as of right now, and that the NQs, we talked about that 14.3. That 14.3 definitely holding quite well as of right now. This 129 really keeps on knocking on the door there, Sean. So we might be able to actually break through this level if this continues to happen.
I like it. I wrote down 130. Remember, so we'll wait a little bit. We just got a new position with Meta, but we do have Brendo.
Newell Brands, guys, NWL, I was just double checking here on the earnings call. So they reported this morning, missed across the board, not a good report, but the earnings call started at 9:30. This thing ripped up and halted during that and has pulled back to an interesting level here for NWL.
97. Okay. Yeah, I like that Newell Brands. We'll look at them in a minute. But for right now, we do have here, new position alert. That's what we hit when we do that. All right. Bang, right there. Obi, man, you are welcome back here every single day of the week. But I'm going to have to get Neil out of that seat. I don't know how that's going to happen. But here's the move down, man. We just shorted Meta. I was waiting for Meta at 299 when this market started to sort of make that move to the upside. You remember I even flipped over to Meta, and I was thinking, like, oh, God, this is probably at 299. Like, where's my fill? It wasn't there. So, you know, we took it out. It's pretty weak. Okay, well, hey, Obi, if this goes against me, you're no longer welcome here. No.
Oh, no.
No, so we just got out there half with that 50-cent move down into that level there. Again, the futures are still above the 50-period moving average. They are still above. Where's my next short on Meta? Okay, 70s. All right, so we were going to wait for 296.70 there. How high did we get up? 50s. Ooh, that would have been nice to get that short. But we're still above the 50. We're still above VWAP right now. So we are going to take out something on a move down like that, right? Like that was 50 cents. So we'll take 50 cents almost every time when that happens. So that's the play there for me on this move down. And here it comes back in again. So new position alert at shorting Meta. We saw the disaster that this stock can sort of give shareholders. And let's see if it happens again today on, again, a day two play here for Meta coming back in. So we'll wait to see if it comes and pulls into like 295 flat. Maybe we can get a piece out. That would be $1. But I really do think if these futures go lower, there's going to be a little bit more of a problem here for Meta. Again, yesterday, move down, move up today. Let's see if it gives something back. And here it is happening right in front of us right now. Meta is making that move down. So, hey, Obi, just like that, we're going to put hopefully another name into the dollar club as there it goes. That's $1 right now. Nice move back down to the downside. I know you have your Amazon, and I'm definitely liking that. Let's put a bid right here on Meta just to make sure we capture that because that was a nice move down. We do think the market can come back up. So, you know, what goes up must come down, as they say. And I don't know if that's going to be true today or not, but we're going to be here to try it out.
Yeah, this tape kind of getting a little wild here, Sean. This tape speed just increased quite significantly for a second there. So I do want to perk my ears up a little bit here just in case we get some crazy price action. But that Google is still holding underneath that 122 is definitely kind of helping us out, I think, a little bit here as it kind of is a little indecisive. Same with the NQs. The NQs kind of come back in to that 14.3 right there, kind of holding as of right now. So let's see what we do with that 14.3. That reclaim back into the range was pretty nice. We attempted to break out and then we come right back in. So whether or not we're building up into some of those prices, I have no idea, but it seems like that is kind of the direction we are headed for right now. But this 129 staying heavy as of right now. We are still short. We talked about that 4,200 on the ES, and the ES definitely looking a little weaker relative to the NQs here. So yeah, a lot of mixed signals here on these tech names as of right now. Amazon, Apple, Microsoft very strong to the upside, but Google kind of holding down here, and it looks like this 129 building. I do not like this build into this 129, Sean. So we might be poised to kind of go a little bit higher before we catch the sell-off.
Yeah, I think you might be right about that.
We shall see.
Yeah, that's what, so like right now we were just celebrating $1 in the money on Meta, and now it's right back to flat again. So I do think that there is something there. And I also do think that there's probably something here with AMD because, again, another move up to 96, and then it came all the way back into view up again at 95.20. This could be just a real strong name at some point here because it just keeps on bouncing off of view up. So let's just watch out. The market is definitely catching a bid again. Like, so we may have to, Obi, forget about these shorts at some point here as there goes Meta right back up. So we are now, oops, I'm still on the NASDAQ stock. So we are right now into Meta. Yeah, that's the right stock right there. We're about to get stopped out actually if we take, no, we did not get, there we go. If we take 297, we're gonna get stopped out. So there it is. We'll slap the fail on Meta. So we tried it right there. The market did get going. I still like the short, I think, on this name, but we are at some key levels. Maybe we get back into this, but I don't know if that's going to be the right play either. Google making a move to the upside. AMD, we thought about that as being strong, and ultimately, Intel still holding out at 36. That's something to look at. I feel like I want to get back into Meta, though. But for right now, we have Brendan or Adara over at the big desk.
Breaking news is provided today by Benzinga Pro, the official news source of Trader TV, and a game-changing tool for active investors. Definitely a lot of stuff to look at here, lots of updates, and you can actually take advantage of their Halloween sale now. All you have to do is click the link in the description and use the coupon code TTV for a whole 50% off for life. In terms of small caps, we do have this one pulling back a little bit, but still definitely active and very active in the morning. Appelomics, APLM. This one was on the watch list because it had announced its report of how its treatment for glioblastoma multiforme was performing, so keep that one on watch. Another one that was running pre-market and trying to gain a little bit of strength back here, NKGen Biotech. NKGN is the ticker for this one. They had presented phase 1 clinical trial data at an Alzheimer's conference for their Alzheimer's treatment. Last but not least, ICU running again, C-Star Medical Holding Corporation. This one has announced that it's now not having its equity offering anymore. It's withdrawing the equity offering due to market conditions. Keep an eye on all these names, guys.
All right. All right, so I feel like I was just saying this sort of to Obi here. I feel like I'm being real stubborn again, and I don't like to do that because that's the older Sean. I mean, I'm still really old, but that's the older version of me. And I don't know, like this Meta, it's just, I feel the same way we kind of did there a little bit about AMD, which is now gone. I mean, we talked about the strength that AMD was having. I really haven't seen Meta try to be too strong here yet because we're just sort of dancing around VWAP now. And I just worry that, there he goes. Okay, so finally, all right. So, I mean, now it's looking good. Meta pull, okay. As if, dude. I know this just happened to you on Amazon.
Yeah.
And like, we just got stopped out at 296. We are net positive. We are net positive on Meta. Okay, but it's like, we just got stopped out there. And I think even before we went on the air, do you remember what we talked about, Obi? We said about how there was regions of areas and that we may have to respect a little bit of a larger stop just to be able to make sure that we're in the right area. And that's where I think that Amazon in between that 129, 130 is going to be a difficult trade.
Yeah, definitely. A little competitive in and around those areas, for sure. But yeah, no, my execution's not the best here today. I am fighting the move multiple times over and over again. The long is definitely the right way, or was out the open off of that 126 hold. But we finally we got that 129 price I was waiting for. It took forever to get that price. Probably should have just waited initially for that 129, and that initial test of that 129 gave you about a point and a half to the downside here. And now we're struggling with the retest of that 129, kind of coming in and chopping and churning in and around this area, Sean. Yeah, I think that 130, if we hold this 129, that 130 is definitely kind of in the stars here. But that 129, as of right now, with what it's shown us, is showing us a little bit of problem here. That 122 kind of came right back in on Google. So maybe we're setting up for a V-shaped recovery on Google, but we are holding below this consolidation from earlier this morning as well. So okay, so Amazon seems like it wants to continue going. So I'm gonna kind of manage this one. Whether or not the NQs, actually, you know what? The ES is bidding up quite nicely off of this 4150, kind of a bunch of wicks in and around some of these levels. And yeah, so we might be catching a bit more of a bid. And there goes the NQs, kind of attempting to retest those highs. So yeah, the short is definitely not on right now on Amazon. 335 as well on Softy, kind of an area from before. Let's see what we do with those levels. That 167 on Apple is concerning as well. That 169, 170 area as well on Apple is what I mean. And yeah, take a look at that, Sean. We keep chopping and churning around this 129. So I definitely agree with you that this area, because I guess it seems like a decent place to interact. The tape is clearly showing aggressiveness and like teleportation, and tape speed is ramping up and slowing down. So definitely a lot of competition in and around some of these prices, as a lot of these prices are printing around this area. And finally, we may be getting a little bit of a pullback, as we've attempted this 129 so many times out the open, and then once again a bunch of times, and it's about 10:30. So that first 1 hour candle on the Amazon is about to print. So let's take a quick look at what that is going to look like. All right, so Amazon right here. Did not want to do that. I moved that alert. Okay, so we'll put that alert back to where it was. It was right here on the 125. Okay, so this is the hourly candle right here. So yeah, so the hourly candle, this one starts off at 9 a.m. I think. That's why you have you incorporate a bit of that pre-market price action as well. But this hourly candle has 30 minutes left to go, but out the open we've had about 1 hour. So that price is kind of closing in and around this 129 level here. So going forward, we've already made kind of these highs here at that 130, 131. We saw this price action kind of happen off of a Softies earnings a couple days ago, and this was kind of reflected in Amazon as well. It looks like we are rebidding back through those highs. So definitely a little competitive in and around these prices. Google, though, coming back in, it seems like Google, much more straightforward name to trade as of today. But I am still kind of waiting for lower highs to form in and around that 121.50 we talked about before. That 121.40s, kind of a heavy area from yesterday as well. So just those on watch here. I'm watching the SPYs as well. SPY not really doing too much. We were looking for that 412, and that 412 doesn't necessarily come in right away. So we did kind of a bit of a bounce off of what's the low here, 412.45. So yes, Zoltan saying NASDAQ gone nowhere. Exactly.
That's
so
right.
We've pretty much been chopping and churning within the same area. There goes the short on Google, coming in real hot. Back to the downside, 121 coming in. But yeah, that's what I like to see. I want to see this area get a little heavy, and then maybe we'll look for lower highs to start to get involved on that trade. Trying to exercise as much patience as possible, as we were not as patient out the open as we'd like to be. So yeah, kind of bringing that back in, taking a breather. And oh, there's some size at 129. About 500 lots get slapped instantly. Oh, and it seems like the M-Gate has Chicago boys are in town. All right, so that 129, definitely a lot of interaction, a lot of prices going, a lot of orders going through in and around this 129. So might have to be a little careful here.
There's definitely, I mean, we already talked about those levels. Good job there, Obi. There is some buyers here at Meta at 296. So look at that flush that just happened into 296.85. I was waiting at 50s where we got filled before. That didn't come in. So that was very, 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 very greedy of me on a day when we just talked about, and you just mentioned there in the chat about, there it is. Money, wow. So I just want everyone to understand what, people are going to find out why we're hashtagging real trading and all that, right? But the thing is like, I was just talking about why I needed to put a bid at 295.80. okay, because it wicked down there before and we missed it. It just wicked down to 295.80 again. And this time, Obi, were we sitting there? Yes, we were. You know, so that's like, you get that fill, and now we're straight chilling. That was $1.50. Like, so we just take that. Like, look at this reload right there on Meta. You know, so it's get the reload, get out, you know, and then it drops down, and then that's the trade right there. And now when it bumps up here 70 or 80 cents, like sometimes it's just lucky. But like today, we've definitely understood that there are quite a bit of, you know, these kind of wicks like that are happening everywhere on every stock. Someone just said there in the chat, we got to go to Adara for crypto, but just real quick. We just saw that in the chat. Someone mentioned about these wicks on Tesla. Now, I don't think those are going to be real, but, you know, you do get some nice moves. Look at that, up to 212, and then immediately back down to 210. So let's watch out here for all those kind of plays. I'm glad that we're here to discuss them with you guys live. It's already 10:31, Obi. I mean, this has been a fantastic show, and I want to thank you for everything as well. But AMD, Google, Intel, and Meta, what we're doing is dropping down some knowledge here, and I hope that the rest of you are dropping down some cash as well. Over to the desk on what's been moving around real nice this week. We haven't talked about it yet today. And we had Adrian Zajanchuk coming from Crypto Burb, Forbes 30 under 30. That dude, he was on the show last night talking all about crypto. So make sure you go over, find that at 4:15 when he came on. That was pretty hot fire. October 28th, Adara, has been the best day for BTC in its history. Check to see what day it is today, Obi.
27.
Big news on crypto in the crypto world right now. SBF, Sam Bankman-Fried, to testify today. He did testify for the judge yesterday, just to kind of see how much of his testimony could be said for the jury. And the crux of this was basically that he was acting on legal advice. So keep an eye on that trial. That is set to continue today. In terms of actual Bitcoin movement, we are down a bit. We're pulling below that 34,000 level. This is the second red candle in a row for Bitcoin on the day. But as we can see, it is still up on the week because this is where we were on Monday. We are very much above that 30,000 still. In terms of crypto in general, pretty mixed, some to the downside, some to the upside. Ethereum down about 1.5%, still above the 1700 level pretty steadily. Bitcoin, as I said, pulling below 34,000, guys.
Yeah, exactly. That's why when you're sitting here, man, you're gonna get different things.
All right, all right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
I just told Obi I think the market's gonna go here. We need to get short, and then the market dumped a little bit there, and he's like, "How the hell did you?" And I was just like, "I was just feeling it, but I don't, you know, I don't know." But there it is right now. It's $1.50 again right now because we'll make one call, and then we'll make another one, and we'll be back at 2 p.m. and make
another one.
You know, so let's just wait to see what happens. I mean, it's all about being patient, my guy. You have to wait for these plays to come through. There it is. So the market, I said, let's get short something. We're already short Meta now, $1.50, but I think we need to find something else. You were talking about Google a lot. First of all, is there anybody in the chat that wants to talk about a name? Because, you know, I'm kind of always on the same names, and I'm noticing that you mentioned Amazon and Google, both two names that I like. Let's go over to Coinbase, just real quick, give you guys a little bit of a different look right now. Coinbase down here on the daily chart, pretty sick down through 71 bucks. So, you know, if you're playing any dip buys, I think that could be something. As the market, see, Obi? Like the market now bouncing off.
Yeah, a bit of a bounce.
It's just, whoever that was in the chat there that said that this might have been sort of a Deadsville day might be right. It's unbelievable, and it's too bad that we can't figure out the best way of showing you the trades that we've made and like the profit per share and stuff like that. Because like the fact that we're in Meta dollar, we've already taken and that's not even the thing. My best trade today has been Intel all day. And then we've talked about AMD and what that's looked like here. And then we talked about this Google trade as well off that bottom there. So there's been lots of good opportunities today, despite the market being in this range. And that's why I could say this all over again. This guy has a sticky note. We've got our sticky note up right now. And it's the trade list, watchlist.tradertv.live. And I'm going to call it up right now just to show everybody, because honestly, this is where I get everything from. It's just, they're opening it in the browser so I can show everybody the whole list. I mean, honestly, right? It gives you the whole market summary. It gives you the economic events that are happening today, any promotions that we have. Amazon, you know, here's why it's on our radar. I mean, we do the recap show. Obviously, we're going to do. What else you want me to do, Ramin? Anything else I can do? You want a coffee, a tea, anything like that? But Amazon right now up 7, Intel up, Tesla 4 down, Enphase, Sanofi, you brought that up, and there it is right there, right?
Yeah, that was an interesting
oil
number.
companies, there's a lot of them, and Rivian, we didn't even look at Rivian. But again, what's on the sticky note today, right? It's very, very similar stuff. So you kind of want to combine everything together, and you go with these trades, right? Amazon, Intel, Tesla, Softy, Rivian. So the sticky note, the watch list is going to give you the ideas. Hopefully the sticky note can give you some levels that you're looking at right there. And without any further ado, let's go to campus.daytradetheworld.com immediately, because this is where all of us can sign up. I can't. You're already here, so you don't want to do that. But if you are interested and you are in the lovely country, and we're going to expand this, we're going to expand it. Join, man. There's absolutely no reason for you not to go over right now and hit apply now, because you're going to be able to trade from home. You're going to get all the software absolutely free. You want to trade on the same platform as us? Done. You want to learn from the same training materials as us? Done. I was going to say, I mean, I trained 21 years ago, probably a little different than what I used. But right now, market introduction, get it going, get the phase 2, learn the platform, go into TMS like Adara. We talk about Adara, what, 4 weeks trading for you? Yeah, she's doing this as well, so that's it. We both talk with our hands. So about 4 to 5 weeks training in TMS. When she's ready, then like all of us, we're gonna go live. There's goals that she's looking to hit as well. You get over to the live section, and then, hey man, you're gonna be trading real capital and real money. So this is a great opportunity to become a funded trader, absolutely for free. I hope that was okay, Ramin.
Wait, were you?
She's my boss.
Oh, okay.
She literally.
All right.
I was talking about the watches, and she's like, "Do Campus if you can. Just get Campus over with.
Oh, okay.
Get it in there
Yeah.
now." She didn't say get it over with. She's like, "While you're at it, hit up Campus." So we do that, and we say thank you to
Very assertive.
Ramin, because you know what? If you get them upset, what happens is they start showing you when you're eating things. Like
You gotta stay on the good
meals.
side for
like
sure,
this
yeah.
guy over there, the professor knows all about that.
Oh,
one.
yeah.
He has
Yep,
like a
yep.
love-hate relationship.
He's been caught doing the salad, sleeping,
Everything.
brushing
Sleeping.
teeth.
I don't know, yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Doing whatever. There, yeah, he's going down with production.
Can't be caught slipping.
We're actually. Honestly,
Wow,
all
take a look
kidding
at
aside, we have a great team here.
speaking of
Yeah, let's
getting
go.
down, we kind of we're selling off a little bit here. I kind of held through this craziness here. We saw that tape kind of ramp up, and then you get a nice lick grab about 30 pennies above the dollar right there on top of that 129, which was pretty wild, and it slams right back in through the dollar like real heavy, about just like quadunking 20 pennies through the dollar, printing 80s, and now we're pushing into the 70s. It seems like maybe, just maybe, if the selling can kind of come in here, we will finally get a little bit of relief here off of this crazy strength we've had out the open, right? The market has been quite choppy, but well within its kind of range here. Volatile, yes. Opportunities, definitely. Difficulty, extremely hard. So I would say that the chop definitely makes it very difficult. And take a look, Google is making that lower high right around that 121.50. So you know what? Now I think is the time to get involved soon enough as Amazon comes right back into the 128.5. Let's see if that 128 can come in again. Key levels, Sean, we talked about this being an area. I wanted to get involved with the 129. 129 gets violated by 25 pennies, 30 pennies. We hold through that. We understand a little bit of the fugaze because we have embraced a little bit of it before plunging into it, right, Sean? So
You're beside an Italian, so yeah, we are embracing the fugaze my whole life.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so, and what did we say about the market possibly going down? Felt like it was a little bit heavy at some of those levels. I'm still not calling like that this is going to be a disaster by any stretch of the imagination, but here we go. We're right back down to the IB low again, and we can draw those lines up. Of course, that is the initial balance high right here. I don't know if that wick, I mean, I guess that wick must have happened. You can almost draw it right into here if you want to. I'll double check that number as well. And then the IB low, it's past 1040 right now. So you want to do it once the market opens up. So you're right into this range down there. Basically right where we're at right now. So nice moves to the downside here and $1.30 in the money on Meta. Let's just let the good times keep on rolling here, Obi. Try to stick with as many shorts maybe as we can. And we called that good little level there. We wrote down Amazon, of course. I know you just broke this down, 130. That was a missed opportunity for me because, you know, it was a rough area there. So that was a good one. But we're fine. We're fine with it. What else is moving? Are we waiting to throw? All right, perfect. Here we go. I will not mess this up anymore. It is Sector Watch with Adara.
Super mixed, but mostly weekday for the S&P right now. Definitely led and dictated a little bit by earnings here. Energy minerals definitely of note. Lots of weakness after both Exxon and Chevron have reported. So keep an eye on that sector. Chevron down about 5% right now. We also have retail trade with Amazon being really the only name of note in this sector after its earnings. Other weakness in finance, super down. We have health technology super weak as well. Communications weak after a week of earnings for all of these names here. Also worth noting, technology services and electronic technology. So we have mostly strength in electronic tech right now, especially as Intel leads all these other chip names up with its earnings. Intel still up about 10% right now. In terms of tech services, we do have Meta and Microsoft leading the way on earnings this week. Google's still trying to catch up here, guys.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Me and my guy over here just talking about it because we're $2 now. $2 in the money right now on Meta. And again, multiple reloads up here, so it's all good. And it's just, it's right at this level again, but it is starting to break, obviously, as we can all see that, as we continue to break a little bit lower here on Meta. So let's just wait to see if this does have any confluencing factors down here. There we go. Thank you for that one, Professor. We haven't used that yet, other than Obi over here. But nice move to the downside regardless. There it is, man. We are now $3. That is a $3
Take a look at the NQs.
Of course, look at the NQs. Obi, can we rewind this tape, honestly, 10 minutes ago, where you were like, I said to you, this looks like short. We need to find something short. ASAP. Then the market bounced up 10 handles. And I was like, I don't know. And then boom goes the dynamite right back in here. Are we going to take $3, Professor? What do we want to do right now on this one? Let's just go bet. There it is. It's a remix. And it is the Professor remixing that up. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see what we can do or what we can't do on this trade. But for so far, so good here on this short. So I'm going to hold it. We're at the 200 period. Let's see if we can break it a little bit lower. It's only 1043, and we do need to look for a little bit more, right? And so it's just to the downside right now. So we'll pay attention. We'll see if we can do a little bit better and find some better names. But right now, it is a downside push here in the market, and I'm pretty happy about it.
That Google, man, that Google was definitely a great short right around that 121.5. And yeah, I was looking for that lower high. Don't really get there. Don't really make it. And because we're kind of focused here on this Amazon trade, we're talking as well. Not going to be catching everything. And yeah, we did reclaim kind of the range lows here on the NQs, which is very interesting. We talked about that 14.3. We were building up into range highs and attempting to break using that 14.3. Look at these wicks on the 15-minute candle. That 14.3 kind of showing a little bit of support. And then when you come right back in, best believe a lot of stops are getting clocked on that 14.3 rebreak to the downside, and now you have that little bit of selling pressure off of all the morning longs that were attempting to take this breakout, coming in and maybe sweating a little bit as the NQs test these range lows, and things are looking hella weak. Take a look at the ES, Sean, 41.50 coming in. We talked about the rejection of 42 yesterday, how nice that was. And this is just a follow, it just seems like it's a little bit of a follow through move here, holding that level as resistance as from yesterday. But let's see how weak we get. I'm looking for that 128 coming in on Amazon. Let's see how well we print this last quarter above the dollar to take us into that 128. I'm still waiting. I'm still watching. Google looking weak. Amazon pulling back. Apple as well. We talked about that 169 on Apple, Sean. Apple can't even get there. It goes 168.70 and has a nice little pullback here. So let's see how far we can really make it here. If we're going to hold the range lows for now, now. That's fine. We'll look to cover a little bit of this position for now. But again, I've been trying more and more to kind of hold on to some of these winners, but I only managed to hold on to losers, Sean, for more than I really should be, and I really got to flip the script on that. It's definitely not the right way to do things. But again, we are learning. I am just a noob, and we have long ways to get good. So
Did you want to let everyone know how long you've been trading for? Maybe that's a good idea.
Oh man,
I've
been on the floor. I've been on the floor for over.
This kind of trading.
Oh yeah, exactly. A little bit more serious kind of trading for a little over a year now. But yeah, no, I was dabbling in all different kinds of trading at home for almost 3.5 years.
Okay.
So
this is not more serious. What I meant was not this is more serious trading, just it's different. Like when you're sitting at home, you're not going to make like, I have 120 fills today. You know, my fees are flat.
There's no way I'd be doing that.
You can't scalp. You it's a completely different style. So that's kind of what I meant on that one. But yeah, so there you go. So just over in and around a year right there. All right, so again, we just saw this dip down in there for Meta, and it bounced off 294. 294 is also the 200-period moving average. So we are not going to, sit there and just let that, bounce and then look back. And it's next thing I know, it looks ridiculous that we took $1 or whatever and didn't take $3. So we are now out. Completed the trade right there. Whoopsies. For some reason, look over. Can you see how good are your eyes? You see how the cash cow right there is a cow, and the fruit salad one is also
like
a cow.
It's okay. Your pen was
same one.
Yeah. Okay.
But I had to write the word fruit salad over it, so sometimes I hit the wrong one right there. But look, there it is. There's the cover on Meta. We got out of it. I mean, this is clear as day. We're talking about the trades as we execute them. Meta out right now. We are going to, I think it's obvious at certain points, end the day at our highest spot. So right now it's going to be a good one. It's still lots of time left, so we'll wait to see if there are any other opportunities. You know which name that we talked about, but then sort of threw it out with the bathwater, and it's getting thrown out pretty good here today. It's Sharif's favorite car company, and it's Ford. So you can see right now, no, do not. That is not true. I just don't want to come over to the professor.
Are these fighting words?
Yeah. So next thing I know, I gotta have an arm wrestling match with this guy. All right, so 1040.
It's all about technique.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Then you versus Sharif.
Well, I don't know.
No, it's all about technique.
Yeah, no, it is. It is.
You can win.
It is.
I do agree. It is all about technique. And I don't advise anybody really doing that anyways, because I think maybe you're young, but if I get into an arm wrestling, I might blow my shoulder out for the rest of my life at this point right now. But it is all about, you're right. I've seen not skinny dudes, but smaller guys. Their forearms, it's still.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyways, Ford today. We wrote down the short there on Ford, okay? But as we've been talking about it all day, it's only about the levels. And I wrote down 11. We needed to get higher than 11 in order for us to short it. So we've often had reports come out, and it's moved against that, right? And so today it does not, though. Ford, not a great report. They miss on EPS. Jim Farley starts down speaking, which is fine because I'd rather hear the truth. Losing $1.5 billion on their EV part, basically trying to put that on the back burner. But when you've lost that much money, we heard with Reality Labs with Meta, down, what was it, $25 billion, I think it was, Professor, about? Meta's lost on Reality Labs is in the billion. To date, yeah. So losing 1.5 here for Ford isn't that bad, but Ford ain't making money the way Meta is. So that's going to be a problem, and that's why Meta got hit. And you can see where Meta is trading now, sub 300, obviously, as we just covered the short at 294. So I think Ford has a little bit more to go here, unfortunately. And I don't see a trade today on this. So, if we bump back to 11, then let's load it up, man. Let's get going on that one. Load that one back up. But honestly, for right now, we're breaking well below. This is 2023 bottom of December. We're well into that level right now. And I don't even, the bump up here that you're going to see up to 20 or whatever was a Rivian bump up here. You haven't really been this low since then, right? So you are well under everything for Ford. This goes back actually to July of 2022 low. So Ford to me is a little too sick right now. The name that we should have looked at that we hadn't yet. Okay, I wrote down Rivian $16. The bottom of Rivian is $16.15. This is probably a great long down there for Rivian. Don't want to pay up yet, but that's a good one. What do you got, Brendan?
Yeah. NRDS is NerdWallet. It's a payment platform company as well. Earnings report. Anyways, better. Long story short, better than expected results here, guys. Big volume spike. You can see a couple times here at day highs. So 929.15 coming into these levels right now for NRDS.
Well, if you're going to have a wallet, you might as well have a nerd one. So I like that. That's a good one there. We'll find out about that move. Anything up 40%. My earpiece was sort of clicking in and out there for a minute, is definitely worth trading. So NRDS, let's have a quick little look there. Interesting. I've never even heard of this name before. Let me just check out if there is a short float aspect to this NRDS at all. Short float 3, okay. Total float 36, so it's not going to be one of those. The volume today 300% higher than usual. As NerdWallet, it's always, if you're gonna have a wallet, you might as well have a nerd one. $10 right there, a spot. So I think if you're long this name on that news, watch out for $10. Nice name. It looks like it's trading pretty reasonably there. Over 1 million shares 300 times. So just watch out for liquidity issues at some point here on NRDS. Meta, I mean, I can't talk too much about that out because we took it and we're out of it right now. And it looks like it was a good one. So pretty happy with that play. After that, man, I feel like we just need to wait around and see what we can do here for a little bit of a bump up. I need this market to rally a little bit. I'm not going to fade anything on VWAP right now. Just let's let everything settle down. And then we'll look back at AMD or something like that, and maybe even NVIDIA. Did NVIDIA if that got down to 4 bills today, then that would have been, what? No, it did not get to 399. Okay, so the low is right here. All right, I was going to say, our low is showing 399 there. That is not correct. 404, the low of the day. So maybe some of these buys could come into play. But again, I would much rather short 408. All right, I spoke way too much, but it's Money Talks. So we'll go over with Adara, and then we'll come back and feel what Obi's saying in the last 10 minutes.
Seeing a little bit in the pullback in the USD here. As you can see here, we did have these 3 green candles to the upside on the day. Slight pullback here on core PCE numbers. So it was 0.3% increase versus 0.3% increase expected. So very much in line. We are actually seeing, stocks were going up a little bit, the dollar pulling back just a bit, but we did also have the GDP surge earlier this week for the quarter. So definitely a bit of a mixed market right now, but right now we are seeing a bit of a pullback for the USD as we head into the end of the week, guys.
Okay, so a weaker US dollar would make sense why we're getting an upside move of 1% in the market. So go ahead, Obi, let's go. And then when we're done with that, we're going to come back with lunch. What's for lunch?
All right, so I am kind of struggling here with this short, getting chopped up quite heavily as that 129 kind of keeps on churning. So Sean, I definitely am not in the right mindset, I guess, as of right now. Get a little too aggressive. I talked about kind of like that 3-strike rule that I have. I did kind of adhere to it, and then I went back to the short after trying the long once. So not the best execution and not the best following of rules. But I still do like this 129 area, or I do like the price action that's happening here in and around this 129 area for sure. I do want to be involved, but I might be a little too early here on the short as, again, we talked about kind of letting others pay for information, and it seems like I am the one paying for a lot of information here as that 129 is kind of holding, and we reclaimed, you can see that NQ level, reclaimed the range lows as well quite aggressively. So we kind of ripped right back up in towards those highs, and that top of the range coming right back in as well. So you kind of quadrupling to the downside, you rip right back up. That 14.3 is kind of a messy level now, and then we kind of come right back up. So this 129, let's see if it stays heavy. I am short once again, but that Google and the ES is looking kind of strong as of right now. A little bit of a level stack there on the ask that we just saw. The 129 has some size there right above it. So let's see what we do with that size. We do keep on getting periodic selling off of this 129 level, and we are kind of making higher lows into it. I am noticing that. Again, good earnings. Why am I so aggressive on the short side, right? Got to be waiting for these prices to come in. They had awesome earnings, and well, maybe not that awesome, but definitely decent earnings. As I said, about 62% over expected is what it was. I think they came out with like 90, and they were expecting like 50, 58 or so.
Yeah.
So yeah, solid earnings. We do a little bit more than well, we do almost a full ATR on that earnings report. But like I keep saying, that 129 definitely a lot of price action, a lot of tape speed, kind of churning around, very, very competitive as well. So I don't know what I should be doing here as of right now. Like I know I want to be involved. Maybe I should be more patient than I am right now. Maybe come into this level if we're going to stay here later on in the day or not. But yeah, so we just continue to kind of churn, and the NQs are kind of ripping to the upside. So maybe I want to respect that a little bit there. Let's see where the NQs go from here, Sean, because the ES kind of bidding back up as well, looking pretty daunting for this short here. So I do want to stay on my toes. Oh, there it is. That's okay. So you know what? I do want to get out of this right now. So I just saw what I needed to see. The SPY, that 412 bounce on SPY, I totally missed that level right there. Kind of maybe a confluence with this crazy bounce here on the NQs as well. That 412, I was waiting for that 412 to kind of come in. A bit of a level from yesterday, also a little bit of a multi-time frame level as well. And we did get quite a significant bounce on the SPYs off that level. So yes, I do want to be a little bit more patient, and show saying oh, he's going to get blown out on that Amazon short. Yeah, maybe, but we'll stay a little adamant on the idea whether or not sellers come in at this level like they have been over the past few weeks. Kind of a very strong selling off of this 130, 129 area we talked about in the pre-market, looking heavy. But if we're going to sustain and hold this 129 level, here's the thing, guys. I definitely a little flustered in terms of trying to read some of this action. So let me slow it down for you guys a little bit here, and for myself more importantly, and just let's take a look at what draw out the bigger picture here. Earnings reaction, we held above earnings reaction. We kind of played around with some of these levels. We know that 126 was key from last night. 126 holds out the open. So right away, going back at it, like I gotta be like, okay, well, 126 held, so I cannot be that aggressive on the short side. We also hold above earnings reaction high. I keep talking about earnings reaction highs and lows, and I'm not even respecting those ideas in some of these trades, kind of jumping in to my bias more than respecting the trade, right? The bias is to short Amazon in and around 129, 130, because that's where we've kind of seen sellers kind of step in aggressively. But I'm chasing it. I'm chasing my bias out the open, but disrespecting what the chart is telling me. I'm not listening to the chart. I'm not listening to the tape here, as we've only made higher lows building in to this 129, a bit of a flat top breakout, like Neil likes to say, on this 129 right there. The 127 holds as well. So bigger picture, we're building up into that 130. So should I really be that aggressive on the short? Should I keep pounding it in on the short? Probably not, as we are making new highs here on Amazon. So 130, Sean, looking like that 130 could be coming in real hot. Did I speak too much?
No, your partner in crime there didn't like that flat bottom, because Neil steals everything. And then now you just, I liked it. I liked the throwing shade there. I really liked it. But, you know, professor's like, you're just going to let that slide? I'm like, I'm not going to interrupt the guy to be like, that's Sharif's. Like, I mean, I sit here all the time and I see like Neil, like that's Neil's MO, right? So anyways, great job. But I just want to tell everybody, I did put the short back in on Google. And I'm not apologizing for ringing the register, because here it is, 20 cents in the money again on that. There it is. Let's go to the downside as we're waiting for 11s, 30 cents here on Google for that push. Again, VWAP trade down today, market up, relatively weak. It's Google, it's downside. Let's go. Hopefully we'll go 4 for 4 at the end of this day. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4 names, all done pretty well. But we did say this, so before we go over. All right, today's lunch it should be pretty good. If you said chicken, once again, you will be a chicken dinner winner. So let's get that out of the way. It is chicken one more time. So today, though, pretty interesting. Chicken and mushroom fusilli bordelaise. So bordelaise is like a red wine sauce kind of thing.
Okay.
So chicken fusilli, mushroom. Should be pretty good. I'm interested in it. Let's see what this looks like. But the one thing that we're interested in too is Google, 30 cents. See ya. There goes Google to the downside, man. We are starting to get some money back into the account right now. We do not even have a bid right there at 121. But there's another 40 cents coming back in right there. Give me that 121.01. But without any further ado, from us to them. Thank you so much, Obi. Good one. Wait a second. I have something here. Where is it? Where is it? Where's my props? There it is right now. We'll give props. Boom. And there, by the way, there goes Google now. We just took 40 cents on that short as we put that one back in. Good trade there on Google. But hey, you're going to join me at 2 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
All right, so Obi's back at 2. Join us then. But for right now, it is almost your midday trade as we are getting all mic'd up right now in a couple of seconds. I mean, you and I can delay this for as long as we possibly want to.
Yeah, of course.
But the person that's going to get the most upset if we don't throw it over there is Sharif. So let's go right now. Thank you for watching. Ciao, everybody. It's Obi and Sean, and we'll catch you back at 2 o'clock. Kill them with kindness, guys.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. I'm Sharif, and that's your girl, Adara, and we're brought to you by Search Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profit. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to the good folks there at Search Trader who are celebrating their 2nd anniversary with this 2-phase audition. So give that a look and find out more deets about that. Adara, hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
I'm good. How are you?
I can't complain. It's Friday, so
It is.
I'm good with that, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to complain about that,
Of
right?
course not.
I'm going to talk quickly here about a couple of trades that I got on because it's a print factory over here. We're already printing on this bad boy. I'm talking about NRDS. Yes, we are taking small caps. Everybody knows my love for small caps is unbridled, and we're wetting our beak here with a nice move up. Look, this idea was simple. It was the number 1 on my gap scanner. I said to myself, you're a little late to the party, Sharif. But I wasn't. Why? Because we were very near that $9 area. So I said, look, you guys know how I trade. I don't want to chase these small cappers. That's how you get blown out. I said, wait for the dip trade. I did wait for the dip trade. I hung out at $9.01. And yes, lo and behold, it did come back into that level and we did get filled. So we've got 4 beak wetters out at the moment looking for that 50-penny break. The other one that I want to talk about is not going so well. It's this APLM. This one, shout out to Nimit for alerting me to this one. This one was number 2 on my gap scanner. And the idea behind here was to take that dollar break. It's still making higher lows. So we haven't given up that trend quite yet. But, these small cap gappers, they don't really, hold on to the rules as much as maybe some of the other larger, more stable stocks. So we're going to have to keep an eye on this one, looking for that buck break, higher highs, higher lows, but we know that we're going to encounter resistance at $1. I mean, it's just the nature of the beast. So have to keep an eye on that. Back to NRDS because it's retracing off that new high that it made, 938. I'm sitting here, where am I sitting at? 39s. So we were 1 penny from getting the other fill there. We have taken out about 2/3 of the position on NRDS. I still have my full position on APLM. We'll talk more about the market. We'll talk more about bonds. We'll talk more about PCE, Michigan's consumer sentiment. So much to talk about today, Dare.
So much to
and
talk.
Earnings. I forgot about
earnings. Yeah. I mean, so right now I'm looking at something that honestly, this was an earnings play last week, but I still have my eye on it because I've been paying lots of attention to levels around here. Netflix, I've been more interested in Netflix around like 403. We kind of broke that 403, so I'm going to keep more of an eye on this. Right now, we're seeing just below 400 as a potential level, so that is of note. I accidentally just did my first short, albeit it was a typo trade, but it went well, so I would like to talk about it. So I meant to press my F1 is my buy key and my F2 is my sell key. I meant to press F1 and then put in like a buy for just kind of below this 207 area, just play this candle wick here. What we accidentally did was we bought at like 208.20. But I was noticing because we're still waffling around here, I was like, you know what, I can make this work. Just calm down, just press your buy. We did well on this. We made 20 cents on this short and making the most of a situation we did not mean to get into. And you know what, maybe we'll do some more shorting today. Because, you know, if I can buy up and down the wick, I can hopefully sell up and down the wick too. So that was a good experience. We got, you know, shed a little bit of our fears there. But yeah, still looking at Tesla potentially as we get close to VWAP. I like this kind of 206 level for Tesla right now for sure. So keeping an eye on that. But I am seeing a bit of a ceiling around 211. I definitely would just be like playing the levels up and down here. That would be the goal with my friend Tesla. I also need to talk about Amazon because this one is an earnings play. So as I say that, Tesla shoots up. Okay, do your thing, Tesla. Do your thing, 21. Amazon getting towards that 130 area. Definitely kind of this nice little upward channel here. I'd like to watch this a bit more to get a better sense of levels, especially because I would probably be jumping in and out. But it is of interest to me, especially because we do have earnings on this one. It's been pretty consistently strong all day. We have a couple dips when we continue to swoop up to the upside. So I am 100% intrigued. I also saw some people mentioning my good friend AMC in the chat. So I have to pull up AMC. Shout out to the AMC fans in the chat.
AMC?
AMC. Yes, thank you, Sharif. AMC. Its proper name.
How's
but
your
yeah.
friend AMC today?
Oh, AMC is? Yeah, my friend AMC is doing quite well, actually. Decisively broke out above that like 930 area. We are also seeing, and I'm going to chart, you know, I like doing the little chart drawings now. We are seeing higher highs. So 1, 2, 3, 4. It's kind of like skewed from here, and then we go up further.
You have a suggestion from Dan the Man Emmons.
Oh, I do.
And it was with respect to your hotkeys on your keyboard.
Okay.
From one experienced trader to a newer trader,
Yes,
he says as follows. Tell her my suggestion. Use keys on the opposite side of the keyboard, not F1 and F2 for buy-sell. That could create disastrous results.
That's smart. Yeah, I was not aware of that,
That's
so I
what the
appreciate
man does,
that.
and that's just you know, an experienced person's game.
That's good to know.
There, yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate
I
that.
don't want to interrupt you, but yeah.
No, I need to. I'll fix that right away because that is definitely of note. But yeah, also of note is AMC continuing to swoop to the upside. We're gonna see if we have any news on this. Beyond yesterday, the Beyonce movie's official release date was announced by AMC. That's on December 1st. So the Swifties have moved over and the Bayhive is taking up residence. Yeah, only thing I'm saying in AMC still is this news yesterday about Renaissance, a film by Beyonce, being released on December 1st.
What's that other one that you and I were talking about in the morning? The one that I told you about, the Native American Reserve.
Oh,
with
Killers
oil?
of the Flower Moon.
Yeah, I gotta watch that.
Yeah, that looks really good. That's
3.5 hours, but
yeah.
I'll spend that time. I love
It's
The
Scorsese,
Godfather, so
yeah.
if you like that kind of slow-moving movie,
a good long movie.
I'm down.
Yeah,
I'm down with that game.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, lots of good movies coming out. I also, Netflix is still, I'm gonna put up Netflix again quickly because I love looking at this trade. We were just talking about movies. Another green candle to the upside. Netflix might be one of my trades today. Yeah,
Okay.
Also you have a super chat from
Kyle Burdett, our very good friend Kyle. Shout out to Kyle. Sharif got long 41.50, exit target 41.70. Then 41.80. Thoughts? Can I get a pump it? You can get more than that, my friend. You can get multiple bangs and a money spin there for you. Good for you, Kyle. You've been doing real well in the futures lately. I hope you are communicating with Dan in the chat because Dan has a lot to say about the future. I know he looks more at the NQ, but I'm pretty sure, you know, very transferable skills there into the ES. I know you're trading the ES. Shout out to you, Kyle, for that. I'll let you print on that, and we'll talk more about the 41.80. Obviously, is the I want to say that's not the pre-market high, but it is a crest that we got at around 9 o'clock. Yeah, it was about near 9 o'clock. So yeah, it's a target. I mean, if you want to hold on to there, I'm not going to trade the future today. It's way too zigzaggy for me. And I'm just going to steer clear of it unless I see something that I really like, maybe like a 14.4 rejection, multiple rejections where we get those wicks into 14.4 and we get the prints or the closing prints south of 14.4 multiple times over. You know, you guys have heard me talk about that multiple times. So we'll get into that if that presents an opportunity. But the ones that I'm in right now, APLM, this one break even on it at the moment, trying to see if we're going to get that $1 touch. Already have profit takers set up. The one that we're doing well on at the moment, 30 pennies in the money on NRDS, brought to you by Brendo. That sounds like should be like a slogan there, brought to you by Brendo.
I was going to say.
Yeah, BBB, brought to you by
alliteration,
Brendo.
yeah.
Is that what it is? Is that
Alliteration, yeah.
Alliteration, thank you. I'm ignorant, so I really don't. Say that again? The kill. Oh. Sean, this is why you're the host around here, because you got well maybe some trading skills as well, but yeah. This guy always. Anyway, what a move up here on NRDS. Oh, baby. Let's take another beak wetter there at the 40s, Mr. Katina, as we move up here slowly but surely, my friend, on this small cap gapper du jour. Now, I got to complain a little bit about this one. The spread is not to my liking. Especially for a $9 name. You don't want to typically see 4 penny, 5 penny spreads, especially on a stock that's done, well, it hasn't done too many shares here. I was about to say it's done 5 million. It's only done about 2 million on the day. We are out of, now, we're almost out of 75% of the position. So we're going to start taking out smaller amounts now as it starts making its way up. And we'll see what happens there. Who's calling me? A survey is calling me.
Oh,
should we put this on speaker and hear what they have to say? Why not? What's life without whimsy?
Vaping. Press 1.
So important.
They want to know what I think about e-cigarettes and vaping. It's not something that I'm into, so we're just going to hang up on that one. You never know what you're going to get on this show, baby. Whether we're talking about food, whether we're talking about heightening surgery in Turkey, it doesn't matter. Yesterday. Yeah. That was great yesterday on that. Shout out to the OB1 Kanob killing it on the morning show with the Katina Man today, Adara. Just took another profit taker here on NRDS, nice. But stagnant we are on APLM.
We also have another super chat. Shout out to Ahmed Al-Malala. 10 AED. So ARM above 50 should follow the sector after INTC. Yeah, let's take a look, because I've been kind of looking at all these chip names too with regards to that Intel movement after the earnings. But we do have here Intel kind of dancing around VWAP right now. Let's see what ARM is doing above 50. Because I know AMD, ARM, NVIDIA, we're all kind of moving in tandem and sympathy with this. So let's see what we've got going on here. Yeah, okay, I think ARM definitely, I think ARM around 50 could be a level for sure. Like we are seeing around 49.90. We kind of took off above here. If we can swoop above VWAP, I think definitely that could be a long for sure. For me, I would kind of like to see if it's able to kind of hold that, see what we do kind of beyond at 51.40. But yeah, right now it does look like 50. I know like in the past too, 50's been kind of a level of significance for ARM. So I think if it could make 50 today, that would definitely be of note. I've got the daily up here. Take a look. 50. Yeah, I mean, I think definitely we are seeing kind of some consistency and some relevance around this 50 area for sure. So yeah, if it can continue to hold here, especially with that Intel news, because they are in the same sector, they're in the same area, they're both chip names, I think that absolutely could be of note. That is my opinion on that 50 level for ARM. And honestly, I might keep it, this name was on my watch list earlier, my own personal one, just with like the Intel move up, all those chip names like AMD, Micron, NVIDIA, which I'm going to look at in a second. But yeah, so I appreciate that ARM at 50, I think, would be a level of note. I also want to look at Netflix, which is a trade I'm currently in. We already took out a third of our fills, and I'll explain why I got in this at the level I did. Let's not go in the one day. So this name, I've been kind of trading in and out since earnings because it has seen some relative strength. It's been pretty strong since then. Basically, what I was noticing is we were having some consistency, seeing a bit of a floor for the time being around that 405 level, so I got in just above that. We took out a third of our shares at 401. We have the rest set to go. If I have some at 450, we can, or 401.50, sorry, we can get a fill. And then if we can get to 402, just because we have had a little bit of that strength, I'd like to take out the rest there. If we can't, I might have to adjust my stop. I don't know how high this is going to go. But yeah, like we have reached 402, so it's definitely within the realm of possibility. I'm liking this Netflix long for now, just riding the high on that. I also want to address NVIDIA because I was in this and I pulled out my fill because I was kind of focusing on the Netflix situation. Kind of wish I hadn't. I still don't know if I would have gotten the fill because I was trying to get in right below 406. But I mean, like, NVIDIA just is rapidly picking up pace here. We are just swooping over VWAP now. I'd like to see what it kind of does around this 409 because the wick around 409 has been a bit of a ceiling as of late intraday since open for our friend NVIDIA. But I mean, I would love to kind of play this one up and down the candle wicks here around VWAP. We do seem like we have some strength here. We do have a catalyst with all of these chip names moving off of Intel earnings. I would buy it quite literally and figuratively an NVIDIA long right now.
Can I get into a non-trade related question with you?
Sure.
You have been doing the watch list every morning.
Yes.
And doing it quite well, I have to say.
Thank you.
What has been, give me a couple of things that really stand out to you that you've learned, aside from obviously learning about the companies themselves.
Yeah.
Because you're obviously learning about the fundamentals of the company by doing that. But is there anything that you've picked up on doing the watch list every day with respect to sectors or anything like that? Is anything you want to elaborate on?
I mean, yeah, I think with regards to that, kind of what I was just saying about NVIDIA, if I notice one name from or like a couple names from the same sector moving, then you kind of want to look and see, like, is there something that's moving the sector as a whole, right? So I think that is sometimes of note. Also, I find like trying to figure out what catalyst is kind of moving the market is super interesting too. If there's something where it could be a couple things, and I've talked about this before.
It's transferable.
Yeah,
too, right?
exactly, right? So it's like, and then also what's interesting is kind of learning through, and I think I find this more especially now that I've been trading here on the midday and also doing the watch list. Some things don't move the market the way you think it will. So it also teaches me what stocks we care about, because some of them are not day trading stocks. I'm kind of increasingly learning which are and aren't. And two, like what news will move the market? Because sometimes like a tiny announcement isn't really going to do much. But like, for example, with Rivian, which I'm going to pull up now, this one was up like 2.4%. I was trying to figure out what this was. We got an upgrade from Cantor Fitzgerald. And so I was trying to see if there's anything else here. Yeah, like sometimes an upgrade can totally move the market. I mean, Rivian's been kind of weak lately, but look at this. We're definitely down from where we were in the pre-market. We have like these back-to-back 5-minute candles, though, to the upside. Lots of green, so it's interesting how certain things, like you just have to do your research, see what's moving the market and what's moving certain areas. Yeah, I don't know if that answers the question.
It does. I mean, really, it's going to be determined by what you are learning. Guys, we're moving up here, and we're moving up real aggressive. It's been uninterrupted green 5-minute candles on my chart here on the NQ. We just moved off a 14.275 bottom, uninterrupted into 14.4. Now, this is the level that I was chatting about earlier. Do we break through 14.4 and just start printing, closing prints above 14.4 like it doesn't matter as a level? Or do we have those penetrating wicks and then a big move back down where sellers overwhelm buyers? That's what I'm going to be looking at here. Because I got to tell you, after the week we just had, I don't feel very bullish, and I don't feel very positive about taking a long, especially into critical 100-point levels, which is, for me, those are important. Closing prints, 100-point levels on the NQ. I'm not talking about the S. So here we go. We're at that level right now. I'm not going to jump into anything. I want to see what it does. Are we going to break this level, hold above it, or is it just going to be, a battle between buyers and sellers that buyers, at least lately have been losing? So here we go. Let's let this play out. I've got it up on my side chart, watching it like a hawk. And seeing, hawk.
Tony Hawk.
I know, right? I want to see what this does. 14,404.75, the HOD on the day on the NQ, now up 1.45% after the shellacking that it got this past week. It has not been a good week for the longs. Positive earnings have been sold off aggressively. That is not a new phenomenon. That is exactly what happened last time around. Just recall NVIDIA. The Katina man reminded me about this last time. All I got to tell you, 500 to 400 on a doubling of guidance.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, it was wild. It was wild. And we're getting that again, it looks like. So keeping my eye at 14.4, we're rejecting it right now. It's doing what I'd like it to do. I'd like to take a short. Wicking above 4, coming right back down. It's just one candle, though. I don't want to put too much weight in one candle. I want to see multiple candles try to breach that 14.4 level, and then it acquiesce and come back down into he's hitting something there. I saw him. I saw his hand reach for it. And then, yeah, basically, rejecting that level. So that's what I'm looking for there. Let's go back to the trades at hand. NRDS retraces off the highs about 20 pennies down. Now at that 9 1/4, we're long 901s. It is a retracement, but no newer lows. So therefore, the trade is still not invalid. It is therefore, I'm not saying it's valid. It's just not invalid at this moment. We're gonna let this one. We're gonna let this one pan out and see what happens. The other one here, APLM, continuing to be flat, looking for that $1 break up, 62%. It doesn't even really matter to me why it's moving up these days. There is a headline on this thing, ABVC. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. Yeah, no, I'm looking at the wrong one, Katina, man. Hold on. APLM, there it is. This one, what's going on? Here it is for anybody who cares. Shares are volatile Friday. The stock dropped more than 75% in the last month. Announced a report by Veneto Institute of Oncology on their efficacy response of a patient treated with, I don't even know how to say that, man. Vebretinib, whatever.
Vebretinib?
Yeah, I don't even know. Look, it's a medical catalyst. That's all we kind of need to know about that. So we'll let that one be. And what else? Now, somebody there, Ozin, wanted me to look at Tesla 215. But then I tagged this Ozin individual and I said, what do you want me to do around there? What do you want me to analyze around there? Is it a long or a short? And I still haven't heard back from them. So in case you are there, Ozin, tag me and let me know exactly what you wanted to chat about at that 215 level on our friend Stressla. We'll keep an eye on that. Let's go back to the future and see what's doing. Yeah, so we got that wick above 14.4, and now here we go, coming to test 14.4 again. Do we wick or do we close above that? Do we clear it? I'm going to let this one pan out. You might need 10 minutes. You might need 15. Sometimes you need 20. It spends some time in that area if it's going to do this little dance where sellers overwhelm buyers. Otherwise, it's just going to blow through that level. We'll have to wait and see. There he is. I just wanted you to pump, so all good now. Okay. All right, brother. Yeah. All right, so what you got?
I'm actually in Stressla right now. We're half out Stressla, trying to get the other half out right now. Basically, I was noticing what I like to do with these stocks, like these mega caps that move super quickly, like Tesla and NVIDIA, is I like to set it a little bit below where we're currently trading because I know we can flush down like 20, 30 cents, right? So I was seeing some strength around 210. I set my entrance around 209.60. That ended up being a really good place to set it. We kind of danced around there for a while, then we swooped up to above 210. I set my first out at 210, trying to get the rest out at 220. We are 210.20, sorry. 220 would be a little unrealistic, but we just got out. I'm super happy with this. Good trade. I'm probably going to continue kind of scalping up and down VWAP right now for Tesla. I also want to look at NVIDIA, sorry, because I keep missing fills on this one. I keep trying to get in, and then we kind of flush down to the downside. I'm going to keep an eye on this 411 area because I'm seeing something of a ceiling here, at least shorter term for 411, 411.5. So definitely something I'd be interested in, just kind of scalping. But around that 411, I also yesterday, I got in NVIDIA around 411 as we tried to go higher, and then it swooped to the downside. This level is not on my happy list. I do not like it. So 411 and NVIDIA does scare me. If I did get in, I would get lower, or I would consider shorting 411 because I know that, like we saw that here with the swoop to the downside. I know yesterday around 11 we had a swoop to the downside. NVIDIA lately does not want to hold 411. Also, levels, speaking of things that I've been keeping levels on multi-day that have been working out, is Netflix, which I'm super happy with this trade. Like, I love just swoop, swoop, swoop. Three outs here. We're kind of getting back to that level that I'm interested in, which is that just above 400 area. If we can continue to kind of hold some support there. Looks like we're seeing a bit of a ceiling around 403. So that would be kind of where I would be scalping up and down that level there. Yeah, I enjoy, Netflix is one that I do enjoy trading because I've been having my eye on this one since we had the earnings last week. And I find, if you pay attention to the levels and the market doesn't fall out from under you, at least for me personally, I think it's like I find it to be a pretty fun one to trade. I think it's, good practice for just paying attention to levels and knowing when to set your outs. That's my thing with Netflix. But yeah, Tesla's still on my watch. as it continues to swoop up towards 211. And NVIDIA also definitely one that I'm going to be trying to get into in the very near future. How go the NRDS and APLM?
They're good. They're good. Really, APLM kind of doing its little thing. NRDS still hanging out at the quarter. But people are saying here, chump change traders like that name. That's a cool name. Semis are pumping here, and you're not wrong. Obviously, Intel, the catalyst here, up about 10%. NVIDIA, 1 1/3. It just knocked on the door of that 110 as well. NVDA, let's bring in big tech. We haven't really been looking at too much big tech today. Ram, come to the screen if you're able to. 410 right now, a bit of a V-shaped retracement. 412.06 the high, that's the IB high on the opening print. And then we went down into the right there. Yesterday's high that we have to keep an eye on, 422 peak. The closing prints though on the 5-minute, essentially 420, right? That lovely 420 number. How's your weekend gonna be, Obi? Any 420 planned over there, or what? What's going on over there? He just came over, so I had to throw him under the bus a little bit. That's because he credited Neil with the flat top break, so I had to get my dig in there. Shout out to the Knob, killing it on the morning show. But yeah, no question about it. Semis strong right now. AMD as well, 3.5%, getting into that $97 level as well. We're going to keep an eye on that. But I got to tell you, I'm fixated here more at the dance we're doing at 14.4. We're not breaking through 14.4 with any vigor, guys. And this is kind of what I've been waiting for. This is, we're 3 candles now deep in the rejection of 14.4. Wicks above, closing prints below. This is what I look for a nice short on the future. Don't want to call it just yet, but this is what you're looking for. Breaches of 14.4 to the north side, and then Kwadunk coming right back down and showing that the sellers are in control and not the buyers. So keeping an eye on that. The other one I just want to mention, SPEC. Small cap gapper as well, de jour, 63%. Is this a multi-day runner? No. SPEC, it kind of died out a little bit. I had this on my side chart. Sorry, I didn't show you guys the 6 side charts today, but it was definitely there. Hung out at VWAP at $2.25, $2.33, and it just got a big volume spike there. In this 5-minute chart, you have about 400,000 shares done. Just made a new high at day 272 right now. A newer high above this 250 and above the opening range high at 255. So it cleared all those levels. SPEC, there you go. It's making newer highs again. This one's really pumping here, but I gotta tell you, the volume a little suspect on a $2 name. It's only about 1.5 million shares, but the majority of the volume coming in the last 5 minutes, about 400,000 shares of that 1.5 having been done in the last 5 minutes. Keep your eye on this one if you're interested in a small cap gapper. Now, I'm going to keep my eye, obviously, on this NQ trade. I'm likely going to get short soon. But this one, I'm probably going to cut if it breaks below this 82 penny area. That'll be a newer low, and I'll want no part of this one. I'm talking about APLM. This one doing, not breaking through that $1 area. This may be valid, but I can't give it too much room given the amount of size that I took on APLM. Up 52%, but heading south now. I'm going to likely concentrate the majority of my energy going forward at this 14.4 because it is doing what I like here. The wicks above and the rejections below.
Yeah, I'm kind of have my eye on Google right now because we did have, maybe an recovery from some that weakness after earnings. We are also seeing these higher lows and higher highs slightly here. So I'm intrigued by that, although I was going to try to get filled around 120, 180. It looks like we've kind of lost that opportunity for the time being. I'm going to cancel this for now, but I do like the pattern we have over here. This was a gorgeous move over VWAP. Definitely some consistency here, some levels, and a catalyst because this would be day 3, I believe, of an earnings play for Google. I also want to look at Microsoft, which is another that reported earnings the same night, Tuesday after close. And it saw a big increase, whereas Google definitely saw a drop down immediately. Yeah, Microsoft is definitely of interest for me. We are, again, kind of seeing these higher highs, these higher lows here. I'd like to get a better sense of levels on this before I jump in personally. But we're seeing kind of some support at different areas here. So earlier I charted the support around 331. We kind of went above that, now 333, around 335. So we're kind of going up in like $2 increments. I'm sure that will change, especially as we get into the midday and the market does what it would like to do. But yeah, I would be interested in this kind of continued support that we are seeing from Microsoft, especially as this one is a continued earnings play. Our other recent earnings play from the NQ, from these mega caps, other than Amazon, would be Meta. So Meta is up on the day right now. We definitely saw a pullback yesterday. We're up right now. It's one I find a little bit harder to read. We're kind of just more dancing around VWAP right now. Could be potentially a scalp trade for me, but I do find that Meta moves really quickly, and I have a harder time kind of reading the levels on this stock because I do trade it a little bit less than I trade, your NVIDIAs and your Teslas. And it's not that those are always consistent because they often aren't, but I'm a little bit more familiar with how those ones kind of move. But yeah, definitely interested in all of these mega cap earnings related plays right now. I also want to look at, just have my own personal watch list up here. I want to look at Ford too. So Ford, this one was on the watch list today. Ford had the earnings report and also that guidance lowering with fears of the strike. This one is down 8.5% right now. For context, like pre-market, we were down, I believe, like almost 4%. We had a little bit of a swoop up just before the market opened, and then we flew to the downside pretty steadily, trying to make a bit of a recovery here, but we're kind of flatlining. I'd be interested in seeing what it kind of does around VWAP, but honestly, the weakness of this stock far outweighs any relative strength or levels, in my humble opinion, for right now. Oh, you got it in the NQ short.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Oh, yeah. We already took a beak wetter there. Now looking for another out at 75s. Here we go down into 82s. We got short 95. I just want to talk quickly about something that I got on my Instagram. And there it is. Look at that. Super attention deficit over here. But yeah, this is exactly what I was looking for, guys. Rejections of the level with quick wicks above and then closes below. You see this time and time again at these critical levels on the future. It's not something that I made up. It's actually something that Arun showed me. Shout out to him. Probably killing it at home right now. It's something that he pointed out to me. It's not my own observations. Let's go ahead and sit at 65 now for another beak wetter down there. But the thing that I want to talk about, do you know that Taylor Swift now is a billionaire?
No.
Yeah, man.
Oh, why?
Printing a factory of money over there with her Eras Tour. Taylor Swift's Eras Tour has generated as much money as the economies of small countries.
That's horrifying.
The movie version is ruling the box office. Her new recording of a 9-year-old album called 1989, all her fans know about that obviously, is expected to be one of the hottest selling records of the year. Swift, as even the most casual pop culture watchers can attest, is everywhere. And in one of the biggest years of her nearly 2-decade career, she's entered even more rarefied status, AKA billionaire. The woman's a billionaire. It's a print factory over at her camp there, man. I know that Ram's not a fan, so I think she likes Beyonce. You like Beyonce?
I went to the Beyonce On the Run concert with Jay-Z, which was a really good tour. So yeah, definitely. And you could not pay me to go to a Taylor Swift concert for context. So I'm not like a massive Beyonce fan, but I will listen to Beyonce. I went to the concert. I like what she does. She's also, very talented. And Taylor Swift's ripped off her video a couple times, a couple different videos. But yeah, you can look that up. But anyways, the point is, I go BayHive. Hopefully, BayHive will make AMC run up here, and Taylor Swift's a billionaire. That's all I have to say to that. I can't even process that information.
Are you looking at this futures trade here, bro? What? Come on.
I saw the money.
Fill,
yeah,
how was it going? And there it is. Okay, so one more fill out. What a nice rejection on the future. Some dude in the chat was like bear trap. All right, bro. Tell it to the 5 outs here in the 50-point move. All right, so we are getting a nice move down on Softy, on Apple. You're seeing it on NVIDIA. You're seeing it on Tesla. You're not seeing it much on AMZN. You're not seeing it much on Meta. I got to tell you, they're holding up a little bit better. But that's it.
Congrats on that trade.
Thank
that is
you.
Beautiful.
Just one more out left, though, on that one. So we're going to try to be patient on that move. I'm going to give it essentially all the way up into 14.4. I'm not going to trigger this one up because now we've de-risked. And the trade's been had, so to speak. So we'll see how this one does. Let's go back to see our other friend there, NRDS. Ooh, we're moving up nicely on this. We're about to get a print. We've been sitting here at $9.44. Bit spready, so you're going to have to cross 44 by a couple of shekels to get printed here, but it's curling back up nicely, and we're looking for that $0.50 move. Essentially, that was really what I wanted out of this one, about a 50-penny move. We'll see what ends up transpiring here, Adair.
Yeah, I mean, congrats on that trade. That is beautiful. NVIDIA, we had a giant swoop to the downside here. I was saying I'd be kind of interested in shorting NVIDIA around that 411. We didn't quite get to 411. But maybe 410 is the new 411, I guess. I don't know, because what we're seeing basically long-term in NVIDIA is what I'm trying to say, is these lower highs. And like I said, I was noticing for myself personally, like 411 as being a point of resistance for NVIDIA yesterday. But yeah, I think like it's kind of, at least like at the dollar level, we are getting these lower highs here, noticing a little bit of support around that 408, just above 408, but nothing to entice me to get in as of yet. Also interesting, holding up slightly better than I thought it would around 210 is Tesla. So Tesla, yeah, right around, I guess, VWAP. Okay, this is an interesting level. I'm slightly enticed by Tesla around 209 because we did see that little bit of a floor there, and it would pick back up, swooping to the upside. Although, like NVIDIA, we are seeing slightly higher lows, although they're less pronounced, or slightly lower highs, sorry, but they're less pronounced than the ones we're seeing in NVIDIA. I also have my eye on Netflix still. This one kind of still trending off of earnings last week, and what we're seeing here is slightly higher lows. So I was originally looking at that 400 area kind of as an area of support, got in right around there. Now it looks like 401 might be a support area, so keeping an eye on this book here, although this one is a little bit spready. What I like to do is just kind of set the stops right in advance to see if we can get those highs when it goes to the upside. So yeah, that definitely of note. Meta's breaking down, though. I'm seeing that on my side chart.
Yeah.
So we're going to take a look at that. Absolutely breaking down around VWAP. Will it recover? Will we see support around this 293? Honestly, I think when Meta breaks down, it breaks down very hard. Cough, cough, the Meta Connect event, which I was unfortunately swept up in, unlike my third day of trading. But yeah, so Meta is certainly of note to me here. Maybe a short, but I find this one to be too volatile to really kind of be able to predict it one way or the other, at least for now. But we are seeing lower highs on this one. Tesla still dancing back up to 210. Let me see on my notes what I've got. Oh yeah, JPM I know was down because Jamie Dimon has announced he's selling some of his shares for the first time that he's been with the company, since he's been with the company. So JPM, yeah, still down about 2.34% right now. The whole bank sector is really low right now. I was doing the sector watch this morning, and it's like pretty much all the banks were weak, but JPM was leading the charge on that. We seem to be maybe picking up a little bit around VWAP with that 137-ish, just above 137 area of support. Volume on this is pretty good, about 4.5 mil almost. But yeah, I wanted to bring this one up because if there's news in the morning, sometimes I like to check in and see, what's actually still moving the market. So I guess this JPM story does have some traction. We do have some interest here. Decent volume, definitely to the downside. This chart pattern, though, I wouldn't know to long or short it right now, just because we could continue to the downside. But around VWAP, we could do a baby long here. I'm keeping my eye on it, is the point I'm trying to make. Also, Meta completely regaining traction from 296. This stock does not know what it wants to do at any point. We were like almost below 296. Now we're at almost 297. So I am just going to stare with my mouth open in awe at Meta. How is the NQ short?
Very
How
good.
is the trade?
Well, we only have one more out on this one after the 55s. I'm going to give this all the way back into 14.4. I can completely, that one makes sense to me. But we do have support at this 14.5. So I expected that there would be a nice bounce back up here. Have a look at the 5-minute chart here. It reflects that. Look, this 14.5 area, it almost acted in the same way that we acted at 14.4, where you had breaches and wicks above 14.5, only to have closing prints south of that. So this was an obvious level of resistance. Resistance becomes support, or so the textbooks say. So when we come back into that level, it only stands to reason that we find some support at that area. I'm going to try to exercise patience, because if we do break down, I'd like to ride this at least to VWAP. VWAP on my chart around that 425 area. We'll see how that does. But we did get a beak wetter on NRDS. In the meantime, let me try to weasel my way back over here. There it is, and there's the fill on NRDS. Now we are knocking on the door of that 50-cent level. We took this one at 01s. It's been stair-stepping up. Somebody asked me, Sharif, why did you get out of APLM? I got to tell you the truth, I didn't mean to misguide you, but this one is too consolidative for me, right? Like the whole point of this one went against my rules. Number one, we took it long south of VWAP. It's a small cap gapper. I don't take small cap gappers typically south of VWAP. That's number one. Number two, the only reason we did is it was making newer highs and newer lows in anticipation of that one break, right? That dollar break we know elicits a lot of attention, both from shorts and longs. That's why I wanted to get into this one. It didn't play out the way I wanted. We took about a 3-penny loser on this bad boy, which is fine with me. We just got the break of 50 now on NRDS. Expect resistance here, guys. This 50-penny level likely to be a bit of a toughie going forward. I got to tell you, I'm displeased with the amount of volume that NRDS is doing. Nonetheless, we're involved in it. I like the price action, but I definitely like to see the spread tightened up 6 pennies right now as a result of the lower amount of volume. Quickly back to the future trade. We're back in the 70s, so about 20, we're in the 60s now, so still about 30 points in the money or so. Looking for a breach of that 50. I'm going to exercise patience. Shout out to Dat Trader. Hello, Sharif. How long have you been trading at Day Trade the World? My first day, I sat over here on this computer behind me.
Wow.
Yeah, this one right here, right there. And it was May 2nd, 2022. That was my first day here. But viewers of the show will know I have been a viewer for very long, where I used to harass Sean in the chat, right? Right?
And now you can harass him in person.
Yeah, now I can harass him in person. He's a good sport about it, so we're all good there. There he is. Katina Man went for his little walk there, blew off some steam. Now he's back. He's going to kill the market some more. He's long Tesla 209, by the way. Anybody following around, so he's $1 in the money on that one. We're going to hit the dollar club for the Katina Man there. Shout out.
Oh, remix.
Yeah. Is this my first trading job, says Corleone? Yes, absolutely. I love that. I love that name. Absolutely. I traded for about 2 years, much in the same way that the Kenobi did as well, at home, while, to varying success. Losing money, making money, losing money, making money, not really having a defined style. Tater Tot, what is your buddy Alfred saying about CSIQ and ENPH? I will ask him now. The message will go out as soon as Adair starts talking.
Alfred updates.
Yeah, he likes Enphase.
Oh,
he
yeah,
does.
that's cool.
Oh yeah, he does. He wants to get into Enphase. He's going to be happy that they missed. Like he loves when stocks that he likes goes down.
Oh, okay.
Because he wants to buy at better cost.
That's true. Like
he
the dip
gets
buy.
so excited Adair.
Yeah.
You have no idea.
I'm really
Why
excited.
is the market going up? He's the only person that's mad that the market's going up, other than Perma Bears, obviously, right? He's the only person upset about that. Quickly here, Hunter, get me on the floor. Well, apply to the campus program, man. The Katina Man was talking up a storm about the campus program. Oh, come on, Ram. She's like, okay, there it is, baby. Scan that barcode, my friend, and get involved with the campus program with Day Trade the World. We'd love to have you on.
Yeah. Also, I saw a comment up here from Elon in the chat that I'm going to get to in a moment because I'm also curious. But Netflix, I've been still watching as we're making these slightly higher highs here, just trying to get in for a fill. It looks like our new kind of area of support is that 401, just above 401. So that will be definitely my area, my angle here. Tesla's still looking like it's pretty strong from that 209 to 210, kind of jumping around here. This would be, 209 would be my area of interest around VWAP. Looks like we might not see that area for a while, but like Netflix, I'm going to keep an eye on the book and look for a nice little fill opportunity there. NVIDIA kind of sinking, continuing to kind of sink around that that 408 region. If it hits below VWAP, that will definitely be of note for me. This name can take off really quickly, though, so it could have like a little mini recovery play like what we were seeing 408, 409. But for me, for NVIDIA, I don't really see like a long-term play for myself. I would, like with what I've been kind of doing with Tesla, kind of scalp in and out probably for the time being unless I'm seeing some real traction. Because when NVIDIA decides it does not want to move upwards, it will go down very quickly, and I've been caught up in that. I was going to say one too many times, but that's giving myself too much credit. It's been way too many times. So yeah, NVIDIA moves fast, so I'm gonna probably stay away from that until I get a better sense of direction, even for a scalp. For Google too, I was noticing some mentions of Google. These slightly higher highs here, definitely dancing around VWAP, showing some recovery, almost green on the day after some general weakness on those earnings that we did get on Tuesday night. So yeah, definitely that 122 area, kind of a bit of a ceiling right now. If we can break above 122, kind of 5 or 6, that would be of interest to me, because we saw 122.2, 122.4. We're seeing these gradual higher highs, but definitely some support around 121.8 and some resistance around 122, 122.4. So you've got about like 40, 60 cents of range here. But yeah, definitely these higher highs are of note for me with regards to Google. I also want to look at, I have some other notes up here. And you know what? I'm going to pull up.
Wow, look at the fuge.
Oh,
look at the fuge, bro. This 1450 broke. I knew this was going to happen. This is exactly what we were talking about earlier. I'm not taking profits here. No, we're going to let this ride. VWAP's at 25. We'll beat wet or beak there at 25. Sat only one more out though, Adara, but there it is. The lower high comes in on the 5-minute candle. We talked about 50 being a level of support because of the wicks into that 50 level earlier. It was strong to the north side there. It kept retracing back down. Eventually you got the break. We danced at 14.4. We saw the wicks above the level and the closes below. That's what I kept telling you guys. And then we saw the same thing at 50, right? Kept dancing at 50 because we knew that that was going to be an area of support. But look at this lower high over here. You have this high over here into 82. And then the subsequent 5-minute candle, you have it at 76. The flat bottom breaks comes, you guessed it, vis-a-vis that 50. And there we go. We got to move down to 37s. I'm not saying, you know, we're going to tank here. But, you know, if there was, I want to take profits at 25. So I'm going to be patient here. We're back into 46s. But, you know, I think we're going to steadily move down here on the future. Let's see what happens. Anyway, so we'll see.
Yeah, also, I just want to address this chat that's addressed to you that I really enjoyed. This is the one I was mentioning earlier from Elon. Hi, Sharif. Do you see the rally in YesVember since we had a horrific October?
Say that again.
Do you see the rally in YesVember since we had a horrific
October?
Yeah, instead of October, they had October, which I appreciated. So shout out to Elon in the chat.
I have no idea what we're going to get.
Yeah, I saw that and I was like, YesVember was great, so why not address it there?
Alfred has responded. He has responded. Here it is.
Alfred take.
You ready? You guys ready? Okay. Enphase, EMPH is good long term, but Tesla has exposure to solar and is safer. Enphase will likely drop more as its earnings show continued weakness with higher for longer rates. They do have tech that nobody else has with its inverters, but be prepared to go down another 50% or more if things get bad. CSIQ is not something I'm interested in anymore. I've researched it a bit more, and the CEO and his wife, who holds another role on the executive team or is on the board, has not been very shareholder friendly in the past. They have tried to take the company private when the share price was depressed. Interesting. They were blocked by the board, but I don't trust their mainland China rear ends, and he doesn't use rear ends, he uses their other thing. And he's from mainland China too, by the way, so he gets to say that. But there you go. That's Alfred's opinion on that one. He likes Enphase. He doesn't like CSIQ. Do that what you will.
Yeah, basically, I am currently, we were trying to get a fill on Netflix around that 401, but it looks like our area of support is getting even higher. So I'm canceled that for now. Keeping an eye out, looks like now maybe 401.5 is the area to get in, because I do still believe in this Netflix scalp on these levels here, because we're seeing continued support, slightly higher areas of support. I do have some faith here. I'm also seeing Hunter Elliott in the chat. Any recent FOMO trades? I know yesterday I did miss on that big Netflix long because I couldn't get filled. That would be a FOMO trade for me. Honestly, a little bit like, anytime Tesla goes up and I'm not in it, I'm a little bit sad, I'm going to be honest with you. But also this kind of meta scalp, I guess part of me has a fear of missing out, and the other part of me would be afraid while in the trade because of the way meta moves sometimes. So I'm kind of torn here. Quite honestly, I don't really have a good answer for you right now, Hunter, beyond the massive FOMO I had yesterday when I missed that Netflix long, which I made very clear multiple times verbally. I was very sad about that. We also have NVIDIA kind of dancing around VWAP right now to the downside, though. So unless we see a full swoop up here, would not be of interest to me. Still considering, I'm slightly tempted by an NVIDIA long here, but I'm going to have to change, or sorry, short. But I'm going to have to change what my levels would have been on that because I was originally interested in 411. Now it looks like maybe 409. If that comes in, that could be a decent short. But I'm going to kind of wait and watch and see what this guy does for a bit before I make any decisions there. Also, what's interesting is Microsoft, which was kind of strong earlier, seems to have been, this is not the right ticker. Apologies here. Microsoft has died down just a little bit over here. Let me see. There you go. Yeah, so we were having these higher highs. Now we kind of, I guess, maybe we're prepared for another higher high. This could actually be an opportunity for a dip buy here because we are seeing some 344 or 334 support. So I was saying, we're seeing, we had 331 and then we had 333. Looks like 334 could be the new area of support here. I might actually try to get a dip buy right below this 334. I think I'm going to actually set this up here. Go 333.75 because why not? That's where I'm going to try to get in here. But yeah, Microsoft too, we had the earnings. It's been moving up since those earnings we initially had there on Tuesday night. So definitely one that I'm keeping an eye on. I also, another kind of recent earnings play, I think from the same, also I believe from Tuesday night, Teladoc. That one's still up on my side chart because it's been doing things since those earnings. Right now, kind of an interesting play around VWAP, quite honestly. It looks like we might be bouncing back up off of VWAP. I tried to get in and along on this yesterday, and then I couldn't get filled, and it ended up being good. I didn't get filled because it kind of continued to tank. But also Microsoft took off without me, unfortunately. But yeah, TDoc could be interesting around VWAP, but I'd like to wait and see how this one moves for a little bit first because I have very little faith in this name for a longer term play for myself. Okay.
The thing I want to say here is there's clearly buyers here at 1450. So in the same way that we looked at 14.4 for a nice short level, look at this candle over here. This is a bit of a reversal candle where you have not really a hammer candle, but we're going to wait and see. But what I didn't like was this move aggressively into 14.3 1/3 and that huge move back up into 14.3 2/3. We're definitely fighting here at 50. Look at the amount of action. If we had volume profile, you'd see so many shares or so much volume being done at this level here, not the least of which took place over here and over here. There's so much volume being done at the midpoint here at 14.350. But this is a really labored way of saying that this was a very bullish looking candle, that dip in and that quick buy up back again. This may be as good as it gets for the bears, especially because, taking that 14.4 short was no question a counter trend trade. We're up 1.17%. We were up much higher than that earlier. What is Dan saying? 14.338 was the 30-second opening range for the NQ. So that's around right here, guys, right? Which is just a smidge below that 14.350. I got to tell you, Dan, I really see a 14.350 as the battleground here between long and shorts, whether it was over here starting from around 9:30 all the way to 10:35, and then you have the eventual breach, and then look at all the wicks into 14.5 here, all of which were bought, and then you had the capitulation finally, and then the big buy up. So I got to tell you, my eyes fixated at 14.350 in the same way that it was fixated at 14.44. Oh, sorry. Yeah, 14.40. Yeah, we'll see what happens here, but gonna try to hold this for the quarter move. But yeah, I really feel that the trend may start to change a little bit here, and we may start seeing some 75 prints. And as I say that, here come the high 60s. So this feels to me like this was as good as it's gonna get for the shorts, and who knows? Who knows? Yeah, I hear from the side that Microsoft is ripping, which typically means that we're going to get some strength on the NQ. Well, it's a nice bounce back up there on Softy. What else? You got consolidation on Meta. You have, continued, I don't want to say weakness or strength on Amazon, but it's stair-stepping up. It's having trouble with that $130 area. Apple's dead. Oh, by the way, today, when I told the Katina man there was a lawsuit with respect to Apple, I misspoke. They lost the lawsuit at first instance. Oof. First instance meaning the first level court. A judge found in favor of the company suing Apple for taking its technology for the blood oxygen concentration that they incorporate into the Apple Watch and poaching some of their executives and their technology. And so they found in favor of Apple's opponent. So a couple of things can happen here. One, Apple can settle with them at a court. Two, Apple can buy them outright, or three, Apple can challenge. Yeah, they can buy them out literally. Yeah, they have that choice. They have, I think, the most amount of cash on hand of any company, or they can appeal. It's probably going to be maybe a combination of negotiations and an appeal, right? Because you always want to leave the lawsuit on the table. You never want to pull the lawsuit. You always want to maintain your ability to appeal. So that was a look there, and that's why maybe we're getting some weakness the last couple of days on AAPL. Beyond that kind of details, I don't really know. I kind of heard it, a cursory explanation this morning on what's it called? Squawk Box. October is nearly over. Like time for November. I like that, Dan.
I like that.
October, it has been, my friend, especially for the long-term portfolio. We've been getting rinsed.
Yeah, all of these little nicknames for the months, I'm very much enjoying in the chat here. So shout out to everybody. I'm just gonna get my last out set up on my friend Netflix. I'm just kind of dancing around these areas here. Like I said, I've been really playing the range on this one. I really like where I entered here because we were seeing some support kind of around that 401.50, just a little bit higher area. So we set our entry at 401.70. Seems like a pretty good place to enter because, like as I said too, we were noticing these slightly higher areas of support. So I'd like to get out, part of the position at around 402.50, part of it around 403, and then part of it around slightly higher, because these are all areas that are well within the range. I'm not trying to set my stop too high and then miss it. You know what I mean? We're very much, with something like Netflix, I find it to be very much a range play. That's where I've kind of had the most success with this stock. So that's what we've got going on right now. We can reassess depending on how things go, but I feel pretty confident with it right now, just kind of the way this one has been moving with these higher highs and higher lows. Also, NVIDIA, I tried to get a fill, very much missed my fill again on my friend NVIDIA. I found, because originally when I started trading, I was basically traded way too high. I was trying to get in basically wherever the action was currently, and then I learned you kind of have to wait and pull back a little bit and set your stop or your entry points a little bit lower than where you're currently trading. But now I have this thing, well, I'll set my entry too low and I won't get it. So when we were dancing around kind of just below that 408 area, I was trying to get in at 407.50. We never got to 407.50. It ended up, I guess, being a little bit too low of an area to set my entrance point. So kind of trying to learn with that, trying to watch the levels a bit more. And try to find a more, a point that's not too high or too low, just right. Shout out to Goldilocks, I guess. Yeah. But yeah, try to get in at a more appropriate area for some of these trades here. But that being said, I do like the Netflix entry point right now. I would probably let it to get to around 401 before I start to panic a little bit, because there is a little bit of room to move within the range, but generally Netflix has been respecting the range pretty well. Also, shout out to Anurag in the chat. NASDAQ needs investment from Taylor Swift for a yes member.
Yeah, I saw that.
I enjoyed that. I wanted to give that a little bit of a shout out. Also, in the chat too, all I do is win, win, win. Stan O, DJ Khaled shout out. I guess, yeah. Win, win, no matter what. Yeah.
Shout out to you. There we go.
There he is. Here to accept his setup. Also, okay, this is an interesting question from Vivek in the trade. What kind of risk reward are you setting up for on your trades? I don't like to risk too much, to be quite honest. That's why I'm kind of scared of shorting, because I find it to be, and this might be like a fallacy here, but I find it to be a little bit riskier, at least for myself. So I only like to enter, especially lately, if I do see, a clear point of entry. I guess, I don't know, that's how I'm trying to, answer this question. But yeah, like, so for example, and I'll explain why I entered Netflix the way I did with regards to me with risk and reward. I like to have a pretty good chance of reward and pretty minimal risk. But yeah, so I think for here, the reason, although I probably could have set my stop or my entry a little bit lower here, admittedly, is I was noticing slightly higher areas of support on Netflix. So I wanted to kind of get in here where I know I can play the range. If I wasn't kind of seeing this range play, if I wasn't watching the book as carefully as I have been, I probably would have gotten in here. So I guess for me, like, I'm willing to take a little bit more risk because I know Netflix is a stock that will move pretty quickly if I paid attention to those levels that I've assessed everything beforehand. I don't know if that answers your question. I tried.
I think what he was like, what some traders want to do is they say, okay, I'm gonna have a 3-to-1 risk to reward ratio or 2-to-1.
Oh, okay, yeah, sorry, I missed that point of the question.
You know,
okay.
it's like a mathematical formula that some traders like to use.
Okay.
Because, you know, you only need to be right a certain percentage of the time, a few, like 50% of the time in order to be profitable.
Okay.
If you're using a certain risk to reward ratio.
I see.
It ends up being like the math aspect of it.
I appreciate that. Yeah,
some people use it, some people don't.
Okay.
So you can look more into that.
I need to look more into that, then that would be my answer to the question. Thank you for helping me out with that.
No problem. Guys, we just took some out there at the break of 60 on NRDS over here. What's going on over there? The Katina man is, well, you were already $1 in the money. Were you long on 209s? Aren't you $2 in the money? He got long again, the Katina man. Multiple trades on the Tesla there.
The Tesla.
The Tesla.
The one and only Tesla.
It is the one and only. All right, guys, NRDS, we took some out there at 960. This one's continuing to run. Not too many outs left on this one, so we're gonna decrease the size that we're taking out here, but NRDS continues to run up. It is a little bit spready. The volume on it is improving a little bit, about 3 million shares done so far in the last 5 minutes. Have done about 200,000, so still not that great, but it's, you know, it's profitable and it's predictable in its ascent. So we're gonna exercise some patience on that one. The one that we're probably gonna have to cut soon is the last remaining out here on the future. Yeah, I really wanted to hope for a quarter touch or a third touch here, but it looks like there might be too much strength today on the NQ. Now up 1 1/4 was up a lot more, and this reversal candle probably sealed the deal there. And not surprising, really, we kind of knew that 14,350 was a definite support level. This comes back into 14, where am I long? 9.5. I'm going to cut it. It's about 20 points away from where we are now, which is fine. I'm going to leave that. Buyback, exactly. I think he was probably referring to what I was telling you about the risk to reward ratio there.
Yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate that.
What do you do when the candle has higher high and lower low, or lower high and higher low? Yeah, that's called a zigzag. And yeah, you just stay away from that, to be quite honest with you. I know exactly what you mean, and that's just like a bit of indecision there. Hunter Elliott, NQ trade is 20 to 1. I don't know about that, but yeah, but it is quite leveraged. What are the wicks on Tesla? Yeah, I don't know.
I've noticed some mention of the wicks on Tesla
right here,
in the chat.
look at this.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what the hell this for. I don't usually get dark prints on dark pool prints on this program over here, but today it's showing up for whatever reason. Typically it doesn't. But yeah, Tesla very strong today. Looking to take that 211 quite soon, up 2 1/3. It's been beat up, guys. It's been beat up. We'll have a look at the hourly here to show you what happened. This was obviously earnings, and it continued to sell after earnings. We've been talking about tight margins, and that was kind of alleviated somewhat today when we found out there are going to be price hikes in the U.S. as well as China. It looks like the price hikes in China a little steeper than the price hikes in the U.S. It's with respect to the Model Y long range. I believe that is probably their best seller. I would imagine the Performance, probably their second best seller. The Model Y is the best selling car in California. I think it is the second best selling car in the United States after the F-150. I'm pretty sure, I don't know, that might have changed, but it's up there though. It's a monster. And I love that car, I gotta tell you the truth. It's one of my favorite cars. But shows, what's going on there, Ram? The Model Y, I'll show you. I don't have one of those, but I could have got one. But I chose not to because my condo are a bunch of dinosaurs and they don't want to install electric vehicle charging. It's this one, Ram. They don't want to install electric vehicle outlets. We had an entire thing on it. There was a board meeting.
Oh my, it was that serious.
Oh yeah.
It's like all the condo moms, like we can't have that.
And
That's
like
crazy.
everybody in my condos, they're all dinosaurs. They literally are dinosaurs. It's like an old people's condo. But this is the car, the Model Y. Everybody knows this, right?
Yeah.
It's my favorite color. I call this Pepsi Blue, baby.
Pepsi Blue. I love that.
Yeah.
That's a really apt description of that color. Very accurate here.
Right. But the Model Y Performance with white interior and black wheels. That's my fave right there. Okay, so we're moving down a little bit here, Adara, on the future. It looks like we're coming back into that 50-point level.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're also moving down on Netflix. We were seeing a lot of support for a long time around where I entered, so that 401.50, 401.70 area. We just kind of died with that wick to the downside. Honestly, at this point, if I get out of 402, I'll be happy because we're still kind of able to reach that point. But it looks like some of that ranging movement we had earlier might be gone for the time being. And, I can accept that. I can react to that. But yeah, I do think we are still seeing some strength above 401. So I don't want to pull out quite yet because I've done that before where I see that one wick to the downside, panic and get out, and then we kind of recover, right? Especially with these big, well, not that Netflix is necessarily big tech, but these like NQ names, if that makes sense. Also interesting is NVIDIA, which still kind of looks like it could be, at least for my purposes, kind of a dip scalp play up and down that 408, 409 area, but I'm really struggling to catch a fill on this one. So I'm just still going to continue admiring it from afar. Also, Microsoft I've been watching too around that, from that 333 through 334 area. We are seeing, this gradual swoop to the upside, kind of slow but steady from 334 on. I guess, just a little bit below 334. I did try to get a fill on this, and then we missed the boat. The plane left without us, what have you. Also, getting a huge pop right now is Meta. I'm going to pull up Mr. Meta because on that side chart, I was like, what is this wick? Because I have the 1 minute wick on the side charts with this giant pop. Honestly, with 3 candles to the upside and some decent support at 296, I could see myself potentially being involved with Meta. I don't really like to get involved with Meta unless I see a legitimate pattern that is holding up for a longer-ish period of time. And I'm sort of seeing that with Meta. I say with immense skepticism. But, these slightly higher lows or higher highs are nothing to really scoff at for me. And this massive amount of support around that 296 area, I guess just above 296. Also of note, so going to keep an eye on that. Netflix still dancing around 401.
Yeah, I'm likely going to cut this NQ short soon here because we're making several higher highs with a flat base at 1450. 350. It's been that way for quite some time. Have a look at the chart. I've got the NQ up. I'm gonna try to exercise some patience, but it's very, very like whippy, man. We wick up, but we were making newer highs. I guess that's probably what I should be looking at here, despite the fact that we seem to sell off aggressively on the pops up. Ever since this reversal candle, higher high, higher high, higher high, higher high again. So, I think this one probably destined to touch 14.4 again. Whether or not we break 14.4 and continue north, probably that's an entirely different story. We'll have to see how we trade around there. But right now, I think the trend is against me for this last out. So I don't know. Maybe I should just cut it now. But then if I cut it now and it tanks, I'm gonna feel like absolute dog. You know what? So I'm gonna try to exercise some patience here. And if that means losing a little bit, leaving some money on the table, that's fine. And that's what it is. Corleone. Okay, just wondering about the schedules daily. You're gonna have to figure it out yourself, brother. I mean, it depends on what you can do. I mean, if you can allot 5 hours a day, so that you can accumulate whatever. What Corleone was asking me he's like, look, how long do you need in order to become a master trader? First of all, I'm not nowhere near that. Second of all, but I subscribe to the 10,000 hours to master type thing. And so what I was telling him was, well, you got to figure out what your schedule could be and how much you can dedicate a day to your trading to see, and eventually how quickly you can get to that 10,000 hours. I think that's going to vary for everybody. Maybe you can do 3, I can do 2, right? And yeah, that's kind of how I look at it there. Let's go back up and see what some other people are talking about. Vail. Tony Price wants me to talk about Vail. So we're going to talk about Vail. Vail volume is high because earnings was yesterday, and they will be buying back probably 150 million shares, I think. He says 150, but probably meaning 150 million. Let's look at Vail. All right. Vail, excellent looking chart. 5% to the good on VALE. Right now, let's put in the ticker. All right, let's get some levels. We got to zoom out here. Let's go to the hourly. All right, well, we're still not even really at local highs on Vale. Vale, one of my favorite companies for materials. This basically it's a Brazil-based metal and mining company, important for like copper, iron ore, platinum, gold, silver, cobalt, which is obviously used for phones and now cars for electric vehicles. So Alfred's been harassing me about Vale for a long time. It's what's that other one that starts with an M? No, the other one that is competitor of Vale or Vale or whatever. It's a mining company. Starts with like an M. No, Mino something.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's coming to him. Chat, come on. What's it called? Starts with an M. It does it? It's not. Okay. No, not MP. I'm not talking about that one. Oh, which? No, not Merco. Not Rio Tinto Reliable, close. That's not the one. Marymount, no. Rio Tinto, no, that's not the one. Oh, it's coming to me. Anyway, whatever it is, let's look at the levels over here, and it'll come to me in a second. The levels. Those dreaded levels. So we're at 1369 high a day, which we've broken through local highs. That was about 1350. Okay. Man City. Man City, that's funny. No, it's not.
Someone's saying Alfred knows in the chat.
Yeah, let's find out. Let's just get on.
That's a good suggestion.
We got access to Alfred when we need him.
When in doubt, ask Alfred.
What's the name of that materials company that you always like?
People are saying Minco.
No, it's not. It's like a weird, like, kind of poshy name.
A poshy name.
I don't remember. It is. Alfred's a poshy individual. He's Chinese nobility. Yeah, I know. But yeah, I got into that story before, but I won't repeat it again now. Yeah, $14 seems to be an interesting level as well here, Tony. Going back into August. Come on, dude. Come on, man.
That's pretty funny. I enjoyed that, I have to say.
No, it's not that. It's not meta. Oh.
Imagine if it was meta.
Goodness, I think I might actually have it here on my watch list. Give me a second. Infrastructure. Oh, here, is this it? MP Materials. No, that's not it either.
MySpace. Megamind.
Megamind, calm down there, Ram. Megamind. He hasn't read the message yet, but I'm sure he'll read it.
Menards. There's some really
$14.
funny
I see that as
here.
a resistance level. Look for that today. Otherwise, we're beyond local highs here on Valet or whatever, however it said. The chat was fact checking me on that earlier.
Oh yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we just got out of Netflix. Unfortunately, we're still like positive on the day because we did well in the earlier Netflix trade. But yeah, unfortunately, this was sad. I like, when we were kind of range trading, we were getting up to that 402 area, and then it kind of tanked. We didn't lose like too much. Like I think we lost like just under $1 per share for most of these. But it is still unfortunate. A loss is a loss. What I can learn from that is I should have paid more attention to this kind of ongoing downward trend than what was going on with the range. I mentioned this yesterday too. I find like as I get more confident tape reading, I sometimes like, you need to look at both the tapes and the candles, and that was my downfall. That was my downfall or my fatal flaw or Hamarsha or what have you with this Netflix trade here. That being said, if we do continue to show support at 400, because we haven't broken 400 yet, I could be tempted. So I'm just going to keep an eye on this. What other? Oh, NVIDIA bouncing as that VWAP bounce. NVIDIA kind of over that 409. NVIDIA at 410 has been an interesting level to me. Originally, we were kind of seeing that weakness at 411. That weakness or that ceiling point, if you will, seems to have transferred perhaps over to that 410 area. I would maybe do a very short-term short at 410 because I have very little strength or belief in NVIDIA at that 410 area unless it shows me that it can hold, because as of yet, it hasn't really done that. But yeah, so NVIDIA 410 is a potential short for me. Google also. Pardon?
Newmont. Newmont, that's the one.
Go
Sorry,
Alfred.
Yeah.
I mean,
no, he
Alfred
didn't.
gave us an answer.
No, it was Glenn Smith.
Oh,
Glenn Smith gets plenty of
I like that I
bangs
assumed
there.
it was Alfred.
Thank you, Glenn Smith. That was going to drive me crazy. Newmont, guys. Yes, that's the one that he likes. Sorry, Adair.
No, it's okay. I'm happy we found an answer. Shout out to Glenn Smith. But yes, so we are currently at NVIDIA. I'm still looking at that was what we were on there. Microsoft kind of having trouble getting beyond this just above 334 points. So I'm going to pull that up. Yeah, I mean, like we're definitely still trending up. Like we're seeing these slightly higher lows. Higher lows. I said it right. Higher lows, higher highs here. But we're seeing a lot less, traction, a lot less immediate movement here. So we had a lot of steep move up, like green candle, et cetera. But we're having a little bit trouble holding on to above 334 here. So other than a scalp, I would not be super interested in the Microsoft long. Also, the NQ just took a giant dip to the downside, at least on the 1 minute here. I have a lot of my side charts are the 1 minute. Google went from that 122.7 area to 122.2 so quickly, like swoop. Yeah, dump it.
We're dumping right now.
Such a swoop moment over here for the market. We'll see if they recover, because sometimes I find we'll have these wicks to the downside and the stocks will recover pretty quickly. We're going to have to wait and see on that. Happy I got out of Netflix when I did, though, because Netflix definitely felt that hit, like swoop. Below that 400, not too interested in this one right now, I have to say. We had our fun with Netflix, but it's kind of over for the time being. Yeah, I mean, honestly, yeah, that movement down. This market has been so interesting with earnings. Also want to look at Alibaba as well, because all those Chinese ADR names have been on watch lately. This one was very on watch with the Singles Day promotion. Slightly positive right now, but kind of having a hard time gaining traction. We saw that, that swoop almost to VWAP, then we kind of petered out a little bit. I'll have to see if it can kind of hold up. Still positive on the day, but not super confident in getting into this name at this moment. Yeah, in the meantime, still kind of watching NVIDIA and Tesla to kind of see what shakes out there.
We bounced off 418, 350. Sorry, again, that level's back in play. We dipped below, but it's in the same way that we were wicking above 14.4 and then rejecting, we're going down below 14.5 and bouncing back up. This is quite bullish. We'll see. I've got really nothing to say at this moment. I'm just going to continue to wait and see what ends up happening. The Katina man has instructed me to read what is on the sticky note with respect to Amazon. Amazon, SS, short sale, 130. Good Q, but the market has faded, plays all week. AWS in trouble, question mark. We're at 130 right now, and we just retraced 70 pennies off that high, 130.02, exactly the high of day. So shout out to the sticky note. Yeah. So that's where we are on that. Let's talk quickly about NRDS here. We're continuing to make highs. Sadly, we don't have too much left, so we're going to have to let this one run. We've got two outs. Okay, so we'll put our beak here, Dara.
A nice, pleasant surprise.
Yeah, why not? Now we've got nothing basically left. So we're 75 pennies in the money on this one. It's been strong all day, right? We got the 9 dip, and it really has been very steady in its ascent upward. Very uncharacteristic for small cap gappers, which are usually quite bamboozling. What is the float on NRDS? Surprising, 45.1 million shares. Usually, it's not big or anything, but usually something like that elicits more of a volatile response. NRDS, the short float, not negligible. 3.75, not huge, obviously, but not big either. October 26th was the earnings, which was obviously yesterday, hence why it's running today. Good move on NRDS, continues to move to the high of day. New highs all throughout. As we continue to dance at 14,350 on the NQ, it really seems that there are buyers at this level, or at least that's how it appears to me. We do have lower highs, however, and that is a little bit bearish, where you peak out at 14,407 3/4, and then the best you could do on the second descent is 14,384. You really haven't made a newer low. This kind of hammer candle took us all the way down to 14,337. We haven't been down that level just about yet since that time. But the buyers are stepping in at 14,350, trying to be patient, but it looks like as if we may be we may be there for a little while. Jay Lee, just sold my KRE puts for 25% gain. Yeah, Dan was telling me about weakness on KRE, and I asked what the hell was going on and have an opportunity to look. Why are regionals weak today? Do you know? Regional banks? No. We're going to look here. Not bad, but I was hoping for 50% more. Shout out to Jay. We're going to spend the money for Jay. He's been printing on Boyle, and now he's printing on KRE. Shout out to Jay, a good friend of the show. Eddie R. AMD seems to be having a good day. Yes, sir. 3 3/4. That's not a joke on AMD. Not bad. $97 and change, 17 right now. It's been a tough little while for AMD and some of these semis who have been sold off aggressively as of late. Let's have a look at this is what I'm talking about here. You need only look back into early October when we were at 111.50. What's Ram laughing at over there, man? She's going nuts over there, bro. 93.50 is where we kind of troughed out at, and then we're $4 off that high at the moment. Not a bad day for AMD. Now, we heard a little bit about AMD and NVIDIA kind of encroaching into Intel's space, which is the CPU space. You know, they're looking at using ARM's technology. ARM uses a different type of software. It uses less battery because it uses less power, which is great for mobile devices. It was originally made for mobile phones. They want to extend that technology to work with Microsoft Windows now on laptops. Pat Gelsinger, shout out to Patty G. He came out on the call yesterday and said that, you know, he's not really that worried about he's really not that worried about ARM and, you know, strong arming him. And like that.
Pun of the day, honestly.
We have fun around
That was
here.
beautiful.
Right? The Katina, man.
Extra props.
Right? Okay. Basically, he's not worried about them. He says that, you know, their CPUs are superior and that they own the majority of the market when it comes to laptops and other computers. So we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see who wins this one out.
Yeah, it'll be a whole battle. Yeah. Also a battle is me trying to enter Meta right now. No, I'm joking, but like, am I? Because I find Meta fluctuates really quickly and then recovers. I was trying to set my stop like kind of around that my entry. I'm not even in the stock yet, and I'm already thinking about stops. Setting my point of entry just kind of below that. It looks like we might actually get our point of entry here because I set it around 297.50. My hope being we wick below that and then shoot back up because I noticed that's the type of movement that Meta likes to do quite frequently, and I have felt the brunt of that before, so I tried to plan this out pretty strategically. We're kind of dancing around where my point of entry would be. So fingers are very crossed here, toes are very crossed, what have you. So I'm going to let Meta run because I think we might be able to get our point of entry here. We're about 15 cents away from where I put my entrance. So we're going to pray there and then take a look at GM while Meta runs here. GM was actually, I just pulled this one up because apparently GM and UAW may be nearing the end of the labor deal after the marathon negotiating session. I'm just reading, this is the CNBC headline here. I'm going to put that back up where it belongs. But yeah, so just thought that was interesting. GM still very much down on the day, down about 3%. It had its earnings recently too. We had forward earnings today, which I'll pull up in a minute for that chart. But yeah, so we took this giant, we were kind of continuing to go to the downside on GM this morning. Took a big swoop around 9:30, tried to recover, back to the downside. It could move at VWAP. Also, we'll see how the market reacts to this news because I think this definitely could be of interest here. But I'm also going to pull up Ford on its earnings. And also Ford, as of yesterday, yesterday was kind of reaching the end of its UAW strike agreement. So a little bit ahead of the curve with GM. Definitely not ahead of the curve with GM in terms of stock, though. GM was down about 3%. Ford's down almost 10% right now. Like I said, I was kind of watching this to kind of see what it was doing around that VWAP area. We got to around 10.4. Took a definite swoop to the downside. Will it be able to hold this area of support kind of around that 10 area? We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, not super confident in this name right now. Also, it looks like we are very much going to miss our Meta entrance point. Let's see what's happening in Meta. Yeah, this is another case of, like I said, sometimes setting my points of entry too low out of fear of setting them too high. So probably what would have made more sense if I had set it at 297.75. That would have probably been a better place to set. Instead, I set at 297.50, I believe. And so it was a little bit harder for us to reach that range, unfortunately. But yeah, so definitely, hopefully learning from this experience, going to set, although as I say that, Now we're wicking towards where I was going to enter, although maybe I'm getting false hope here. But yeah, it looks like right now, should have watched the book a bit better on this. Looks like 297.75 would have been a better point of entry if I'm looking to enter slightly lower than where we are currently trading. I'm also going to pull up the SPY because I'm seeing some mentions of the SPY here in the chat from Alex Davis. Look at the, I want to look at like the, let's look at the 15 on the SPY. The 15 on the SPY, yeah, super, like very much spiking up and down here. Seeing, I guess, a bit of support potentially around that 414.4 area. Now we are going towards that 412.6 area. Let's see if it actually has, we've seen some support at 412 earlier. Let's kind of see what it does at 412. I think would be of interest. I'd be curious about. We're still barely positive on the day, barely holding on, up 0.03% right now. Yeah, let's, oh, people are saying go to April, May on the SPY. Okay. Let's. Yeah, I'm just kind of looking at the SPY. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, truthfully, I think the SPY is one that I still don't super know how to read. Some people in the chat were mentioning this. The SPY kind of tried to pull it up here. But yeah, definitely, like we're not as low as we were kind of getting. Like this is like last year now already. Now, yes, please, yeah, because I don't know how to read this chart.
We talked about doing comparisons between the NQ and the ES.
Yes, yeah.
And there's a reason, right?
Right.
Because tech is more heavily weighted on the NQ, and the ES is kind of a fuller picture of the overall market, right?
Okay, that makes more sense.
So have a look. So on the ES here, do you see lower lows, right? On this, and then on the ES, we have a kind of this 14.350 holding out as an area of support. But look at the ES giving up the ghost, coming back into flat guy. We are up 1% on the NQ and we're flat on the ES.
So it's better to look at them separately than, okay.
It's good to compare them.
That makes
right?
sense,
And
yeah.
I think that's what Dan was saying in the chat too earlier on. He's like, look, man, there's a serious divergence between the ES and the NQ today. And this is, I think, what he was talking about.
Yes.
And I hadn't really noticed it till now. Now, the chart patterns, they diverge, but what really is standing out to me, two things. One, we're 1% up on one, flat on the other, and the lower lows.
Yeah, I was going to say, because we're seeing more like flatness on the NQ right now.
There you go. We're getting that defend of 14.350, but for how long? I mean, we're giving up the ghost right now on the NQ, and here we go to the downside.
As I got into meta.
Yeah, do we stay down there? We're still holding this short here on the NQ. Oh my God, here it comes into the quarters. I'm going to probably end this trade here at the quarters. I wanted to take it at the quarter. And there it is. We're gonna cut it right there. So we're gonna hit the bang for the patience on that one. 14.4. Where did we take it short? We took it at 90s, 95s. There it is. What's Jay Lee saying there? Morgan Stanley hit 52-week low today. Dang, inflation is still 3.4. Yeah, we saw PCE today. More rate hikes are likely given the info, despite the hold coming, in my humble opinion. He says, shout out to Jay Lee. Yeah, I echo everything he just said there. We talked about that on the morning show. The prints for PCE, 3.7% for core year over year. The month over month was in line. Look at the market flushing here.
God.
Absolutely tank city to the downside. We're about to hit 14.3. Oh, I feel like a goof having covered the short there. Should have just held. Anyway, whatever. Big move down. We are now negative 0.11 on the ES. We're still up 0.87 on the NQ. But yeah, to go back to what I was saying there, the headline number was in line. The core number was in line. The month over month headline number was in line. And when we have like these inline numbers, I never really know how the market's going to react. Are we going to go up? Are we going to down? Are we going to consolidate? Seems like we're getting a bit of both. Shout out to Dan. Boom, he says. Yes, absolute boom to the dynamite to the downside. Alex Davis, you and me both got out of my shorts like an idiot. I'm the idiot, trust me. I know that feeling all too well, my friend. What else is being said here? Harkser, wish I still had my short open. Yeah, likewise. But it's right into my my exit. There we go. Let's talk about the other trade that we've got on NRDS. topped out here, it looks like, Adara, at 982, and now we're back into that 950 area.
This one's strong.
It is.
Yeah.
It's an earnings winner, and it's not a very well-known company, quite frankly. Let's talk a little bit about it. NerdWallet, I've heard about NerdWallet, is a personal finance company. The company offers NerdWallet, a consumer-first platform that enables consumers and small, medium-sized businesses. The company provides consumer-driven advice about personal finance through its platform by connecting individuals with SMBs, small, medium-sized business, I'm assuming, with providers of financial products. Okay, so they're like a personal finance company. What's the look here for them? What's their EPS and how are they trading relative to the market? Oh, okay, they're trading at 643 times. That's according here to. Yeah, it's very reasonable PE, right, Katina man? He said we should pile in. Versus the industry, which is trading at 11 1/3 times. So there you go. You can do that what you will. Derek S., you're not an idiot. These choppy days, these choppy days, you sort of have to take quick profits. Couldn't agree more. Hampton's Trader, look at ABVC. Now I'm trading paper money just to get my confidence back. Hampton's, you're doing well. ABVC. Okay, so this one's coming into VWAP. Let's bring in the chart here and have a look at ABVC. This one was sub VWAP. You and I talked about that in the chat earlier in the program, and I said I was not interested because of its southerly VWAP status. And look, I like this. I like this. If it claims VWAP and that 150, you like to see that confluence between the two there, guys. VWAP at 150 exactly. This one knocking on the door, coming at 147 right now with a double top on the 1 minute chart, which doesn't mean much, at 148. But I got to tell you, Hamptons, what we see here, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high. We got to break through not just that 150, but that $160, because that $160 we crested out there, and for the trend to change, you really want to see a higher high. So at least that's just me. So we'll keep an eye out on ABVC. I'll keep it on the side chart and see what's up. Mr. Long Shorts, what up? News coming from UN chief regarding Gaza, not good, not surprised. Probably not going to talk about that on the show unless it's market related, but yeah, any loss of life is sad, no question about that, and that's just the world we live in. So we got to accept that and move on.
Yeah. So I should address the meta trade, and my issue was I forgot to cancel my fill in that because I was trying to get in around that what was the actual point here? Yeah, so 297 was, I'm really happy we're out now as we're kind of 296.50 area. But yeah, so I wanted to get in around 297.50 because we were seeing some continuous wicks there. Then unfortunately, I got filled right as the market went down. I should have canceled my fill on that to begin with. That was very much my mistake. But I am happy with how I dealt with the situation, got out around 297. Now we're kind of heading back up, but I just kind of wanted to end the trade right then and there because I didn't feel super confident in the movement. It is what it is, can reflect, and definitely next time just cancel it right away as I'm starting to notice things aren't really going where I want them to. Because you can always, re-enter the trade if you want to, or in my case, just cancel the fill until you feel more confident getting in there, right? So that was my issue. I liked that as an idea, then I set it too low, and then in the end, shouldn't have been in the first place. Moral of that story, we took an L, but we're going to dust ourselves off, pick ourselves back up here, because we are, kind of seeing still some play around VWAP, around that 296 support area for Meta. So I'm going to keep a tighter leash on this and a closer eye on it as well. Also, NVIDIA kind of dancing around VWAP here. I'm going to pull this up because I've had my eye on this one, but I don't want to get in right now because dance is a really good word. We're kind of two-stepping in place here, jumping around like 407.50, 407.70, up and down and up and down. I do still see this as a short if we get to like a level like 409 or 410, where we are, we have been seeing some resistance, and then kind of make that decision, take that to the downside. What's this? Rip in Ron Pan in the chat. Disney looks like it wants to retrace back to 80. Let's pull up Disney. Let's see. Here he is. Oh yeah, I mean I would say this very steadily. Yeah, we had the Christmas tree retracement pattern, I think here kind of that you explained to me. But yeah, so we're below VWAP. I am going to see if we have any news on this guy. Oh, successfully expands advertising automation and measurement capabilities. This is a press release. But yeah, basically I guess they have expanded some ad-related things. I'm guessing automation technology here. I want to read this press release because I'm always very, very curious, and Disney's always announcing things. But yeah, we're kind of dipping just below VWAP here. Looks like we are retracing to 80. We're a couple cents away from 80. This one's interesting on the daily, so I want to pull that up because I've traded this one occasionally, and I find it to be an interesting one to watch. Very much up and down, very much a swoop kind of on the daily here. We were kind of up to around that 86 area on October 16th, 17th. Decidedly went back to 80. 80 seems to be a bit of an area of support for Disney, so we'll have to see what it does from there. But yeah, it looks like we don't want to reach 80 quite yet, but definitely in the near future.
Yeah, Intel doesn't give a you-know-what Scar Joe Rabbit just said in there, but you can't swear in the chat. It's going to get withheld. You know that. But I did see what you had to say there. And Intel, you're accurate on that. Knocking on the door of 36, continuing to trend up, now reclaiming VWAP. Let's talk a little bit about Arsenal. Plays tomorrow, finally. Normal scheduling back for the Premier League is back after the international break, which I don't care for. Oh, yeah, he's talking to the Kenobi. I thought the Katina man was talking to me. Arsenal plays tomorrow, 10 a.m. at home against Sheffield United. We are favorites, 1-16 odds for Arsenal to win. So pumped about that. I am disappointed, though, that Gabriel Jesus did pick up an injury. Our striker, by the way, did pick up an injury on Tuesday against Sevilla in the win. He actually did score, and that will be a big loss for us because he is a hustler there on the field. He helps in defense. He helps in the midfield. He's obviously a great attacker. I'm saddened about that. I'm also saddened about the injury to Thomas Partey, who I feel is one of the best holding midfielders in the league. He's seldomly used, though, for whatever he's putting in Jorginho for, which I'm lukewarm about. So Arsenal playing tomorrow, pumped about that. We are 6 wins, 3 draws, no losses, 3rd in the league. Tottenham, our great rivals, play today. They will be playing at 3 p.m., so in about 2 hours and a half, and I hope they lose. Obviously, against the Crystal Palace. They're playing away at Crystal Palace. They are favorites to win. They are top of the league right now. So, yeah, there's that. The other thing I want to chat about here, you'll recall that I talked about the Can-Am the Riker, okay, that three-wheeled motorcycle. Yes. Now, I've done more research, and all of a sudden, this Polaris Slingshot came up here, Sean. Yes. And now I'm more interested in this Polaris Slingshot. However, it's more expensive, Katina man. Right? Yeah. What do you guys, what are your thoughts about this Polaris Slingshot here? I'd like to know what you guys think. This is some of the pictures over here. Go away. Yeah, we got to get the Randy man, open image, the Rand man. This is what it looks like here. And this one's a 4-seater. I wouldn't get the 4-seater. I would get the 2-seater, though. Let's look at the 2-seater. What's Ram saying back there? Oh, yeah, Ram, what's your opinion on this? This is the look there.
Oh, that's nice.
What do you think about this?
I actually like it.
It's so sick.
I like the Slingshot.
Right? I mean, this to me is a lot safer, obviously, than getting a motorcycle. I wouldn't be able to get a motorcycle.
It looks like, you know, like the Batman and Robin when they have the sidecar?
So she's saying that everybody and their mom rides this in Niagara Falls. They probably rent it. Right? And they probably don't. Yeah, anyway. I saw this available for rent for $100 an hour, Canadian dollars, of course.
It's cute.
Yeah,
I like the color, too.
Yeah.
It's almost that Pepsi blue.
Right?
Which is, like, honestly the color of the day.
I really like this kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like, and I want something like, I want a way to waste my money, right? Because I'm... The Katina man is like, I can help you with that. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna look at getting one of these. And I was figuring, you know, in the winter, you could probably, you know, get a good deal on one of these because you're not likely gonna ride a convertible three-wheeler in the winter,
No, it's
especially
cute.
not in Toronto, and definitely not in Winnipeg.
No, definitely not in Winnipeg. Oh my God! Like I was FaceTiming my family yesterday, and I'm pretty sure I saw snow on the roof behind them, out the window. So you know, I didn't address it, but I am 97% sure that is happening.
Getting mixed reactions here in the chat. Some people, slingshot is ugly, says aquatic FPV, a burnt Cinnabon. I like that. That's a great name. We see those often in New York City. Go for the aerial atom instead. What is this aerial atom? What are all these things coming into my attention? Aerial atom. There it is. Let's have a look here. Come to the screen, Ram. What do we got over? Oh, this looks like an F1 racer, man. Come on, man. This is interesting. But I don't know if this is my cup of tea, though. It looks too F1-y for me. And look at this gentleman over here. It looks like he's having a good time there in the aerial atom over there. We'll have to see. What's a Miata? Oh, a Mazda Miata. No, thank you. David said, no disrespect to that. It's just, I don't know.
That was such a quick no thanks.
Not bulletproof for Winnipeg, says Eddie R. Sharif's mom is back in the chat. Shout out to Sharif's mom. Wear your helmet. That's right. Very good point. We have good times here, guys. All right, what are we doing here on the future? We're defending. We're back into 14,350 Adara. So that level of support, does it now act as a level of resistance on this? Like, look at how many defends we got.
Oh, yeah.
And now we're right back into that level. Do we reject this level? Is this a nice area to get in a short?
We shall find out.
Hard to tell. What's your look over there?
My look is, I'm looking at Netflix again. I'm very bad. But no, in all seriousness, I've been definitely watching the tape on this like a hawk. Super paying attention to this. I originally had my entrance set around 398.80. Then I kind of noticed we were having some trouble getting to that area. I changed to 398.99. We've kind of been dancing around that area. We actually were there, and then I didn't get filled, which is unfortunate. I'm gonna stay in looking for this for the time being, though, because we're dancing around where I'd like to get in. We are seeing support there. We are seeing, you know, really strong support around that 398. Some green candles to the upside. These slightly higher highs, higher lows here on the 5-minute. And to be clear, I would not want to be in this trade super long. I want to get in, I want to get out, because when Netflix takes off with the spread the way it is too, you can do pretty well pretty quickly. So hopefully we can get in this, but given how long it's kind of taking for us to get to this point, getting a little bit nervous, wondering will this come to fruition or not. Looks like, so we're at the area that I want to get filled. We'll see if this happens. I'm gonna switch to Meta in the meantime because I took an L on Meta. I got out of Meta too early. I panicked when we had that giant drop in the NASDAQ, and I could have gotten out like 50 cents in the money instead of losing 50 cents, which is what I ended up doing. But honestly, in the first place, that was a trade that I should have canceled my entrance in that before I even got in. So that was the bigger issue. In a way, I think it's better that I learned from this by losing than if I learned like, oh, it's okay to make mistakes because you profit off of it. You know what I mean? So I think it's better that we learn discipline in this way by actually losing on this trade. That's going to be my takeaway from this. We'll see how that ends up actually like paying off in the long term. But yeah, I think as much as this was a 50-cent loss, I think I learned a lot from this 50-cent loss, which is pay attention to your entrance points. And so with that in mind, I'm canceling Netflix because if I can't keep a tight eye on it and a tight leash on it, especially with the market kind of being up and down as it is, I don't want to get in it right now. So also what else has happened? Oh, NVIDIA looks like it might be taking another little baby dip around this 4. I keep trying to catch this one and then it runs away from me. Like I said, this is much like Netflix. This is not a name I would want to be in. And anyway, pretty long on the day, we would probably get in and out because we are seeing a lot of support and strength from that 407.5 to that 409 area, just up and down, swooping up and down here. But with the NASDAQ as crazy as it is too, if you time your stops pretty well, if you time everything, you could probably do decently in this. So I'm going to keep my eye on that and my fingers and toes crossed. But I'd like to wait and kind of see what the movement is here below 407.50 because I would say that is an area of support. And if we break below that, I'm going to say nuh-uh to NVIDIA for the time being. I don't want no scrubs.
Some sass there from Adara.
A little bit, yeah, just a skosh. A skosh here. And Tesla is kind of breaking its support here. Could Tesla be a short for me around 209? I have to wait and kind of see and decide. But yeah, like I said, I was paying a lot of attention to that 211 area for Tesla for short, but it was holding up for a pretty good while. Kind of broke that down.
Oh, here comes a 14350 rejection.
Oof.
Yeah, here it comes again, right back down to 30s, Adara. It's acting as a resistance level. That's how it seems to me here. For those are involved in the futures trade, look, guys, we've been having clearer levels today. Come to the chart if you're able to. There we go. Like again, I keep repeating myself, but this is really the reality of the situation. We had resistance at 14,350. Whatever, who cares about the wicks? Look where the closing prints are, from essentially 9:30 to 11. We couldn't break 14,350 on a closing 5-minute candle basis. Everything was south. There were wicks, but they were all sold off. Then we claimed it. Then we got into 14.4. And then this is where we initiated the short. We looked for the wicks and the closes south. And then we came back into a former support level, former resistance level, now support over here at 14,350. And then we gave up the ghost on a closing basis, where the print closed here at 3.5. Then we're coming back into 14.35. Now, former support, again, resistance, much in the same way that it acted for about an hour and a half this morning, or even longer. Here we go. We're coming into the 20s now. This is the lowest closing print we've had on the NQ since around 11 a.m. That takes us about an hour and 45 minutes. We're stair-stepping down with lower highs, lower lows. The wicks are bamboozling. The volatility is there. It's a PCE day. It was also a Michigan Consumer Sentiment Day. We're in the midst of earnings season, so there's going to be ample amounts of volatility and counter moves where you have Intel moving up and then the market moving down. But here we go. That was the rejection of 14,350. We're now in the 20s. We're looking to get into the teens. We could see 14.3 coming in real soon here. If we break 14.3, though, look for an interesting level of support at that 14,725. That was the low at 8 a.m. It was also the double bottom there. The IB low. Well, no, that would have been 10:45. No, that would have been a little bit too late. Here, the double bottom that we had at 14,275 at 10:45 and 10:40, and then we made that huge move up into 14,400. Actually, we got to 14,407 and a quarter. So big move down on the NQ. It continues to trend down here with the previous level of support now acting as resistance, 14,350. Bit of a tough one. Before I send it back to Adara, I want to mention that WeWork is showing up again on my scanner. It is up 13.75%. It's number 4 on my gap scanner from as highest since the open. And look at this, guys. This one started moving October 25th. We got to $2.45. A bit of a double top there yesterday. We couldn't break through that 245, or we did. We got to 247, correction, yesterday, only to kind of retrace a little bit here and close in at 236. But we continue to trend up again. Now, I should probably tell you that I don't know if it's anything fundamentally with this company that's causing it to rise and have a multi-day winner, or just the sheer fact that this is the short float on it. Look at this, 38.68% of the float is shorted. I gotta tell you, I thought it would be more, but perhaps people covered because this thing was just absolutely ridden into the ground. A cursory view on the weekly chart will demonstrate exactly what I mean. Look at that move down. I showed this the other day. This is $600. $600 we were in September 2021. And I know there was lots made about what the money was, the money by the company was being, what I don't want to libel them, but I don't want to be libelous, but there was misappropriation of sorts. Anyway, it has been absolutely shellacked off that 600 top. You could say it was a product of the pandemic and the fact that we changed our habits with respect to work, and that remote work became more feasible, more accepted, and there was really no need for these, what they call flexible workspace providers, right? Like WeWork. But yeah, up 14% today, and it's highest it's been on the week. So interesting one here to keep your eye on. With respect to NRDS, it looks like that's as good as we're going to do on NRDS, Adara, for at least maybe for the moment. $9.82 is the high. We got two beak wetters there, one at 67, one at 69. We didn't quite get anything at the high there at 82. Now it is stair-stepping down through that 940 area, and now we're in the low 930s. So, you know, not much left on this one, but we'll see if we get a bounce. VWAP, we're at VWAP right now, so maybe we do find some possible support there. Let's go back to the future. Oh yeah, we're tracing back down here on the future. We're likely going to see 14.3 here.
Yeah. I'm in NVIDIA right now, which I wish I wasn't. I kind of got in, and then the market took a little dip to the downside. But we are seeing some support in that 406.60, 407 range, which is why I'm still in it. We do continue to keep poking our heads up above 407. So let's hope those heads stay above the water here, and that I stay sane. No, I'm joking. But yeah, I'm going to stay in this for the time being because I'm worried it will be another meta situation where I got out and then we had a massive recovery far beyond the point of entry. Because I did stand by the point of entry in that it was a slight dip. We were still seeing, you know, these areas of support here, these kind of wicks up and down. And it was just unfortunate. This is another one where I probably should have pulled my point of entry. Although as I say that, we're still dancing above 407. Don't intend on staying in this super long. If we can get to where I entered initially, then honestly, I'll be happy. I'll be pleased as punch. I'll be smiling all the way to the metaphorical bank. But also, I'm super happy I pulled my entry on Netflix because, good Lord, he is having a bad day. Because I was interested when we had this kind of, you know, movement up here. We took another dip to the downside. I'm not looking at this name anymore. I'm going to close my eyes. I'm going to say thank you next to Netflix for the time. Thank you next, Flix. No, that was a bad pun. But yeah, I just have NVIDIA on my side, on the spread there on the side here. We're still holding decently at 407. Ooh, we just took another dump.
We're going to hit 14.3 right now.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that might have to do some reflecting on that NVIDIA trade in a moment.
Oh, we just broke 14.3. We're really tanking here, guys.
I think I should probably adjust my stop there,
okay.
if you don't mind
I'll
for a
let
moment.
you do that.
Thank
I'll
you.
take over for a second. No problem. Yeah, we're breaking down, guys, as kind of I feared a little bit. The rejection off 14.4 and then that dance at 14.350 materializes, and 350 goes from support to resistance, and there we go, 14.3. Now let's see how we trade at 14.3. Do we trade in the exact opposite way that we traded at 14.4, where we have wicks below 14.3 only to be bought up again and showing us essentially that buyers overwhelm sellers at that level? Where it's, you know, you could say it's a range-bound trade, 100 points worth of range. I think some people would take that. It presents you opportunities for some good money here. Let's not make any judgments. Let's see how the price action goes. Last time around, it took us about 3 or 4 candles for us to really be able to tell, was 14.4 going to be reclaimed as a level, or was it going to be, you know, one of those ones where we wick above and close below? Right now, it's showing that we're getting some buying here at 14.3. The quick wick below and the immediate buying popping us up back into 14.305. Nothing really to write home about now. I think it's too early to be able to tell. Let's see how the trade develops, but 14.3 for the moment being defended, acting as a level of support. Let's keep an eye on that. The futures have been interesting to watch today, not the least of which because we've had so many earnings and so many big movers in big cap world, mega cap world, I should say. Another piece of news. Our friend Jeremy Diamond, and I know his name is Jamie, but we kid around. Just I don't want anybody messaging me in the chat. His name is Jamie.
Yeah.
His name is Jamie. Jamie Diamond will reduce his stake in JP Morgan by a cool $140 million. He will be selling stock, him and his family. Jamie Dimon plans to sell about 1 million shares of the company currently valued around $141 million. His first such sale since taking over as boss at JPM since in 2005. Wow. So he hasn't made a big boy sale like that. I didn't even know that he had been at the helm there for that long. The CEO and his family intend to do so starting in 2024, according to a regulatory filing from JP Morgan Friday that described the sale as being for financial diversification and tax planning purposes, or so is stated in his financial filing. A JP Morgan spokesperson said Friday the disclosure does not relate to any near-term succession planning, in case you thought maybe he was looking getting out. Dimon, who's 67 years old, is currently the longest-serving CEO of a major national bank. JP Morgan is the largest lender by assets in the United States. The filing goes on to say Mr. Dimon continues to believe the company's prospects are very strong and his stakes in the company will remain very significant. So there you go. Our friend Jeremy looking at cashing in a little bit there. Maybe he's got like a new plane he wants to buy. Or something.
Who knows? Yeah, I saw that this morning too. That was on my radar, and I pulled up JPM earlier because it took a nice little swoop to the downside, although I would not really call it nice or little, but here we are. Yeah, so we're dancing around VWAP for sure here. Could be actually an interesting opportunity for kind of a short at VWAP. I'm going to keep that in mind for myself as I'm trying to dip my toe into the shorting waters a little bit more, if you will. Also, I got out of Meta about like 70, 80 cents, or sorry, not Meta, NVIDIA, although
NVIDIA,
I did.
yeah.
Yeah, thank you, I appreciate it. So not even knowing what the trades are. Yeah, thank you. So we got out. I like where I got out. Could have gotten out a little bit earlier, but you know, for a while we were kind of showing support at that 407. Got out, I think, around 407, 406.60, I want to say, 406.50. But yeah, kind of maybe dancing up again here. I'm not going to look to get involved in this though for a good long while, especially as we're seeing these NQ names still recover from that big swoop to the downside that we did see there. Looking at Tesla here below VWAP, seeing a bit of support here around this, what is this, 207.70? I'll keep an eye out. Keep an eye out. I'm going to wait a little bit before I get involved in anything else, because I keep thinking I'm seeing patterns and then things do not work out the way you think they will. So I'm going to probably just hold back, take a look at some charts, take some time to reflect on the trades, on the market, on the day. I appreciate all the advice everyone has in the chat too. Sorry.
Did you know that we have an Apple event on Monday?
Oh yes, it's going to be scary fast. It's at 8 p.m.
Yeah, so you know
and
about
it will be
this
scary
already.
fast. That's what they're saying. I guess they think it's a Halloween pun.
So possible catalyst on Monday, guys, for Apple. It's going to be at 5 p.m., so we may not get it midday or well during trading hours. But Apple is set to launch more products. Chief among them is going to be the Mac, who celebrates its 40th anniversary. Wow, it's been 40 years since this thing launched.
How is it that old?
Wow, I know. Well.
Look at that. Oh, okay, sorry. I meant like,
Come on, you set me up for that. I had to do like
fair.
a little,
That's fair.
little thing there.
I
but-
respect it. That's not my intention. I literally was I did not realize it had been along that long.
It's all right. So Apple's
Crazy.
latest product unveiling of the year kicks off Monday when the company is set to update a device that's coming up on its 40th anniversary, the Mac. The event will take place 5 p.m. California time. Oh, so like 8 p.m. here. Sorry, I thought that was Eastern time. That's an unusual an hour for an Apple launch, and the timing on Halloween Eve is likely meant to fit the spooky theme dubbed Scary Fast. I like that. I like that.
Yeah, that's why I remembered it for too.
Right? Apple hasn't said what it will reveal at the event, but our tech reporters, this is by Bloomberg, says you can expect a fresh MacBook Pro. Interesting. That's something I'm interested in. Laptops and iMac desktops, not interested in. So yeah, we'll see what else we got. We had an Apple event not that long ago. September,
Yeah,
right?
it was September with the iPhone 15. And then
the watch.
Yeah. Oh, the
what else
watch
did we
too.
get? We got the watch. We got the phone. We got like 5 phones.
Yeah, we got all of the
Right?
different 15
What
Pro
else did we get,
series.
Christina, man? We got the watch. We got the phone.
We got the sell-offs. No, I'm joking.
The Apple One. Oh, the Apple One service. Yeah, got it. Okay, so the Katina Man says they're increasing the price of the Apple One. We know that they've been making a lot more money from the Apple services. Like, you know how they categorize their earnings from devices and this and that, and they break it down. Services has been growing big. And the Vision Pro, we know that Vision Pro, the headset, the thrifty $3,500 that it's going to cost there. Yeah, look, man, I think it's a hell of a product. But yeah, Who's gonna go? I can't afford that, bro. Dan the Man Emmons, the M2 Max is already super fast, and the M3 is gonna be insanely good. Dan, are you a Mac fan? I'm willing to bet you are. But yeah, keep an eye out. I'm sure we'll be able to trade that all the news Tuesday morning.
Yes, on
Right.
Halloween, yeah, because the
Halloween,
event
baby.
is scary fast, so hopefully the market won't be too scared here. I also saw some funny jokes that I enjoyed in the chat about this event. We had someone saying scary prices, shout out to John, and then Picky Eater, hope the Apple event doesn't spook the market. I enjoy a good pun, so shout out to that. Also, someone, again, mentioning that Apple is the dead one. So let's actually look at the dead one, because I will never get over Sharif calling Apple the dead one. I really enjoyed it. And the dead one is not too dead right now, although compared to its buddies on the NQ, it is the second lowest other than Google. We're just barely positive here, about 0.3%. So we're seeing like a little bit of support. We're just breaking the support that we were seeing here earlier at that 167.6 area. We took a nice little dive around VWAP. Look, honestly, this is not something I would long. Maybe looking at it as short around VWAP, potentially if we get back up there, because we are definitely seeing some stair step to the downside here. Also want to shout out Ryan, who is mentioning PayPal to me as a long, as a short. And I honestly like the ideas of a PayPal short. What I was kind of saying to Ryan in the chat is I want to take a little bit longer to look at the tape here and strategize what a good point of entry might be for a short here. But yeah, we're definitely, he's saying here in the chat, PayPal hasn't been at this 50 level since June 2017. We're seeing significant levels. We are seeing, lots of lows here, having a really hard time holding VWAP. Once I kind of get a better sense of the tape on this and the book, I would potentially like to short this because we are, as I say that, we're headed down. This could be of note for me. So thank you. I appreciate all of the little tidbits of information people give in the chat. Actually, I also want to look at AMC because that was being mentioned earlier. I was looking at AMC earlier. We were seeing a nice little pop, and not anymore. We were kind of dancing around this 964, 956. Took a giant swoop around that 958 area. That would have been around like 12, 11:45. Hanging out around VWAP. We'll have to see what it does here. I'm going to keep an eye on this, but yeah, the movement on AMC has been, to put it lightly, a little bit wild. We're seeing, I have all of the big tech on the side here. We're seeing a little bit of recovery for some of these after that big swoop to the downside. Meta hanging out around VWAP. We're seeing these slightly higher lows on the 5-minute. I could be enticed. by Meta around this. We also were seeing, to be fair too, we were seeing some significance
14.3
around that 296 area. Oh, so we're still defending. Okay.
We're defending it. I mean, in the same way that we rejected 14.4, the wicks are going below 14.3, and the closing prints are all north of 14.3 at the moment.
Ooh,
but
okay.
let's not get too excited about it. Let's just see what happens.
Yeah.
A couple of things here. Shout out to Nimit bringing this to my attention. APLM. This is frustrating for me because I was trying to get involved in this earlier for a 1 break. I literally ended up getting bottom wick out, but you got to draw the line somewhere. And this is where I got out here, and now we're knocking on the door of $1. Right, we haven't broken $1 quite yet. We have gotten into that 99 penny and change area. Again, guys, for those who already know, you can tune out for a sec, but when you're trading a stock that's sub $1, you no longer are trading by 2 decimal places, you start trading by 4. So it's not just 99 pennies, it's like 99.51, 99.37. So whatever the high print there is, it's around, give or take, 99, high 99s, like 99, 90, like look at this, 9999, right? So you get it. I won't belabor that point anymore. We got above 1. What am I saying? We got into 101, and then we rejected that 101 level back into 98. So I'm looking at APLM, especially if it starts squeezing here above $1. I'm going to put an alert on my side chart for a 105 breach, and I'm going to set a stop order for a break around that. Guys, we got to $1.45 today, so it's not out of the realm of possibility that I give up 5 pennies through the 1 break and we continue higher, right? We already have a 145, so there, theoretically there is room. Now the problem is VWAP on APLM is at $1.11, and this is a small cap gapper. right? And you know my rule about taking these small cap gappers north, taking them long when they are south of VWAP, right? It's not something that I like to do. So let's see this. Oh, we're below 14.3, but we'll see where the closing print comes. Nothing yet there. Brit, shout out to Brit Grant. AMD holding up real well. You are not wrong, Brit. It is not bad at all, especially since the market is in, it's in a bit of a down move right now. AMD not really participating in as much in that down move now. It's definitely off the highs. 97.35 is the HOD on AMD, but definitely a nice little uptrend there with higher lows. We got to get through that 97 1/3 to get that higher high. A bit of a consolidation top here at about 97 1/5, where you have 3 touches in and around there. But I wouldn't put too much stock into that. The thing I would focus on the most, number one, is the uptrend 3.5%. Number two are these higher lows, right? If you continue with the trend of higher lows, you're likely going to get a flat top break. Well, so textbooks say, through that 97 1/3, maybe to touch 97.5, 97 3/4. Your guess is as good as mine. But higher lows from 930 onward. This is the trough. Then you have another trough here. All of them higher, higher, higher. AMD not reporting, obviously. It was Intel who reported. But, there is some overlap between the two. And we talked about the PC sales starting to pick up a little bit with respect to these CPU microprocessing designers. I was going to say manufacturers, but AMD doesn't manufacture them. They're made by Taiwan Semiconductor. So Pat Gelsinger on the call yesterday saying that PC sales are starting to pick up. And, he sees expansion in that area in Q4 and into 2024. Obviously, not directly related, but indirectly related for AMD. So they're running up quite nice here. I'd say get it on a pullback. It just has broken down, though. I got to tell you, Britt, it broke down, and now it is making a newer low through that 96 3/4 because the market did not hold 14.3, that 14.3 level on the market, and we do now. If we close here, we already got a closing print south of it, okay? So it doesn't look like 14.3 is going to hold, and we are headed south again on the NQ. We're now only 0.6 to the good. We were up well over 1 1/4, and now the ES, which is completely diverging in terms of percentage today from the NQ, the ES now down 1/3% as it continues to make lower lows, lower highs, breaking through yesterday's closed era at that 41.56. The ES is tanking, 41.40. Aggressive move down here on the ES. 41.85, I believe, was the high of day. So we're 45 points removed. Is that the overnight high, or is that like an after the bell high? That is an overnight high. So we made that high at around 5 a.m. So that's not something I put too much stock into. All right. NRDS looks like it's coming back into my area. Sorry, I'm jumping around here, but I've got to deal with the trades that I've got on. NRDS for the the very small amount of shares that I've got left. I'm going to end this trade, and that is it. We got in over here at $9.01. We rode it all the way up into that $9.70 area, and then we had like one little bit left. We're hoping that there would be some support at VWAP here, and it is not holding VWAP, coming right back down to 905, so we're going to cut that. No positions on for me at the moment, and it is a Huadong City. We just broke below the IB low decisively on the NQ and the ES. Yeah, we're in. It looks like we're in some trouble right now.
Yeah, so I'm trying to short JPM right now. I was talking to Michelle in the chat because I was looking at this one earlier. And she was like, what do you think about JPM, long or short right now? And I said, I'd like to see what it does at this kind of support level of 136.9. We broke through that support level. I'm shorting it. Honestly, like if I get 10 cents out of this, I'll be happy. We're still practicing getting in and out of these shorts. So if I can take any kind of profit, although as I say that now we're heading to the upside, so kind of a little bit freaked out about that. But yeah, I mean, that's what we've got going on here with JPM. Looks like I might have gotten into this a little bit too early. I might just have to cut this one short because I'm not really loving what we're seeing here, in all honesty. This is why shorting stresses me out. But yeah, here we are. I think I'm just going to have to cut this short because we are dangerously going higher and I don't like what's happening. So here we go. Going to try to cut this JPM short. And let's see what else we have going on here. I was in PayPal briefly, and I have to admit, this wasn't even like a fat fingers thing. This was just my brain. I was so used to pressing the buy key. I did like actively press buy, and I put it in, meant to cancel it, did not cancel it in time. We did end up buying instead of selling here, and so I meant to do a short. It went down so quickly. We lost a couple cents on this, quite honestly. So now we are taking this like run to the downside. Wish I could have gotten in on this short. Maybe I'll get back in. I was seeing some people in the chat say if we break 50, 60 area on PayPal, it's headed straight to the downside. It looks like we could be testing that area, or about 5 cents from testing that there. So I'm going to keep an eye on this, see what's shaking. Look at these. Oh, Google just took a nice dip below VWAP here. So I'm going to pull that up. Yeah, we had this giant dip kind of from that 120, 170 area to the downside here. We'll see if it can recover, but generally we were initially seeing these kind of slightly higher lows here, slightly higher highs. Then we kind of went to the downside. Looks like we're doing a bit of a retracement here. So I'm going to keep an eye on this. Also, someone in the chat here is mentioning, let me find this. Y is mentioning NVAX. Let's pull up NVAX. Novavax. Let me pull up this company and see what we've got shaken in terms of news here. Novavax. Okay, so I'm not seeing anything today, but there was, Moderna and Novavax are also developing their own combination vaccines, but this was basically announced in a Pfizer kind of release, so I don't think that's specific to this company. This is a nice long, though. Thank you, Y, for mentioning this in the chat. This is interesting to me. Yeah, not news. Volume is about 1.3 mil, so not bad. And we are seeing these slightly higher highs here. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on it if this one goes back below VWAP. So thank you. I appreciate that. This is one to keep a lookout on for sure. Let's look at, I'm just going to pull up Meta, because Meta trying to have a bit of a pop off of that 295 area, just on the side chart here. Still not enough happening on the upside for me to get interested in this one, because I was kind of interested in around VWAP, and then we decidedly took a dip, and I changed my mind. But yeah, we went kind of from 290, that 295, we took a little bit of a dip here, going up to that 296. If we can form a bit of support at 296, I could be intrigued. I could be very intrigued. We had support kind of at 296.50. Now we're at 296. Honestly, this would be more of an in and out kind of move for me, and I kind of interested in a long short term. Also, this one could be a short, so I'm going to keep my mind open and my mind open. No, I haven't. That's in California, right?
Yeah, it's not. I think in the West, not just California. I think like they have it. I don't know. Do they have it in other states, or is it just California? In and out. Yeah, they do, right? Yeah, it's in the West though. Have you ever had a burger animal style?
I've heard of that. I don't know. It's like meat and stuff, right? What is
It's a bunch of stuff. I don't even know what's in it. I just say to the person at the counter, give me animal style.
You just know you'll like it, yeah.
Yeah, it
No,
tastes
I've
good,
never been.
Yeah, that was In-N-Out, so overrated to scale because you live there and you probably have access to it all the time. Us folk over here in Canada on the east side, I don't even think we're east side, we're more central. We don't have it, right? And so, have you been to the Chick-fil-A?
I've not been to Chick-fil-A.
There's one at Yonge and Bloor.
I know there's also
not far from here.
Yeah, there's one too. At the Eaton Center, they opened one. And then also, I think somewhere along near Queen and Spadina, there are quite a few that are kind of near me. Is it good? I've never been.
Very good.
Okay, I might have to check that out.
They're not open Sunday.
I know that. Yeah, that's the whole thing.
Yeah, you have to go some other time.
Yes.
Yeah, today maybe. I don't know. Anytime.
Who knows? Yeah, gonna keep that in mind.
Yes. Okay, let's talk a little about the market and the future in particular. Wow, we're moving down, guys. We are close to the overnight lows, by the way. We are about 20 points or so less now to those overnight lows. When did we make those lows? Just for my own curiosity here. Where is that? Yeah, we made it essentially right at the opening of today's futures trading day, which is 6 p.m. yesterday. It kind of works wonky like that, but that's just the way it is. 14,246. Guys, we're at 14,258. we're really moving down here. We had a bit of a reprieve at 14,350, but since then, you know, we danced a little bit at 14.3, not for long. Thought this level would put up more of a fight. It didn't, and we're almost 50 points removed off that level. We had a short at 14.4. We didn't hold it because we suck. And, well, there you go. About 150 points off that level it makes. The way that it danced with 14.4 was kind of indicative of that. But, yeah, I'm not really surprised we're selling off because, well, everything this week has been sold off. Good earnings have been sold off, even when the earnings weren't. They didn't come in line. Usually, like I'm talking about Google especially, where you barely miss on one little thing, $20 million they missed on the cloud.
Yeah, that was
and
crazy.
And they get sold off like 8%. I mean, it's just, that's the way it is. That's the environment we're in. This is the daily. I should probably not show this one and show a different one here. This is the one that I want to show because there's just too much noise on that. There we go. This is the daily on the NQ, and there you can see it. We're still in that downtrend after having a good year. Double digits for the NQ, double digits for the ES, but it's been, since July, a series of lower highs, and you guessed it, lower lows. Where we stop, nobody knows. We're looking for a seasonality to kick in here anytime, which is, you know, the Santa Claus rally, which we typically get around this time. We haven't gotten it quite yet. We got a bit of a nice move here in early October where we kind of bottomed out at 14,750 and rode it back up into almost into 15.5. But that's as good as we could do. We didn't make a newer high. A newer high would have had to come vis-a-vis a 15,750 break or 15,800 break. That didn't materialize, and we continued to print lower lows. So the trend still intact on the daily chart there. And yeah, until you see something that changes that, I think we're going to continue to see these kind of weeks where you have 1 or 2 days that are green and we continue to sell off after that there. So we'll have to see what else is going on. All right, let's talk about some other small cappers here that we were involved in earlier. APLM, this one we were involved in, got out like a goof there at bottom. Wick, and then it ended up making it marched its way back up into that 101. It's still having trouble maintaining anything above that $1 level. All the breaches of $1 were sold off quite immediately, but it's putting in higher lows. That trend, ever since I got out, is still intact. So maybe this one compresses through that $1 break, and I've got an alert set up here. So when that does, if it does materialize, we'll probably get into that one. The other one that we were in here, NRDS, this one is it's going full circle. So we got in at $9, went up to $9.82, and now it's coming all the way back right into my entry with the overall market selling off quite aggressively. There's really nothing good for a long at the moment. I just want to make sure there's nothing showing up here on my scanner. Oh, there's this new one, ACXP. I don't think that's a new one, but
yeah, the name sounds familiar to me.
It does, right? Here it is. Yeah, this is a multi-day runner. So here's a daily chart on ACXP. We really got going here, Dara, on the this is the weekly, sorry. Let's go to the daily, please. Yeah, we really started October 2nd, had its best day. Look at that amount of volume. But it had multiple days since that time, and it's been trending upward. What the hell does this company do? Pharmaceuticals, okay.
A lot of the small caps are pharmaceuticals.
Yeah, I mean,
it's like
look,
tech or pharmaceutical.
This one, you can absolutely print like 3,000 times your money. Yeah, but like you could also lose all your money.
That's true, like
right?
risk, right?
But when this goes, if your drug gets picked up, oh my God. Yeah, I was listening to a podcast about this kind of stuff, and it was like the amount of reward potential for these type of stocks is ridiculous. But there you go. It's ACXP. Let's talk about this one because it is at high days, and it's not doing a little bit of a bad move here. Higher lows throughout. Volume a little suspect, though. I got to tell you, about 400,000 shares does not make me very secure in getting an entry here, but it's up 17%, and the volume's increasing a little bit. We're at high day, 560. This one's really going here. Now we're up almost 18 2/3%. ACXP, keep your eye on this one. If the volume picks up, then we may get more interested in it. And I'm looking at specifically the 5-minute volume column on my scanner. Why? Because I want to know the volume is happening now, not in the morning. I don't care about that. And sadly, we've only done about 4,000 shares in the last 5 minutes on ACXP. I'll keep that on watch, but at the moment, not involved.
Yeah, so I got into NVIDIA around this slightly higher above this 404 range because I was seeing, some support. We had some support here at 404. We were having some support here at 404. I'm going to stay in that for the time being because it even just recovered back to 404 quite nicely after that swoop to the downside we just had a couple seconds ago. So I'm going to stay in this for right now because I do believe in NVIDIA at that 404 area, and I'm trying to have a little bit more confidence in my positions and my trades. And the reason I say that is also because I'd like to show that JPM short. Michelle was just asking me in the chat, I hope you stayed in the JPM short. I didn't. I got out too early because I got a little bit nervous. We were heading up quite with, slightly rapid velocity here. I freaked out. I got out. If I had stayed in, I would have been like something like 20, 30 cents in the money. So I'm trying to be a bit more confident in where I'm getting in, especially if I have a reason to get in. And honestly, with JPM, we did have reasons.
Right now.
We had a catalyst with the Jamie Dimon sale. We had a lot going on here. I was interested. So I had a reason to get in, and I really just should have stayed in, trying to be more confident in those trades. And that's why I'm staying in NVIDIA for the time being, because honestly, everything that on the charts here on the daily is showing me that 404, this 404-ish area is a level for NVIDIA. We had here, we swooped to the upside. Here, we're seeing these wicks to the downside, and then, continuing to shoot back up. I honestly do think if we do pick up on NVIDIA, it's going to be here. And I think we're being proven. If you look at the spread on this one, if you look at the tape, we are seeing consistent strength to that 404. We'll wick below it, and then just as surely we'll wick right back up. So I'm going to stay in here, although, the NASDAQ is concerning. These wicks to the downside are concerning. I'm going to wait and see for a little bit more. Ford is taking. Oh my God, Ford.
Absolutely tanking. This is the 5-minute chart here on Ford. 10.5% now. Ford is SSR officially. I don't know when it triggered SSR, but we're talking about a 10 bounce here. So if we get down, you know how much money it takes to move around Ford? Do you know what their float is? It's like in the billions, I think, or in the high hundreds of millions. Let me look quickly. 3.4 billion outstanding shares for Ford. To throw around Ford, you got to have a lot of money. $10.15 is where the low is, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yes, it is. Let me just change that quickly here. Company. There we go. Yeah, 10.14, we're tanking. Okay, so if this comes into 10, I'm going to be a buyer. And we'll look for an SSR bounce at 10. Here are the deets about why Ford is huadunking. Let's talk a little bit about it. I talked about it at the big desk with Brendo today. Let's talk a little bit more about it right now. They reported earnings. We know about that they missed. But it was really the North American customers' appetite for EVs, or lack thereof, that is really fueling this whole push downward. They are not going to build as many EVs as they projected, nor are they going to build the infrastructure to build those EVs. In fact, they're canceling one of their plants. Which one, you ask? New campus in Kentucky will be put on hold. However, they're going to continue and move ahead with the Blue Oval City, which is going to be in Tennessee as originally planned. They're going ahead with that. Here's what CFO John Lawler said. We're not moving away from our second generation EV products. We are, though, looking at the pace of capacity that we're putting in place. We're going to push out some of that investment, he says. It's essentially, it's been bleeding. The Ford Model E, or was it? Yeah, Model E, which is their electric vehicle division, has been bleeding money. All right, it bled $1.3 billion in Q3. It's bled 3.1 billion on the year, and they projected it to bleed about $4.5 billion by year's end if you include Q4. Recall that Ford pulled their guidance for full year because of the issue with the union. So they're no longer going to give us projections and guidance as a result of that variable. So that is what is happening with Ford there. It is a bit of a tough one. A lot of people had good hopes for this company, possibly to rival Tesla with respect to electric vehicles. It really hasn't panned out that way at all, at least not yet. So here we go. We're moving into a new low day now, $10.13. I'm really going to have that $10 level on my radar for an SSR bounce.
Yeah, that's good to look at for sure. And Ford, so much news with Ford. The UAW strike thing has been such a saga. Really interesting to look at the earnings and charts on the back of that and with all of that they've been dealing with there. I am still in NVIDIA. I actually added some more shorts in NVIDIA, or not shorts, sorry, some more shares of NVIDIA at that 404.30, so slightly below where I first entered. And I gotta say, I'm still confident in this right now. We are continuing to wick higher and higher. And as I say that we're getting very close to breaking that 405. This is what I mean, like having more confidence in my trades, because I was getting worried when we had that first wick to the downside. We are seeing some continued strength here. I'd kind of like to see what it does beyond 405 before I start kind of getting a better sense of stops, because this one, NVIDIA, when it runs, it can run, and we definitely have seen it run from that 404 area earlier today. So I want to just kind of, or not run from, but use that as a jumping point and run further from that point. So I am interested in NVIDIA. I'm also seeing some mentions of SoFi in the chat, so I'm going to pull that up because that one has earnings on Monday. Okay, SoFi is interesting. So we did have these lower highs here. We swooped down at market open, kind of danced around, had a nice bounce off VWAP, and then continued to tank to the downside. This one, yes, we have earnings for SoFi coming on Monday. And let me see the outlook on this. So for the last quarter, it looks like the EPS estimate was negative 0.06, so there was a loss. And they actually ended up, it was no change. It was very much in line with expectations. They did slightly better than expectations for Q1 2023. It's like, basically the pattern here is, I'll just pull this so you can see this, is they'll either like slightly beat expectations or be in line. It'll be interesting to see this one too with what has been kind of going on with regards to, I know Sharif was mentioning with the student loans, SoFi will be interesting to look at.
Yeah, and that's been a very, very confusing trade. Because number one, you get the Supreme Court decision in June that removes and says Biden can't do that. And then he comes at it a different way.
Yeah.
And it didn't even end up panning out the way that we wanted on SoFi. So the Supreme Court says, no, you can't forgive all these people their student loans. We don't get a run in SoFi. Now, I know SoFi does more than that, but the majority of why we were looking at SoFi was refining of student loans. And I don't know what everybody's student loans are in the States and how they're subject to the new interest rates, but SoFi in general gives you refinancing of higher rate loans at lower rates. That's been their move, right? They've got more stuff than that.
But that's like the main thing for right now.
That was my understanding. And then Biden comes at it a different way. He's like, no. We're going to, anybody who works for the government falls under their federal government, their jurisdiction, we're going to forgive them their loans. So it's like every time you think that you have an understanding, exactly, a handle on the thing, there's a whole another curveball thrown there.
Very interesting.
It's been tough to kind of gauge what SoFi is going to do. But you look, the fintech space, there was a lot made about the fintech space, but you look, there's a good chance that these, legacy banks adapt to that, and they all of a sudden incorporate stuff that the fintech industry was, the inventors of. They're not just going to go quietly. Like I'm talking about Morgan Stanley, I'm talking about Goldman Sachs, JPM. These banks, and they don't even really cater to retail investors. What am I saying? It's going to be the other banks, like the Bank of Americas, the Wells Fargos, and stuff like that, who probably adjust their style there. Okay, keeping my eye on Ford, no question about that. Somebody, I think it was Oleg in the chat telling me, keep your eye on 1001, 1002. You may not get the fill there. I don't think it was Oleg. I think it was somebody else. Oh, Dan McIsaac, yes. If Ford bounces, it'll be before your fill at 10. If you want to pick up, you'll need to get 1002, 1003 if it gets down there. I agree with that. That's typically my style anyway. I'll never wait for the actual level itself. I'll actually, just try to get in a little bit above that. So let's see what we get there. Looks like we're getting a bit of a bounce, a 2-candle green bounce here in the market today after we made a new low of 14,236. We're back into that 14,27 area on the NQ. We'll see what happens here. Apple getting a bit of a bounce as well. Yeah, not much going on. Friday, right? What you got over there?
NVIDIA. I'm so happy. We're almost $1. We're actually over $1 in the money for half our shares.
Good for you.
Thank you. I'm so proud of this entry point, I have to say. I set my first third to go off at 405.50 to clinch those profits there. Beyond that, I'm going to kind of wait and see, but it looks like 405.50 is a very real possibility. Very proud of this trade. I noticed the levels. I didn't wait. I got in. I'm trying to, like I said, I'm trying to work on execution. And I think so far this has been a pretty good execution. We'll have to see how it actually continues to unfold. And as I say that, we kind of dip back a little bit, but we are still very much seeing support at that 404, 50, 404 area. And as I say that, we're kind of continuing to bounce back up. I'm going to stay strong here. I'm going to wait. Thank you for the support in the chat here. Let's see what happens here. Also, Roku. I was talking to someone in the chat. I apologize. I forget who about Roku, saying that Roku could be an interesting range short. I agree. It could also be an interesting range long. Because, we're kind of seeing like candle down, candle up. Right now, we're going higher a little bit, but I'm going to pay attention to this one around VWAP. Because, I would say you could probably short it as it gets down to VWAP and then maybe do a long as it gets back up. Definitely of interest. Keeping an eye on Roku here. Because, this is definitely some movement. I want to see if we have any news on this one because I like news. I like catalysts. I like to know why the stocks are doing what they're doing. Here's an article from the Motley Fool. 3 reasons that Roku is a no-brainer buy. The ongoing trend towards streaming entertainment. Okay, that's true. And the platform offers access to a variety of streaming services. Shares of the company are trading at a historically cheap valuation. Okay, that's an interesting article. Shout out to the Motley Fool for that.
Yeah, they're a good news source.
Yeah, I've been using them for like stock-related stuff, and I find it really helpful. But so that came out earlier today. I'm sure that's not what's moving it, but I think it's interesting to look at in light of this. We'll see if we've had kind of a bit of a support in this, or I guess a ceiling maybe in this 57.1 area. If we can break that, I think it would be of more interest to me just to kind of gauge what I would do moving forward. So currently NVIDIA is still topping around 404.50, 405 area. So we're staying in for the time being. I'm happy. I'm just going to let it kind of run up because we noticed a bit of a stutter step here too on the upside. But the point is the general trend here is to the upside. We are seeing these higher highs, these higher lows. I'm going to wait in, hold on to that. Hold on to everything and just wait and see what happens here. How are you doing over here?
I was actually looking at the analyst ratings and the financials of Roku. They don't show you a lot of stuff here. They show you revenue, cost of revenue, gross profit, blah, blah, blah. But what you want to see sometimes with these ones is their actual users, how much they're able to generate average revenue per user, stuff like that, because they're advertising on that platform now, right? So the Roku, they give them with the TV. So you buy a Roku TV, you have access to Netflix and whatever.
All of those, yeah.
And so they're trying to consolidate all that and sell you ads. At least that's the pitch. So this kind of information here is not what I'm looking for. Nimit, why are some of the stocks with 5 letters in their ticker? You asked Sean yesterday. Could you also share with me? I don't really know, to be honest with you. I know that on the OTC they're always 5, but I don't know. Maybe a Google search. What did you tell me yesterday when I asked you that? They're not always 5 on the OTC, actually, says the Katina man. Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe FNM. Fannie Mae. Oh, yeah. Well, I had never traded that. There you go.
I love that.
I don't know, Nimit. I got to tell you the truth. I'm not really sure about that exactly. You're going to have to do a Google search or something. Maybe ask AI. Chat GPT, see what it has to say. Yeah. All right. What else? We're moving down here still on the market, guys. Are you still holding your NVIDIA?
Yeah, I'm trying to get rid of it, though. We're still holding decently around 404, which is why I haven't completely dumped it. But yeah, like right where I was kind of getting nervous, we took that giant wick to the downside. Couldn't even think, couldn't even plan this. We're going to see what happens. But yeah, we're currently breaking down. I'm getting increasingly nervous. We might have to cut this one short here. And as I say that, we're back at 404. So I don't really know what NVIDIA wants to do here. Going to have to wait and see. Going to definitely set some stops and set some outs because I think NVIDIA is confused. I think the market's confused. I think we're all a little confused here. Because yeah, like it is still holding on to 404 decently, which is kind of the thing that's giving me pause at this moment. Might see if I can just kind of get out around where I got in here. We're definitely going to be setting some things, getting some things in the works. But yeah, the NQ took another hit, I'm guessing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, we're not at lows yet.
Okay, that's good.
14,250 we're at. We're actually lower days, 14,236. So finding a little bit of support at the moment. Let's see what this question was. Jimbo Slice, I like that. Do you ever look at X dividend dates when deciding to hold or not? F is 3 days away from a 60-cent a share. So you have to assume you are going to be that much lower in 4 days if you are selling. I don't really understand the question. Do I look at the dividend? Okay, so I'm not really an income investor with respect to my equities positions. So that's not something that I considered in general. I know Apple is a dividend payer, but that's not really why I'm in the stock. I'm not in it for the income. I'm in it for the capital appreciation. I don't know the answer to that question, so I'm not going to pretend and try to, BS the whole thing. The dividend is recorded in 4 days and is 60 cents. I see what you're saying. Aren't there cutoff dates that you have to be a shareholder from? Is that what it is? Yeah. I don't know, Jimbo. I gotta tell you, that's not something that that I know. So I'm not gonna pretend to answer that. All right, let's see what we got here. Ford. Did we just actually dip into that level?
Oh.
Let me just make sure that that's not a wrong wick. No. So 1010 the low right now. We're showing 1011 right now on the bid. We'll see if we get into that 10 level. I'm going to be a buyer of Ford near 10, 1001, 2, 3. We're going to have to see what the book shows here. We're right back at 1010. Ford cannot catch a break, guys. It is stair-stepping down aggressively. Rarely do you see Ford move $1 a day. I mean, if it was going to move probably $1 a day, it's going to be on earnings. And, well, yeah, it's done that today. It's already down $1, 11%. It's already SSR. I'm just waiting for that $10 level to come in, and then we're going to see what we'll do here on Ford. Let's see what some of the tags are here. Michael Lloyd, shout out, Michael. We are in a daily and weekly downtrend. Oh, don't I know. Trend is your friend. Anything up is lower high until trend starts changing from smaller time frames to larger. Couldn't agree more. Like a little while ago, maybe about 20 minutes ago, I was looking at the NQ off the July highs and the series of lower highs and lower lows that we've been putting in, and we haven't gotten a break on that yet. We're looking for seasonality, though, going forward in the year. We'll see if that trend changes. It typically does. A little bit of a data point, given how high we were on both the NQ. Oh, wow, Ford just dropped another 5 cents just like that. Ford is real close here to that $10 area. It's flushing, baby, and the Katina man was twisting down the toilet in that animation. I like that. We're real close here to getting in on Ford. But to continue what I was saying, this data point that I heard on one of my podcasts was given the amount that we were up on the year on both the NQ and the ES, it was almost never or like seldom did we not finish the year strong and a certain percentage above in Q4. So if you believe in that kind of quantitative data, then we may see a nice November, a nice December. We'll have to wait and see. Nothing.
Yes, November.
Yeah, nothing is foolproof, of course. The other tag here, size on the bid at 1010. Dan McIsaac, it got eaten up, didn't it? Because now I'm seeing 1005 here on the bid. We're going down, baby, and that $10 coming in fast and furious, baby, here on Ford. We'll have to see what we get. Let's see what the book shows. The book shows size at 10. I mean, it does, right? But it showed other levels have also had size that got absolutely blown through. We're not far away, though, Adair. How much time we got left? About 27 minutes. Down goes Ford with a 10.04 drop. Every level just getting eaten
Ford.
11.5% now.
Oof. Yeah, I mean, so NVIDIA is still holding 404 really well. I'm basically trying to get out of this point kind of where I entered because it looks like that's about as good as we're going to do right now in this one. I am still proud, though, of where I entered this one because we were seeing 404 support. You know, we can chart that here. We're seeing it here. I was noticing some support 404 here as well. We did initially pick up, and then the market just kind of fell out from under us. That's what happened here. I do still stand by where I got into this trade, and I stand by staying in it too because we were almost at 405, then we kind of fell out again. There is still some strength and some support here around this 404 area. That being said, I think I'm going to get out of this for the time being just because You know, midday's almost done. This trade is taking its sweet time to get going. But yeah, honestly, like I got out of a third of my share, or I think 2/3 of my shares where I entered. If I can get out the rest kind of around that entry point as well, I'll be pleased as punch. I'll be happy.
Here comes 10. I don't know if you want to pull it up if you're interested.
Let's pull up forward, yeah.
10:03, baby. We're real close. Did we get a 10:02 print? No, we didn't, Adara. We got 10:03, but there's still a lot of red coming in on my tape in blue. And 10:02 now showing up. 10:02 low day on 410 incoming here. Yeah, and someone was telling me 10:01. Oh, baby. This one, Ford really taking it on the chin today. Where do we find the support, though, Adara? Do we find it here? Where do we find it? Find it at 10? Where's it going to be?
It looks like 10:01. I can't tell. Kind of on
the
my
low of the
5
day
minute.
right now, technically is 10:02.
Okay.
Or is it? No, I think that's incorrect. It is 10:01. 10:01 is the low of day right now. Finding a little bit of green here coming in on the book and on the tape. And orange typically means over the ask. So that shows buyer exuberance, right?
Exuberance.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it's kind of indicative of what the market wants. Well, let's put in an order. We're gonna sit at 10:01, Adara. I'm gonna send it back.
Nice. Yeah, I'm just getting out of NVIDIA right now. I'm going to try to get out at 400. It'll be a slight, or 404, sorry, slight loss, but definitely not a bad trade. And oh yeah, and as I say that, now we're going up again. So this one, I'm going to set it to basically take it out where I got in. But yeah, like I said, like my big thing with NVIDIA and the reason I stayed as long as I did was kind of trying to practice standing by the trades I had, because we did have a good idea going into this one. What with that 404 support, I was watching this for a while. It was going up initially. Kind of the main practice here was just practicing, kind of staying disciplined and staying in a trade. And you know, maybe the lesson here was I should have left earlier, and I can accept that. But yeah, that was kind of why I entered and why I stayed, just to kind of give a recap and an explainer, I guess, on that. Also, we only have a third of our shares left. We did take out most of it at this point too. Side note there, but yeah. So that being said, now is time to leave. I'm not liking this at all anymore. RIP NVIDIA, RIP my remaining third.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, it's not your fault here. The market is just, doesn't seem to be a bottom. 14,250's been broken as well, but we're definitely making newer lows right now. 14,236. Okay, what's this individual's name? Smooth1J. Asking me, am I going long-term into Ford? No, everything that we do here on the show, Sean, Neil, Obi, everybody that trades is intraday, right? We got to be done. I think we can't even buy or sell stocks after 4:15. The system won't let you. So everything, you have to be out of your positions by the end of the day. So everything that we do is intraday. By the way, we will be getting crypto. So we will be trading crypto soon. We will also be getting 0-day to expiry options. So options trading for 0DTE will be coming soon as well to day trade the world. So all those new financial instruments are coming. We don't have an exact date on them quite yet, but stay tuned. And we'll be able to participate with you guys in crypto trades and what's it called? Options trading as well. Name it. Bank stocks falling, retail stocks falling, transport stocks falling, industrial stocks falling, healthcare stocks falling, real estate stocks falling, and the lights. You made the lights flicker, Nimit. Material stocks falling. Yeah, everything's falling. Nimit. I get the whole. I get what you're saying there, but please no crypto or 0DTE. What? Energy's up. Energy is up. I didn't even look at my energy set. Here's the thing, Katina, man. The contract is up 2.5%, yet every equity is decidedly red. Probably because XOM and CVX both reported, and there, was a little suspect there. A lot of money being spent. You have XOM down 1.92, CVX down 6.18. Occidental 1.91. We know Uncle Warren is buying every available outstanding share on Oxy below $60. That is kind of a well-known fact among energy investors. Devon Energy. Devon also apparently is shopping around for an acquisition.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what word around the oil well.
Oh, I love
like
it.
that one.
Move over, water cooler.
Right, oh, move away.
Go aside.
Devin apparently is shopping around for acquisitions, so possible interesting move on that. What else here? Marathon Petroleum, 1.61%. Also, so all the equity names, save and except for Shell, which is flat, and this BTU. I think this is Peabody Energy, is up 4.8% for whatever reason. I don't have too much information about them, but there you go. Everything in equity land for energy down on the day. What is this SkyWest airline that's up 12.25%? Do they have earnings? What the hell is this? Let's move down here. SkyWest earnings call. Okay, so they did report. All right. The 500,000 shares can't get me interested in that. Yep, Nimit was talking about JPM getting rinsed. Schwab, Goldman Sachs, Bank of America, Citi, Morgan Stanley. They're all getting rinsed today. They're all red. Luckily, though, there is one green over here, and that is Nat Gas, and that's good for me because I'm long UNG in the mid $6, averaging there, and it's up at 734, so I'm pleased. But then as I scroll more down, I see my Caterpillar position, which I'm absolutely being rinsed on right now in the long-term portfolio. I'm probably going to, I haven't added yet at these levels. I don't really know why, but I will be adding to Caterpillar likely as it hangs around at 240, dollar cost averaging into that one. In case you're wondering why I'm involved in an infrastructure play like Caterpillar, it is because I am looking for a crazy amount of homes to be built sooner rather than later in North America as a result of the millennial issue that we've been having with them not having anywhere to live. So, and the cost of housing obviously is an issue on both sides of the border, and therefore, you know, politicians now getting involved, and hopefully we build some homes. And that's the reason I'm in that. So that's the look there. It looks as if whoever was telling me this earlier in the chat was right. Don't wait too close to that $10 level on Ford. Hang out a couple of pennies above. And you were right. I sat there at 10.01, and we did get to 10.01, but we didn't cross, so I didn't get filled. 10.02 I should have been sitting at, because here we go. Back up to 10.08. Do we finally get the 10 SSR bounce here on Ford, down 11.25%? We're back up to 10.08. Let's see if we get above this 10.10 area, which was a bit of a level of support for about 5 minutes or so. We'll have to wait and see what Ford does here or there.
Yeah, so I did get out of NVIDIA, where I did probably got out a little bit too low, but as we were kind of getting below that 403, I just kind of wanted to leave. We were seeing kind of a bit more support getting over that 404 area for a second here recently, then we kind of pulled back down. I'm going to keep an eye on this one because I'm curious to see the movement, but I'm happy I got out for now. Where I did, if I were to get back in, it would be lower, but right now I don't really want to think about that. I'm just going to kind of give this one a little bit of a breather. Still stood by where I got in initially, just the execution wavered a little bit. Google also kind of doing a very interesting barcode, chop and churn, what have you, around VWAP. I was trying to get in on this one around that 2150 initially, then we got up to like 121.7. This was just definitely one that you have to, like, I would say for myself anyway, very much like scalp in and out, because it does move like so quickly, this one. But yeah, Google around VWAP of interest. I'll have to see if this one gets higher or lower. You are seeing these slightly higher lows on the bottom wicks here on this 5 minute, but nothing to give me super confidence. Like long term, this looks like a retracement here, this Christmas tree retracement, or a head and shoulders, if you will. All of the above, perhaps. Also, you know what's weirdly been kind of strong here is Tesla. Stressla has decided he's not going to stress us out today, I guess. Pretty predictable around this 207, 207.5 area, wicking up just above 208, dropping back down. Very much an in and out kind of play here, but actually holding up pretty decently compared to a lot of these choppier, more, I guess, haphazard, for lack of a better term, big tech names right now. And as I say that, we're looking like we're climbing back up to 208 on this guy. I'm also going to look at Roku, because I saw someone mention in the chat Roku, slowly creeping to the upside here. Yeah, and I mean, we definitely are. I still would like to see it break that 57.15 area, because 57.15, because we were seeing a little bit of a ceiling there, so I'd like to see it break above that. But yeah, definitely of note, definitely interesting, and I think playing this one off VWAP looks like it's been a pretty decent trade thus far. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just seeing a video here about the Meta Quest 3 and the virtual monitors that come with it. I want to send myself this video so I can show it to you guys. Very cool. I know that the Vision Pro already had that, where you get like your the virtual monitors and you can see through the glasses itself. But this is way smaller, the Meta Quest 3, than the Vision Pro. Because the Vision Pro is like a whole thing, and people that wore it said, you know, it was really heavy and it hurt their neck. Obviously, it wasn't. You couldn't really resize the Vision Pro at the time because it was still in the beta stage. But this seems like way smaller. I gotta show you this video. I gotta be able to send it. Ram, if I send you this video, can you play it? Okay, so I'm gonna send it to Ramin, and she'll be able to play it. So how do I copy this thing? Man, I'm so old. Here we go. All right, I'm gonna do that here. Copy, send to Ramin, and she'll be able to play that. Where is Ramin? There we go. Very interesting look here. Super small, definitely not as big, and but quite robust. I sent it to you. Dan McIsaac, if you like the 4 bounce play, why not get in at 10:03, 10:05 with a tight stop? That's a good question. I've got my my orders on 10:01 and 10:02. Nice. We'll see what we get. I mean, already my days coming to an end in 11 minutes. So if we don't get
time flew.
Yeah, it did, right? Ben is asking about ACPX or APLM. APLM I talked about ad nauseum earlier on. We'll look at that in a second. You got that? Oh, she's getting it ready. All right, there we go. Dan the Man Emmons, imagine how much lower we would be if Amazon wasn't hovering here up 6%. Couldn't agree more. Absolutely. You know, there's probably a couple of reasons why we're still up. Meta up 2.25%, getting its you know, bounce after getting shellacked the last couple of days as well. Yeah, definitely agree with that. And then don't forget about some of the microchip names too. I know they're not as heavily weighted on the NQ, but they're also, yeah, they're also there. Ram is going to show now. Here we go. Look, first of all, they're small, and then look, all of a sudden these TVs just show up in front of you. Let it play a couple of times for me. I really like that kind of thing. And besides, like, it's augmented in the sense. Look how small they are. Like, look, they're going to be a lot smaller in the future. Can you play that again? They're going to be a lot smaller, but look how much smaller they've made them. Like, when you look at the Apple Vision Pro, it's a whole thing that you have to put on your head.
Whereas this is just like slide it on.
Yeah, I mean, I think like the holy grail for these type of glasses is like when you put on a pair of sunglasses and you can replicate that.
That's getting close though.
You know
We're getting close to the sunglass size with that.
It needs to be bespoke, says a Chilean nightmare, right? Which is, I agree.
Is that his new nickname?
Yeah. Which is Fabian, by the way, guys, for anybody wondering what I'm talking about. Yeah, I agree 100% with him. I mean, it's gotta have that look. All right, what else we got there? Meta has Ray-Bans now. Yeah, they do, but they're not augmented, right? So it's going to be like it's going to be smart in the sense that it's going to be able to detect and give you information on things that you're looking at, but I don't think it has augmented reality a bit. But these glasses look better than the Oculus feel. Agree. Chris ML, do they do trade versions of Safe Space? Yeah, I think you can actually trade off those bad boys, because if you've got the virtual monitors, right, you can set up your virtual monitor. You can trade from anywhere now, man. You don't need those laptops with the extendable monitors that some day traders use that I see on Instagram and stuff like that. What else is being said here? Yeah, that's about it. What do you got over there, Adara?
Yeah, what I've got over here is, you know, just kind of reflecting on the trades of the day, honestly. But yeah, just looking at this Microsoft right now, I was kind of intrigued by this because this was an earnings play, but this is very much as a head and shoulders as far as I can tell on the 5-minute. Here is the head, shoulder, shoulder, not into it. We are kind of just hanging out a little bit stagnant around this 331 area. Not something that I would be super interested in here. And then Google continuing to chop just a lot of choppiness for the NASDAQ, I guess, would be the vibe here. NASDAQ or Google continuing to chop up and down around that, like I said, that 121.4 or 5 to that 121.7 area. Like swoop, swoop, swoop over here for VWAP for Google. Nothing super of interest. So I wanna look at Netflix again because this name was interesting earlier today. I had one really nice trade on this one and then one less nice trade on this one. Yeah, like a lot of those other NASDAQ names, very much flat. This looks like it could be a flat bottom break situation. Maybe we're seeing some support here, but yeah, it looks like 397, 398 up and down. We were initially kind of seeing a little bit of a support area of this 401 area. Very much fell out, much like the rest of the NASDAQ names, kind of not doing too much except a lot of top and turn at a lower level.
All right, big breakdown below VWAP now on Amazon. It had been doing a bit of a, I don't want to say a support dance here at VWAP. Let me remove this candle. This candle is very frustrating. Remove bar. There we go. Now we get the full picture here. We broke down below below VWAP on AMZN, and then VWAP, you know, as a previous level of support now started acting as resistance. Multiple wicks into VWAP there at around 128 and a third, and now we're breaking down. So we're giving back some of those gains on AMZN, looking at that 127.50 possibly here as we reverse some of the gains. Again, 130. The Katina man had that on his sticky note. Shout out to him for that 130 short. In fact, we got that 130.02 print, but that was as good as we could do. The Amazon Whisperer will be on in 7 minutes.
I like
Shout out
that.
to Obi, yeah. The Amazonian himself will be on, and he'll be talking up a storm. Say that again? There's no whispering going
Just
on,
shouting.
he says.
Amazon shouting.
Something painful. All I heard was painful. So I'll let you guys infer from that. But yeah, big move up yesterday with the algo spike on Amazon. And then you had the entire move retraced. Very typical of this current market where good earnings are sold off. And then the call started Adara at 5:30. Analysts like what they heard. And yeah, it started getting bought. Exactly. The swoop upward began. And looks like we closed out at 8 p.m. We got to about 126, just a little bit. Did we get to 126? Yeah, 125.98. We closed out at 4 a.m. came and we started trending back up on AMZ, and it's been a good, it's going to be a good little while. Apple here, it looks a bit stronger than some of these other names. It got a bit of a bounce off that 167, even though it's down 0.38 compared to some other names like what's it called here? Well, actually, to be honest with you, Apple's the weakest percentage-wise, but chart-wise, it's not bad looking. 167 bounce, rejecting off 168 in VWAP, kind of area one and the same. Microsoft is coming down into that 330 level quite aggressively. A bit of a head and shoulders pattern here on Mr. Softy. Completely missed that on the 5-minute chart with a 336 and 3/4 high. Now we're at 330.50. So we could see 330 here. Do we find some support at 350? I mean, we're well green on the day. To go red, we have to break that 328 area. I don't know if we see that. Maybe we do in the power hour era time slot.
Power hour era.
Yeah,
I like
right? But yeah, Microsoft looking a little weak here with more of a downward slope than I'd say some others. Amazon included in that as well, Adara.
Also a super chat from Kyle Burdett up here.
Kyle, my man Kyle. What's he saying? Let me scroll back up here and have a look. Kyle, SPY 410 is large put wall level. Interesting. We have been sitting right on top of that for 40 minutes now. Could strength come in to the close of the day? You know, I don't look at the SPY, but I'll definitely look at the ES, my friend. Let's have a look at our friend the ES here. I see what you're talking about here, this consolidative area. It's an interesting area. Actually, let me look at the 410 thing because I don't know if I can chart that accurately. Let's go to SPY over here, bring this bad boy in. Why? 410, yeah, much of the same look, Kyle, as the ES at whatever corresponding level. What was the corresponding level? 41.30 is the corresponding level there for 410 on the ES. Yeah, it's interesting. Let's zoom out a little bit more. Do we, yeah, you know, you're not going to find these levels until May. And that's the thing, Kyle. I mean, like, look at the daily. We haven't been at this level since May. May 26th. May 25th. No, I got to keep going back even forth. May 24th, Adara. The low that we made that day was 409.87. It's without, we don't have a local area, Kyle, with which to work. We're going to have to chart back over here. And this is what I've been saying on the ES. This is kind of the double bottom that I've had my eye on, the late April, early May double bottom here at 403. I don't know what the corresponding level is on the ES, but yeah, this was the area with a bit of a consolidative area here from around mid-March until mid-May, where we kind of churned sideways for a little bit. The bottom end of that range is 405, 403. If you're looking at the closing prints, it's definitely 405. But if you're looking at the wicks, which I don't, it's that 403 3/4. So I would say maybe look to the bottom end of this consolidative range for possible support. Otherwise, you know, we're really going to have to just go with the flow and see what comes in and trade the price action in front of us, Adair. A couple of minutes left. Any final thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a really crazy week in the market with the earnings. Today, you know, we had some wins, we had some losses. Really good trade in Netflix earlier, and then it kind of fell out from under us. But yeah, I mean, just looking at Meta right now, someone was saying here, Ram in the chat, Meta continuing to melt. Yeah, absolutely. Like Meta, it looks like it's not even holding up at that 294, so it's sinking. Yeah, mega caps led the hit to the downside. Really interesting week. Hopefully I learned a lot. I feel like it was a good opportunity to trade with a lot of volatility.
Cool. All right. Well, I don't really have any final thoughts because I've spoken a lot already. But we'll just go through some of the trades that we've had. The one that I've been waiting on here is the Ford $10 SSR bounce. It really hasn't come in. It got into 1001, but now we're consolidating sideways at about 1005. You know, I wouldn't be eager to jump in here quite yet, to be honest with you. We'll have to see how that pans out. NRDS was a good trade, small cap gapper, but it did have earnings and it did run. We waited for the retracement back into 9 and rode this one up into the 970s. It was a good trade, and then we gave up like 0.1% of the trade here back into the 907 area. NRDS still strong, up 36%. Look for this one to continue possibly on Monday. It could be a multi-day runner. NRDS, guys. The last but not least, we had that short at 14.4 on the NQ, and then took that down, you know, into 330. That was probably the mistake of the day as we continue to trend lower and lower and lower with a 14.22875 low of the day. Something tells me we could break that because we're awfully close to it now, only up 1/3% on the NQ, down 0.5% on the ES, but it is now 2 o'clock.
It is.
And it is time for us to send you over to Brendo at the big desk, but Adair and I, Obi and I, will see you same bat time, same bat channel on Monday. Take care.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome to the final 2 hours of the trading week here as we head towards the weekend on what's turning into another pretty red day here.